Welcome back to another massive compilation of some of our darker lore videos in Fallout. It's full of rabid serial killers, insane cannibals, deadly storms, bomb survivor stories, and a hell of a lot more. I won't waste too much of your time before we get into it, but I just wanted to let you guys know that the support on the channel really has been incredible. We just hit 60k subs and we couldn't be more excited. Really, thank you guys. We do also have a Discord going now where you can join a chill Fallout community, share your art, or just come have some cool conversations with like-minded people. You'll find a link to it in the description. Again, thank you guys, and remember, enjoyed time is never wasted time, and enjoy the vid, guys. Serial killers aren't just a real-world phenomenon. They exist in Fallout 2, hiding in the wasteland's ruins, vaults, and even among respected communities. Just like real-world killers, they show patterns, repeated murders, trophies, disposal methods, and obsessions that drive them. But in Fallout, those traits are magnified by the world's collapse. Killers can hide behind raider gangs, cults, or even professional titles like doctor without raising suspicion. Some follow rituals tied to religion or status. Others kill out of obsession or to enforce control. What makes them different from real-world serial killers is the scale and the environment. When law and order barely exist, they can carry out their crimes openly, usually with entire groups enabling them. Still, the parallels are there. And it's what makes Fallout serial killers some of the most horrifying figures in the series. And not just some Joe Blow raider boss that's killed a bunch of people. There's gotta be some pizzazz there.
I'm investigating a missing person, Doctor. And I think the trail leads to your basement.
A missing person? You can't honestly think... You know what? Fine. If it'll put the matter to rest. Here, go see for yourself. But if I find one instrument out of place, you'll be getting the bill.
Doc Crocker wasn't just another doctor in Diamond City. He was the city's plastic surgeon, a man people trusted to literally remake their faces. But his obsession with appearance crossed over into dangerous territory. He didn't care about a person's health or safety, only about turning them into what he saw as perfect. That kind of thinking is what turned him into the monster we encounter, and that's the reason he's on the list. The best example is Earl Sterling. Earl was a bartender at the Dugout Inn, a guy who wanted surgery to feel better about himself. He thought changing his looks would help him with the women. Earl went to Crocker for help, and instead of getting a new face, he ended up dead. When you investigate Earl's disappearance in the quest The Disappearing Act, you find bloodstains leading to Crocker's surgery cellar. Once you go in, Crocker is caught talking to Earl's mutilated corpse, saying things like,
"Oh, Earl, you've really been a handful, you know. But I think we're just about done. Our little mistake is finally going to be corrected." "Oh, naughty, naughty. You're not supposed to be down here, but that's okay. I can fix that. I can fix anything."
Earl to him wasn't just another victim that he had on the table. He ended up being a failure to Crocker, one that would ruin his perfect little record, and he couldn't have that. We also get some information that he has a method for hiding bodies. In the same encounter, he mentions how easy it is to make someone disappear in Diamond City, because people will just assume that the Institute took them.
Why would people think the Institute took Earl Sterling?
That's what they do. That's what they've always done. As long as there's no body, everyone just assumes. And that's why Earl's body needs to go away.
So that's what you were doing? Cutting Earl's body up?
You can't just get rid of 200 pounds of cadaver without attracting attention. Fortunately, the butcher shop is close by. If their trash pile just happens to have an extra box of rotten meat every week, who would think to look too closely?
That isn't something you'd come up with on the spot after one accident. He had thought through how to dispose of bodies before. Clearly, Earl wasn't the first, just the one people actually noticed and the one we ended up catching him on. If you hack his terminal at his house, you see records of multiple cosmetic jobs for Diamond City residents, like Ann Codman, Geneva, and Abbott. These people survived, but his notes make it clear he was focused on their looks and definitely not their health. With how careless he was and with his growing paranoia, it's reasonable to speculate that not every surgery ended cleanly. We can't actually confirm any more victims, but the setup is there. He had the skill, the obsession, and the cover of a trusted job, and the perfect excuse for missing people. Plus, we know he had thought about how to make people vanish. When you confront him, Crocker is deep in denial, lashing out or breaking down depending on what you say. He claims he never makes mistakes. He says no one dies under his care, and he even insists he's loved by everyone in Diamond City. But the truth is right in front of him. The mutilated body of Earl Sterling on his surgery table, and Crocker's unable to face his own atrocities. He then kills himself with a syringe. His final words are along the lines of, "I can fix anything," and that line sums him up perfectly. Even at the end, he thought of himself as a man fixing problems, when in reality, he'd become one of the most dangerous predators in the city. Crocker fits the definition of a serial killer because he had both a clear obsession and a system for hiding deaths. Earl Sterling is the one confirmed victim, but Crocker's behavior, his methods for disposing bodies, and his obsession with changing people to whatever sick vision he saw fit strongly suggest that he's killed before. He had motive, planning, and detachment from his victims, the exact traits that define a serial murderer. Driver Nafai is one of the Fiend leaders in New Vegas, and he's remembered for his golf club killings. Major Daughtry straight up says Nafai smashed a dozen NCR troopers with nothing but his driver. If you take his bounty quest, you'll find him camped north of the Samson Rock crushing plant, usually with several Fiends backing him up. He doesn't hide behind cover or shoot from a distance. He just charges and tries to cave heads in. That's a signature style. And in cut dialogue, he even brags about it, saying he's killed hundreds with the same club. That's repeated ritual-like killing. Obviously, it's cut dialogue and not in the game, but I'm sure it's safe to assume that it actually does occur. Maybe he exaggerated a bit, but who knows. First Recon has tried multiple times to assassinate him. Dialogue with Daughtry confirms that Nafai used his own men as shields and still walked away. That means he wasn't just reckless. He knew how to make others die for him while he kept on killing. The NCR keeping a specific hit list for him, Cook, and Violet shows Nafai's body count was high enough to get special attention. And it's not just limited to soldiers. He's tied to the West Side slave trade. Dermot and St. James sell him a kidnapped family from the Aerotech office park. 400 caps for one sister, 150 for the brother, and only 50 for the youngest girl. That's cold. Buying kids to use however he wanted is beyond rating. It lines up with a predator mindset. Devalue people, treat them as disposable, and keep doing it. Given his methods and reputation, there's a good chance his golf club killings weren't limited to NCR patrols. Fiends are constantly raiding caravans and settlements, and Nafai leading one of their bands means plenty of travelers likely ended up as victims whose deaths never really got recorded. Also, the fact that First Recon had multiple kill reports on him suggests his tally was way higher than what we directly hear about. He may not have kept trophies or patterns the way some killers do, but this club-first approach became his calling card. A serial killer is someone who commits separate murders, not just in one battle, but as a pattern. Nafai isn't only fighting NCR in open war. He chooses a weapon, repeats the same killing method, brags about his body count, and goes back to it again and again. He dehumanizes his victims, whether they're soldiers or slaves, and that makes him more than just a raider boss. He's a wasteland serial killer who built his whole reputation on repeated personal acts of killing. Dixie isn't just one more disciple freak in Nuka World. She's one of the best examples of how far a person can go when killing becomes the only thing that gives them pleasure. Her quarters inside Fizztop Mountain make that pretty obvious. The walls and floors are splattered with gore. Chopped up remains and tools lie there with her blades, along with holotapes where she captures her victims' final screams.
He's after. For as big and as tough as he was.
Hey, Ruth. Sammy just came back with this girl Dixie and brought the best news ever. She said she comes from a place where we'll be safe and protected, called Nuka World. Finally. I am so tired of trying to live out here on our own, dealing with raiders and finding food and just surviving. We're packing up to leave, and we're out of here. I wanted to leave this message for you.
It's awfully sweet of y'all to welcome a stranger into your home.
You've no idea how happy we are that we ran into you.
Not as happy as I am.
What are you doing? Wait, I thought you were here to... Ah! Kate! Run!
Sam! No! What have you done?
Oh, don't worry, honey. I'll never keep two lovebirds apart.
No! No!
That went well. What's this?
To Dixie, they're trophies. She relives her murders by playing them back, taking joy in what she's done long after the victims are gone. What makes Dixie so dangerous is how she lures people in. She doesn't rush her victims or ambush them like an ordinary raider would. She acts polite, even friendly. On her recordings, you can hear her greet travelers, pretending to be kind. Once their guard is down, she strikes. All of her sick jokes and mockeries show how much she enjoys dragging the moment out. Every kill is a theater for her, and that's probably part of her ritual. Mags Black wrote that Nisha only promoted Dixie to keep her under control, and that's wild considering most disciples thrive on bloodshed. But Dixie was so uncontrollable that their leader had to rein her in before she ruined the balance between the gangs. That says everything about her reputation. To her fellow raiders, killing was a means of enforcing power. For Dixie, it was the end goal, and she didn't know when to stop. Her need to kill isn't only in her room or on her recordings. It comes out when she's set loose in the park. She asks others which victim should die first, acting like it's all a game. Even when ordered to spare them, she sulks and says she'll bleed them just a little. Death is her entertainment and her art. Dixie kills repeatedly, chooses her victims carefully, and builds rituals around her murders by recording them and keeping trophies. She manipulates, toys with, and mocks her victims before killing them, proving that her murders are about pleasure rather than necessity. She is one sick bastard, but really, perfect for this list. Sickleman was never just a nameless raider or another faceless murderer wandering Appalachia. He became a legend because of the way he killed. He carried a sickle and used it as his weapon of choice. His victims weren't simply stabbed or left for dead. He decapitated them, heads separated from bodies and left behind as proof of his work. The place became his dumping ground. Corpses were piled there and graffiti was left as his calling card. His weapon, the beheadings, and his own name marked on the walls. It turned Sickleman into something greater than just another raider or killer. He wanted people to know what he had done and who had done it. What makes him even more terrifying is the way his killing stretched across time. Before 2102, he was already known, but he didn't stop there. He vanished for a while, then came back around 2103. That means his killings weren't just a one-off spree. He had a cycle. Kill, disappear, return, and start again. That lines up with the psychology of real-world serial killers, who usually have cooling off periods between murders before the compulsion takes over again. The consistency of his weapon and the messed up style of his killings point to someone who wasn't just killing to survive in the wasteland. He was feeding an urge. Sickleman didn't just kill once, or even in a single stretch of time. He killed across separate periods, returning to the same method again and again. He marked his crimes with a personal signature, tied to his identity, to his weapon, and made his killings part of the local folklore. That repetition and ritual and the way he turned murder into his identity makes him a textbook example of a serial killer. And he might still be around. Well, in the Fallout 76 era at least. People have pieced together different theories about who he really was. At his lair near the lookout, you find the headless skeletons, the sickle left behind, and the words "Sickleman is here," telling us that he survived after the bombs. Unless it's a copycat killer, which is possible. Fan theories link him to cultists, with some saying he was Charles the Prophet or Wesley the Hunter. But a developer has dismissed those theories as an absolute load of conspiracy theory nonsense. At this current point in time, we have no idea. Mortimer is the maitre d' of the Ultralux, and one of the highest ranking members of the White Glove Society. Of course, he comes across as polite, refined, and dedicated to the society's image of wealth and sophistication. But behind all that facade, he's obsessed with bringing back their darkest tradition, cannibalism. Unlike Marjorie and others who wanted to distance themselves from it, Mortimer believed eating human flesh was what gave society its identity. In his mind, abandoning it meant the group lost its purpose. When you talk to him in the Beyond the Beef quest, his plan is already in motion. He had ordered his people to kidnap someone who would serve as a main course for a grand banquet. The original target was Carlisle St. Clair III, chosen because he was wealthy, well-fed, and he wouldn't be missed. Instead, his men messed up the job and grabbed Ted Gunderson, the son of Heck Gunderson, one of the most powerful Brahmin barons in the Mojave. This mistake put the entire plan at risk, because Heck had the power and connections to burn the strip down if anything happened to Ted, but Mortimer didn't care. He pushed ahead with the idea of butchering Ted, and serving him to the society as proof that their true nature was superior to the image Marjorie was trying to keep up. Mortimer doesn't just talk about killing, he talks about preparation, seasoning, and making sure the victim is healthy and well bred. Because, as he puts it, one can't very well make steak from gristle. He even offers the courier the option of providing one of their companions as a replacement meal, openly judging their appearance and body, as if he were picking cuts of meat. He comments on their skin or posture as if he were choosing a wine pairing. That's ritual, and it clearly shows Mortimer has had meals like this before. He knows the cuts and what supposedly makes someone taste good. He wanted to make cannibalism normal again for society, and he was ready to sacrifice anyone who got in the way. His ultimate goal was to host a banquet where he would serve human flesh without the guests realizing it. Then once they had eaten, he would reveal the truth in a speech. There is a meat sweeter than the most corn-fed livestock. Most of you have tasted it, and all of you have coveted it. His words. He wanted to trap his peers into sharing guilt so that they'd be forced to embrace his vision. He wanted to remake the society he saw fit, which would obviously give him justification for those sick fantasies, using murder and cannibalism as the foundation. The thing that makes Mortimer a serial killer is that he didn't just want to kill once. He had a system, a philosophy, and a plan to keep doing it. He had already arranged kidnappings and organized a storage method by hiding them in the ultra-luxe kitchens and freezers. His victims weren't chosen randomly, they were selected for wealth, health, and status, which gave him satisfaction and reinforced his belief that the society was above everyone else. Mortimer wasn't just trying to revive an old tradition, he was laying the groundwork to turn murder into a cycle of banquets, one body after another, to prove his point. The mole wears a tattered mole head and a straitjacket. That weird costume is part of who he is now. People call him Mo the Mole, like the old park safety character, kinda like Smokey the Bear. But the man inside the mole head isn't a friendly helper. He talks to himself about digging, about green men, and about how Appalachian blood makes the trees grow. He seems to live underground, and he moves through the tunnels and hollows and uses the dark to surprise people. When he shows up, he's insane and loud. He says things like kill and tear them apart, and line the tunnels with your bones. He shouts about tearing spines out and clawing teeth. He has a hunger for destruction, dressed up as a mission to dig for something only he can see. The straitjacket tells us he might have been held or treated at some point, and then he apparently stole the mascot costume and made it his identity. Like I said before, when he attacks, he goes crazy, and survivors tell the same basic story. An unhinged figure in a mole head that comes out of the dark, attacks up close, and vanishes back into the tunnel, which would honestly be terrifying. His goal is to hurt and make people vanish where no one will easily find them. He's encountered in random events across Skyline Valley, which helps build the impression of a repeating threat. Some say he might have been a park worker or a performer who lost everything after the bombs. Maybe he spent years underground during the worst times and came back changed. Or maybe he was never whole to begin with. Someone who used the mole head to hide from reality and now he can finally be his true self. Either way, this dude is scary. It makes him a story people tell in the valley when they warn others to stay out of the tunnels at night. A mascot exists to comfort kids. They wear a happy face and usually don't want to tear people apart. But the mole, he repeatedly attacks and kills over time. He uses the same identity and method, molehead, tunnels, close-range kills, and his crimes carry consistent pattern and theme. He returns to the same hunting grounds and says the same lines, which is repetition and ritual. He doesn't kill for food or supplies. He kills as part of who he's become. At least that's what we can assume from his repeated appearances.
Each clutched his ticket, hoping it would set him free. Each did nothing, even when loved ones were dragged away to be killed.
Vulpes Inculta speaks in clean, clipped lines and calls his killings justice. He was taken into Caesar's legion as a kid and learned early that loyalty is everything. He rose by breaking rules when it helped him win, and Caesar liked that. From then on, Vulpes turned murder into a message. He arranges deaths so everyone else learns to obey. Nipton is the clearest window into his mind. He lured groups into town, trapped them, and ran a lottery to decide who died and how. People were burned, shot, or nailed up, so that the roads would tell the story after the screams ended. He saved a special fate for the mayor who sold his town out. He threw him on a tire fire and watched him burn. To Vulpes, that wasn't madness. That was order. He wanted the Mojave to see what breaking faith looks like. At Camp Searchlight, he turned radioactive waste loose and left an NCR post to rot from the inside. That kind of kill is cold. It fits his style. Clean hands, filthy outcome. He can walk away while others wither. Public displays, signs of power, and bodies arranged to send a clear warning. He chooses these symbols, a lottery ticket, row of crosses, so that the scene explains itself without him saying a word. That's the horror with Vulpes. He builds a story around pain and lets the story do the work. He's scary because he's incredibly smart, but also sick. He could just leave a message by killing everyone in a normal way, I guess you could call it. But oh no, he likes the theatrics. Give this man a stage. If a town trades safety for caps, he calls it corrupt and wipes it out. If soldiers disobey, he breaks them in ways that scare the rest into line. He talks about loyalty, excellence, and justice. But that code is a mask for repeat killings on his terms. And the target changes. We have civilians, scouts, rival tribes. But the pattern stays the same. Pick a group, set the trap, stage the bodies, and move on. And Vulpes doesn't gloat, he explains. He frames each act as a lesson. He can stand in front of a smoking town and tell you why every dead face deserved it. The steady voice next to the open graves is its own kind of nightmare. Vulpes plans and carries out repeated murders across separate events, and then picks victims for personal reasons, whether that's disloyalty or corruption. And then he uses that same signature method: public lotteries, crucifixions, or staged warnings. Even when the others swing the hammer, metaphorically, he designs the murders and returns to the pattern again and again. Who knows what else he's doing in his personal life? But to me, you can see that he enjoys the power he has. He enjoys serving out his so-called justice. This guy is definitely a serial killer.
Welcome to Saltwater Sam's. I'm Sam. What can I help you with?
Saltwater Sam is another one of those guys that hides behind politeness. He's just a cleaner for the showman in Atlantic City, sweeping away messes. But mess doesn't just mean blood on the floor or trash left behind. For Sam, it means people. Anyone who offends or disappoints the group he serves, he calls it creating purity. He tells others it isn't murder, but rebirth. That's how he justifies what he does. He speaks softly, with pauses that make him sound thoughtful, almost gentle.
Trim this loose end and let our client start anew.
You either feel like you should trust him, or you get that weird off-putting thing. Do you know what I mean? He says things like the most satisfying thing about a mess is making it disappear, and it will be like you never even existed. He mops up blood, erases evidence, and locks away bodies. He makes sure that no one can even prove someone was there in the first place. But he likes it. It gives him this sense of purpose, unlike some random guy that just has to clean up after the mob. That obsession with total removal, down to the smallest bits and pieces in the blood, gives us the reason why he's on the list beyond just killing people. He doesn't shout or rage like the mole. He doesn't gloat like Dixie. He's calm. He thanks people. He makes you think you have a choice even while locking the door behind you. He describes bodies as discarded parts of lives long past, and blood is just another mess to scrub. The casualness of it, the way the murder just exists in his everyday work, that's what makes him pretty terrifying. Saltwater Sam repeatedly kills while keeping the same method and reasoning. He targets loose ends and frames it as cleaning, and then hides the evidence with obsessive care. His victims aren't chosen at random, they're picked because they disrupt the order he serves. Each killing is part of a pattern of removal, carried out with his ritualistic precision. That combination of repetition, intent, and personal philosophy places him squarely in the serial killer category. This last segment had to be the most voiced opinion on the last video, by far. I get it, a lot of you consider the main characters as the biggest serial killers in the wasteland. So fine, let's talk about these guys a little bit. When you look at Fallout's main characters, the Vault Dweller, the Chosen One, the Lone Wanderer, the Courier, the Sole Survivor, and the Vault 76 Resident, they're all framed as the heroes of their games. But if you take away the savior of the wasteland image and look at the body counts, their behavior lines up with what could be considered serial murder. Take the Vault Dweller and the Chosen One. Both characters are sent out to complete vital missions for their vaults or villages, but in doing so, they leave behind trails of corpses. Every raider camp wiped out, every hostile settlement burned through. It's another set of killings carried out with consistency over time. The Lone Wanderer story is similar. They're searching for their father, which leads to constant killings across the capital wasteland. And the choices you can make, like wiping out Paradise Falls slavers, cannibalizing townsfolk with the family, or even nuking Megaton, those all go far beyond self-defense and step into mass murder depending on the path chosen. The Courier is maybe the best example. By the end of New Vegas, they can destroy entire factions, slaughtering legionaries, NCR soldiers, and anyone else who stands in their way. Even when played morally, they rack up hundreds of deaths just moving through the Mojave. The Sole Survivor is the same. Searching for Sean doesn't just mean asking questions. It means killing raiders, gunners, and super mutants day after day. Some Sole Survivors even side with factions that require genocide-level destruction, like wiping out the Railroad or the Brotherhood. The Vault 76 Resident is a rebuilder, but again, progression means endless killing. Scorched raiders, cultists, and other humans are dispatched one after another. usually without pause. If you compare this to the FBI's definition of a serial killer, someone who commits 2 or more murders in separate incidents over time with a cooling off period, the protagonists fit. They kill again and again, in different places with different methods, usually tied to personal goals or survival. And the way they strip loot from bodies, or take trophies in the forms of weapons, or sometimes even join cannibalism perks or groups, adds a whole other layer. Fallout's main characters might be written as survivors and heroes, but when you look at them plainly, their patterns of repeated ritualized killing across months or years put them in the same category as the very monsters they fight. So, are you happy now? Imagine crawling through a narrow rock tunnel with only the beam of a dying flashlight to guide you. Every breath, every scrape of your boot sounds louder than it should. It's pure nightmare fuel. Claustrophobia sets in quickly when you realize how much rock is pressing in above your head, how easy it would be to get stuck, lost, or buried forever. Now you take that natural human fear and add Fallout's version of the underground. In these wasteland caves, it's not just the tight spaces in the dark that waits for you. It's feral ghouls shuffling in the shadows, Yaoguai growling in the distance, and death claws that can end your life in a single swipe. Radiation seeps through the rocks, cults leave behind strange altars, and the deeper you go, the more the world feels wrong. Fallout's caves take the very real terrors of spelunking, and they amplify them into some of the most horrifying encounters in the series. Hamilton's hideaway began as a Fallout shelter, but construction stopped before it was finished. What was supposed to protect people turned into an empty shell, abandoned before it could serve its purpose. After the bombs, a family of 3 tried to use the cave to survive. They moved inside, hoping the tunnels would help shield them from the radiation. But they didn't last. Terminals inside tell their story. A man named Frank helped them construct the shelter before the war, hauling in a generator, air system, and supplies. The father of the family didn't trust Vault-Tec, so he and his family built this place themselves, thinking they could outlast to the end. His wife Maggie and their daughter Robin moved in when the bombs fell, but Frank didn't end up making it in. At first, it seemed like they might make it. Robin wanted to play outside in the snow, but instead had to sit at a computer her father powered up for Christmas. They had soup, holotapes, and believed they just needed to wait until the radiation levels dropped. It's almost normal in those first notes. A family trying to make the best of the end of the world. But then, Frank came back. He'd been trapped in mine shafts during the blast, burned and scarred, crawling through the ruins to find them. He described what he saw outside. Whole towns destroyed, people wearing the skins of others, vaults turning desperate survivors away. His return should have been a miracle, but really, it was the beginning of the end for them. Radiation poisoning started tearing him apart. His hair fell out, blisters covered his body, and nothing they tried could save him. The notes become more desperate. His friend knew he was dying and planned to cremate him in the furnace, breaking his body apart because it wouldn't fit in whole. He wanted to spare Robin from hearing it, so Maggie played holotapes loud while all of it went down. By the time you walk those halls in Hamilton's hideaway, the family is long gone. Raiders have moved in and creatures crawl through the tunnels, and some Brotherhood supplies are stashed behind the walls. That's what makes the hideaway truly horrifying, not the raiders or the rad scorpions, but the story of the people who thought they'd beaten the odds, only to die slowly in a place they thought would protect them. Later, smugglers took over the space. They ran chems through it, using the hidden tunnels to cover their operations. When they disappeared, raiders moved in. They built a shack inside and laid out some bedrolls and turned it into a hideout. Even the Brotherhood of Steel tried to claim the hideaway. They used it as an outpost and stashed weapons behind a false wall. That cache still exists, but the Brotherhood is long gone. If they couldn't hold it, it says everything about the cave. Nothing lasts here. Every group that enter either dies or abandons it. The tunnels are filled with rad scorpions, rad roaches, and raiders who sometimes fight each other. Outside, there's mole rats and mirelurks that surround the area. It just seems like there's no way that anyone could settle this place. It almost seems cursed, honestly. Hamilton's hideaway is a shelter never finished. A family that died believing that it could save them. We never get more of the story after that last entry of Frank being cremated. What happened to the family? Was it the radiation that seeped in and killed them? Was it the mutated creatures crawling in from the wastes? I guess we'll never know.
When you hear the name Wendigo Cave, it already feels wrong. Not just because of what's inside, but because Appalachia knew this cavern by that name even before the bombs fell. Locals had passed down rumors whispering about the place long before it became one of Fallout's deadliest layers, and stepping inside, it isn't hard to see why. The cave is shaped like a crooked letter B, a twisting set of tunnels that coil through the Savage Divide. Light barely touches the interior, and the deeper you go, the more claustrophobic it becomes. Walls breathe in tight in certain spots, and the air hangs heavy with damp rot, and echoes stretch further than they should. When you hear noises throughout the cavern, you're never exactly sure which creature is around the corner. After the bombs fell, this cave briefly sheltered a group of soldiers. They had survived the nuclear winter of 2077 through 78, seeking refuge from the bitter cold. But even here, surrounded by stone, death caught up to them. Their uniforms and bones remain scattered in the darkness. Each soldier is a silent marking of Appalachia's earliest days of ruin. Holotapes left behind, the soldier story, speak to that struggle.
There's nobody left. Winter's been brutal. It started a few weeks after the bombs hit and shows no sign of letting up. Hell, maybe winter's all that's left now. I remember this cave from grade school. Kids called it the Wendigo Cave. I was scared of it then. Absolutely terrified. Now, it's the only thing keeping us alive. We'll stay here to survive the cold, and we'll get back out there. The men trust me to keep them alive, and I haven't let them down yet.
Even in shelter, survival wasn't guaranteed, particularly in this cave. Years later, the cave drew in something far darker. Morris Stevens, the disgraced leader of the Gormans, fled here with his wife, Adie. The Gormans were raiders with one particularly vile habit: cannibalism. Morris and Adie crossed a line even their own twisted gang wouldn't tolerate. They ate one of their own. Cast out, they descended into the cave together, and what followed reads like a slow-motion descent into madness. Adie's notes tell of scraps tossed her way as Morris grew more paranoid and selfish. The man unraveled in the shadows, starving, raving, and finally, inevitably, turning on Adie herself. That final act sealed his fate. Morris became something less than human, more than monster. The progenitor Wendigo, the first of its kind. A creature born of hunger, isolation, and horror, twisted permanently by his own choices. This cave became his hunting ground, denoted by the bones scattered across the cave floor. Mirelurks scuttle throughout the pools, and ferals lurch in the narrow corridors. Oh, and bounty hunters who thought themselves hardened met their end in the dark. Their remains now part of the cave's decor. One raider's note still lies near the waterfall chamber, a final failed attempt to map the maze. If you take the time to read it, it's actually kinda creepy. As the note states, quote, "The boys and I came here to take down the psychopath Morris. The contract on him was enough to set us all up for life. Plus, anyone too crazy for the Gormans needs to be put down. I should have believed the stories about this place. It smells like death and everything left alive is trying to kill us. Still, we were doing fine until I broke my damn leg and those assholes left me behind. And I'm not afraid of the dark, but I swear there's something watching me. If you're reading this, do me a favor. Find my friends and put a bullet in their heads. And then get the hell out of this cave." End quote. The northernmost chamber is the true heart of the cave, the Wendigo's chamber. A waterfall crashes down one side, mis-soaking the stone. Sleeping bags and rock columns show that people once tried to make this space livable. Now it's a shrine to Morris's end. Adie's note lies here. So does Morris's end, a holotape capturing his final spiral into insanity.
Adie, darling Adie. Oh, how delicious you were. The sweet taste of your flesh as it passed down my throat. I ate her. Oh, no. Need more. More flesh. More blood. Need more. Find more.
The Wendigo Cave isn't just another dungeon. It's a layered graveyard. Soldiers who died seeking safety, raiders who underestimated its horrors, and a man who became a monster. The further you explore, the more you feel that hunger, that sense of being watched. The scent of Morris Stevens' madness gnawing at the stone. Not every cave in Fallout hides a supernatural horror, but this one earned its name.
Mysterious Cave in Old World Blues looks simple from the outside, but stepping inside is where things turn strange. Right away, you hit a fork in the path. One side leads into a larger chamber where something dangerous is waiting. The other takes you through smaller passages. You'll find a cot with some supplies and even a balcony that overlooks the main chamber. That overlook is kinda creepy on its own. You can stand there staring into the dark room ahead, knowing there's something inside, but not sure when or how it will come for you. The real danger here is the legendary bloatfly. And this thing isn't your regular bloatfly. It's tougher, faster, deadlier, and just massive. Every buzzing sound echoing off the walls makes you think it's about to attack, even if you're in one of the side tunnels or checking the supplies. It feels like you're never really safe. What makes this cave creepier is how empty it looks compared to the other caves. There aren't barrels or lit torches to guide you. It's darker, more natural, and harder to read. It's not a place where any wastelanders or prospectors have been in a while. The cave is pretty chill if you stay in that overlook. You even have that small resting spot with the cot. But just a few steps away, there's a chamber housing something that can tear you apart. You're never comfortable here, and that's exactly what makes it stick with you. The glowing sea already feels like walking into death. It's a wasteland drenched in radiation, with almost nothing left alive except the creatures that thrive in that radiation atmosphere. Inside of this nightmare are two caves, one in the north and one further south. Both look like safe spots to take refuge, but going in them will change your mind pretty quickly. These aren't shelters, they're death traps. The northern cave is under a road near a broken red rocket station. The ground dips into a trench, leading to a tunnel that sinks into the earth. Water pools along the floor and the walls are piled with scrap metal and broken junk, almost like someone or something tried to wall it off. In the center of the cave, there's an overturned bus, lying on its side swallowed by the earth. That bus blocks part of the tunnel, and behind it could be anything. Death claws and rad scorpions sometimes spawn here, and the tight quarters means there's no room to run. The tunnel bends quick and spits you back out near the red rocket, but the danger is the stretch in between. It's dark, wet, and claustrophobic, everyone's favorite when it comes to these caves. But the southern cave seems even worse. The entrance is half covered with metal scraps, almost hidden in the side of a hill. Inside, the tunnel curves in a long arc. Not far from the back, you find a corpse in raider gear slumped beside a power armor frame. Next to them is a working ham radio, still sending out a distress signal. Someone died here, called for help, and nobody ever came. And that signal still plays on a loop. The glowing sea itself drains you with constant radiation. By the time you find a cave entrance, you're already worn down and maybe low on supplies. Then you step inside expecting shelter, only to realize you've trapped yourself. In the northern cave, the overturned bus looms in the dark, cutting off your sightlines, and then you'll hear something moving in the water. But would you really run back out into the radiation storm, or take your chances with whatever creature is waiting for you inside? In the southern cave, the radio signal drills into your head, reminding you that someone else came here and didn't leave. Are you going to end up like this guy? The glowing sea already shows you what nuclear fire left behind, but the caves pull you deeper into that story. They make it clear that nowhere is ever really safe in the Fallout universe. Every cave or refuge has some sort of nasty within. Is it a vault with a sick experiment or a Deathclaw's den? I guess sometimes you just have to take a chance on that.
We faced the hunger of Wendigo Cave. Now we're going deeper still, into a place that birthed one of Fallout's most terrifying monsters. Welcome to the Glassed Cavern. On the surface, this cavern once looked like nothing more than a small quarry run by Atomic Mining Services. But AMS wasn't simply just digging rock, they were experimenting. Here in the Cranberry Bog, they used atomic devices to mine ultracite, a glowing crystal unlike anything else in Fallout. And those experiments didn't just scar the earth, they changed it forever, because this is the place where the Scorch Beasts were created. Yes, these wing nightmares weren't simply another side effect of the bombs like most Wastelanders think, they were actually man-made. The Enclave, obsessed with harnessing ultracite, twisted nature into something far, far worse. Between Scorch radiation, genetic tampering, and reckless mining, the Scorch Beasts clawed their way into existence here, deep inside this cavern. And once unleashed, they didn't stop until Appalachia itself bent under their shadow. But the cavern didn't just swallow scientists, it claimed soldiers too. In 2095, the Brotherhood of Steel launched Operation Touchdown. Their mission was to track the Scorch Beasts to their nest and stop them before they ever reached the surface. What they found instead was a nightmare. Endless tunnels filled with infected Scorched, auto miners still buzzing, and corpses of twisted creatures like fog crawlers and Mirelurk's kings, already reshaped by the plague. Paladin Elizabeth led the charge, and she never came back. Her body still lies deep in the cavern near wrecked turrets and fallen Brotherhood soldiers. If you reach the final chamber, you'll hear her last transmission. She realized the terrible truth. The Scorch Beasts weren't some random mutation, but the direct result of humanity's hubris. Her sacrifice bought Appalachia only a few weeks of safety, a brief pause before the next wave rose up.
Had to drop my bag. It's too heavy. All this for nothing. He couldn't even avenge my boys. It's not alone down here. There's smaller ones like it, like me, like Dave. They don't do nothing but stare. They're waiting for me.
The cavern itself is long, winding, and at times suffocating. Flooded tunnels force you to squeeze past drowned shelters, while scorched ambush from every angle. Ultracite veins glow like sickly lanterns along the walls, lighting your path deeper into the pits. And when you think you've survived the worst of it, a scorch beast rises from the shadows, blocking your way out. There are moments of eerie quiet too. Loot and holotapes left behind tell small human stories, the kind of things that make 76 better than most Fallout players would ever care to admit. Bad News, Accident, I'm Stuck Here, and Have a Nice Life are all holotapes that are fragments of lives consumed by the cavern's curse. The holotape titled I'm Stuck Here is one of my personal favorites. Fair warning, it's just over a minute long, but I thought the voice work was insane and it actually feels real. I feel like the voice actor really nailed the emotion. It's like listening to your grandpa say his final words in a lonely cave before his passing.
I don't think I'm getting out. Heard Doc Sally say China dropped the big one. God, can that be true? Someone finds this. Get it to my wife. We had a good run, babe, didn't we? You know, I still remember our first date at the pool hall. Don't remember who won or what was playing on the radio, but I do remember you. I remember how I felt looking at you, and how it felt you looking at me, how I still feel about you. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine.
At the very end, you'll even find a strange Easter egg. Wooden blocks arranged to spell Plugh, a reference to the old 1970s text adventure Colossal Cave. The irony here is that this Easter egg is inside a place where all humor feels wrong. The glass cavern isn't just another cave though, it's an origin point, a scar left by man's greed and recklessness. It birthed the Scorched Beast, claimed one of the Brotherhood's finest leaders, and still hums with the glow of ultracite. Descending here feels less like spelunking and more like trespassing in one of Appalachia's greatest mistakes. And that's why the glass cavern stands out as one of Fallout's most horrifying caves. Not because of what you find inside, but because of what it represents. The monsters here are more than mutations, they're our greatest mistakes.
Welcome to my extraordinary safari. Shall we get you registered?
Coastal Grotto is a small cave on the cliffs of Point Lookout. Outside the entrance, there are two buoys, a shipwreck under one and some skeletons under the other. I bring this up because it's a whole lot of death before you even enter. You have to climb up the cliffside to reach the door, and inside there's a long tunnel that leads to Plick's quarters. Before you reach him, you find his bed and his desk with his journal open. Someone lives here, someone worked, and someone planned. Then you'll run into a large chamber called the Safari Chamber, where Plick runs a twisted hunt. This chamber is the centerpiece of Coastal Grotto, and where Plick's twisted game takes place.
Only the finest bit of sport you've ever enjoyed. Once we review the rules and see to a nominal 1,000 caps registration fee, of course. That's the spirit. The other participants are waiting, so just press the button inside to let me know when to begin.
It's a wide cavern set up almost like an arena with cages and hidden doors that release waves of feral ghouls once a button is pressed. The walls and floor are rough rock, but the setup is deliberate. Plick uses the space to trap people and watch them fight for their lives. What makes it all worse is the anticipation. The chamber is empty at first, but the moment the mechanism is triggered, the ghouls pour out from every side. There's no chance to prepare, just survival while Plick watches from safety. It takes what could have been another simple cave fight and turns it into a rigged spectacle where you're forced to participate. The people inside, like Jacob Humboldt and Rip Smithy, they'll likely die during the hunt. This place is about people being used as bait or entertainment, human lives that are being gambled with daily. What makes Coastal Grotto scary is that someone is using your fear and danger for sport. Also, just that moment before you hit the button in the safari chamber, not knowing exactly what will happen. Murder Pass is a tunnel set under Little Lamplight. It's part of the route to Vault 87. The beginning of it happens just past the souvenir shop, and the entrance is marked with signs that read Murder Pass. I don't know about you, but I think I wouldn't go that route if I saw that. Once you pass the gate, you go into the rock caverns, and then you'll run into super mutants inside. They carry heavy weapons and patrol the paths. There's also traps here too, tripwires and a pressure plate behind a desk. It isn't a place where you can walk around without risk. Every corner might hold a mutant waiting to ambush. Accessing Murder Pass isn't automatic as well. You need to talk to Mayor McCready in Little Lamplight. Sometimes he wants you to rescue kids from Paradise Falls first, but if you've got the Child at Heart perk or you meet certain speech requirements, you can skip that rescue and go straight in. But usually people go in after doing the rescue quest. Murder Pass has narrow tunnels that lead into open rooms and guard stations. Skeletons of former Little Lamplight residents are scattered around, along with broken walls and junk. The farther you go, the deeper you feel like you're entering something built by the former Little Lamplighters, but clearly it was overrun. Skeletons, signs of former life, broken terminals, guard stations, and then super mutants turned invaders. You realize the place used to be something else, and now it's just a gauntlet. And because it connects to Vault 87, you get the feeling you're traveling deeper into the unknown, where things will get a whole lot worse for you soon.
We brave the Glass Cavern, the birthplace of the Scorched Beasts. But Appalachia isn't the only wasteland with caves that contain large, unsettling creatures. Our next stop takes us east to Nuka World. Tucked away northeast of the Safari Adventure Reptile House lies an unmarked spot simply known as the Bear Cave. On the surface, it looks small, almost forgettable. Step inside though, and you'll stumble into one of Fallout's rarest cage matches. A Yaogoi locked in brutal combat with the Gator Claw. How long had they been locked in a fight? Who knows? In a game built on spectacle and sometimes sheer randomness, this cave delivers a primal event, true to Fallout form. The cavern splits into two sections. One entrance leads to the southern chamber where beasts fight for dominance. Another hatch drops you into the northern maintenance area, once used by Safari Adventure staff before the war. A terminal, a few logs, and even a cart carrying a Nuka-Cola lunchbox and a bottle of Nuka-Cola Dark are all that remain of their workdays. Now, I'll admit it's not the biggest cave in Fallout, but I think it's worth mentioning because of the creatures alone. It captures the truth of the wasteland. Nature and mutation don't need storylines to terrify. Sometimes survival itself is all the horror the cave really needs.
The truth of it is that I did cut out a raider's heart, but only took a bite to mess with his buddies. They had me surrounded, and I went with the first thing that came to mind. Some ran, and the rest were startled just long enough.
Fallout is full of caves that reek of monsters, radiation, randomness, and yes, even death. But sometimes the most unsettling caves aren't filled with beasts, they're filled with people. People who've lived too long, seen too much. People who carry their scars like shadows. One of the stranger caves in the Mojave belongs to a man who calls himself Cannibal Johnson. The cave sits quietly in the hills southeast of the Strip, right between Vault 34 and Camp Golf. On the outside, it's nothing special, just another hole in the Mojave dust like most of the caves in this region. But the closer you get, the more something feels interesting. There's a hollowed out rock near the entrance, a trap left by a careful hand. And as you step inside, the first thing that greets you isn't that cold silence like in Appalachia. It's Cannibal Johnson himself, standing calmly before a fire. A man who doesn't look like a monster at first glance, but one whose past is darker than the cave around him. His living space is small. A bed, an enclave footlocker, pictures, and a few scattered items. A bear trap waits right at the entryway, suggesting this isn't just a random hermit's cave. It's a survivor's den. Past his camp, the cave slopes downward into something stranger. A room filled with the corpses of coyotes, some night stalkers, and mole rats. Pools of what looks like blood stain the floor. If you drink from them, the game treats it as pure water and acts as though you're stealing. But the sight alone makes the name Cannibal Johnson stand out more in your mind. The cave also hides curiosities. An issue of Grognak the Barbarian on his bed and a slab of mole rat wonder meat on a cutting board. What's cool though is that this is the only place in the Mojave where this bizarre dish can be found. It's as if the game is telling you that Cannibal Johnson is a man with secrets that don't belong anywhere else. But the real horror here isn't the blood or the corpses, it's Johnson's story. See, Johnson isn't just a recluse. He's a former soldier of the Enclave, one of the most notorious organizations in Fallout history. Back at Navarro, he served as a marksman in Captain Kreger's squad. His squad mates included Orion, Daisy, Dr. Henry, and even Arcade Gannon's father. Johnson was known for clashing with Orion. Where Orion worshipped the Enclave's vision of purity and control, Johnson despised it. He claimed he tried to serve without serving, resisting from within the best he could. When the Enclave collapsed, Johnson fled with the rest of the squad, including a young Arcade Gannon. But instead of glory, their retreat left them hunted. The NCR wiped Navarro off the map, and those who survived scattered across the wastes. Johnson eventually settled with a tribal woman, but their life together ended quietly when she passed away, leaving him completely alone.
Had a wife for a while. Tribal girl, really pretty eyes. But she's been gone a long time now.
And now, tragically, Johnson waits out his days in the cave. He claims he's waiting for death to catch up with him, for the sins of his Enclave past to finally be paid. But the man still has bite in him, literally. His nickname Cannibal doesn't come from some long career of ritual feasts. Instead, it comes from one brutal, desperate moment. Surrounded by raiders, out of options, Johnson grabbed one he'd already downed and bit into this man's heart. The shock was enough to scatter the rest, giving him the chance to finish the fight. He admits it with a dark sort of humor, but the legend has stuck with him ever since. And that's what makes Cannibal Johnson's cave creepy. Unlike the Wendigo Cave or the Glass Cavern, there's no monster lurking in the shadows. The horror here is entirely human. It's a story of a man who fought for the wrong side, ran from it, tried to build a life, and now sits alone among blood and bones telling stories to a courier who might be the last person he ever speaks to. The people who survive in caves can be just as brutal as cage fights we see in Nuka World, in ways that are infinitely harder to forget.
Deadwind Cavern sits in the Mojave Wasteland near Prim Pass, south of the Repcon test site. The entrance is at the end of a long valley with cliffs pressing in on both sides. Outside the cave, you can already see young Deathclaws wandering around. A warning that this place is insanely dangerous before you even step inside. And a lot of you watching this probably know why. Once you go in, you're immediately surrounded by more Deathclaws. The first chamber alone can have several of them waiting. The tunnel splits into two. One path leads into the long room that doesn't have much in it, and the other takes you deeper. The creatures are ready to kill anything that enters. Well, they're always ready to kill, but imagine threatening their nest. A legendary Deathclaw waits in the final chamber, larger and stronger than the rest. Nearby it is the body of a Brotherhood of Steel Paladin, still in the T-45D power armor. There are grenades lying around and a unique grenade machine gun called Mercy. Clearly this guy did battle with this legendary beast. Unfortunately, it looks like he didn't come out on top. The passages here force you through narrow tunnels, corners block your vision, and the open rooms are just big enough for a Deathclaw to get the jump on you. There's very little room to retreat, and once you're spotted, you're fighting for survival in close quarters. And these Deathclaws aren't just random monsters. They're guarding nests, protecting their young, and fighting to keep intruders out. You've crossed into something you shouldn't have. And then of course there's the legendary Deathclaw, which stands as the ultimate threat about how far the species has grown in the wasteland. This cave isn't just some place that you can stumble into and expect it to go your way. This is a Deathclaw nest, and you will die. Well, maybe the courier can expect it to go their way, but nobody else. Kenny's cave is probably a little different than these scarier caves, but I still wanted to bring it up because so many people don't even know it exists. It's buried inside the old Herzog mine in Point Lookout. And the first time you come across it, you'll usually have to work your way through the mine shafts. The deeper you go, the darker it gets, with wooden supports creaking overhead and the sound of dripping water following you through the tunnels. And it's not just the creepy sounds here. Of course, it's crawling with swamp lurks, making every corner feel like an ambush waiting to happen. The path eventually leads into Miner's Rest, and that's where you'll meet Kenny. He's a weird kid living inside the mine, holed up in a little cave he calls his own.
You made it past my traps? Get out of here, mister. Aren't you afraid the ghost will get you? No, I mean it, mister. The ghost will melt your brain to mush. You need to get out of here, and fast. So what if it was? I've bagged meaner than you, and I'll do it again. Well, alright. But any funny business, and I'll pop you one. My name's Kenny, and I'm the boss of this mine.
At first, he doesn't trust you. The only thing he asks your help for is getting his teddy bear from Black Damp Shaft. Poor kid seems to come from a family of swamp folk, but ended up normal, so they didn't like him and he ran away.
I wasn't born right. Mama hid me in the basement, and Pappy kinda just forgot about me. But I knew I had to go before I grew up. Look at me! I don't get the marks. I go around the wets and folk will shoot at me, thinking I was one of your type.
Once you gain his approval, he lets you into his cave properly. A ladder opens up to the surface, and there's a bed here that actually gives you the well-rested effect. And he even allows you to use the space like a home. But even though this feels like a cool little getaway, this is still a cave in the middle of a hostile swamp, guarded by monsters and claimed by a child who makes crazy traps and never grew up in a normal environment. Would you really want to sleep here with this kid looking over you? Also, there's some other weird shit going on here. There are skeletons crammed into a dumpster near the ramp leading up to his space. He's also set up a shooting range with weird targets, including a poster of a teddy bear. It's like he's built a little distorted world to cope with being alone. It's almost more disturbing than running into feral ghouls, because it feels human in a sad way. Even when Kenny lets you stay, the cave doesn't feel safe. Of course, you still have the swamp lurks in the Black Dam shaft. And Kenny. He comes from a family of swamp folk who are known to be cannibals and practice rituals using body parts and other nasty things. I mean, he did end up normal birth-wise, but that doesn't mean his psyche is fine. He's living in a cave with a bunch of skeletons and creatures trying to get him. Still, he's pretty smart and he creates some cool traps. Like I said, it's not really the scariest cave, even though Kenny tries to make you believe it's haunted. But I still thought it was one of the more interesting caves to add in.
If most caves in Fallout feel like scars on the earth, then the deep feels like something else entirely. Something alive. Something waiting. Hidden beneath the forest and Savage Divide, the deep sprawls out under the hills west of the White Spring Resort, its entrances tucked away like veins breaking the surface. One lies near the Blood Eagle camp known as the Pigsty. Another is just a hatch near the White Spring Lookout. From above, they're easy to miss, but once you descend, the world changes. The first steps into the deep are claustrophobic and exactly what one would expect when venturing into a cave with tight tunnels filled with cave crickets skittering in the dark. Soon, the path leads down into a pool of toxic water, still and suffocating. Here lies the body of James Addison, a diver who left behind a holotape titled President's Eyes Only. Addison's words crackle with madness. He speaks of earthquakes, secret discoveries, and the need to warn the president. However, his body tells a different story. He drowned or collapsed right here in the water, his face pressed into the muck. Whatever truth he found in the deep, it killed him before he could escape. Past the water, the cave opens up into a nightmare garden. Bioluminescent plants glow with sickly colors such as the fever blossoms and starlight creeper. The chamber pulses with faint light like the cave itself is breathing. And at its heart lies the visitor. The visitor isn't a creature you fight. The creature doesn't move, doesn't even speak, and doesn't even acknowledge your presence. It is simply there, a pale red wood-like abomination curled on its side in a fetal position, scarred by wounds etched in shadows. Its shape is grotesque but strangely familiar. Its head split into rigid tendrils, its back lined with strange ridges that resemble residual arms. It looks like it could almost be human. Almost. No one in Appalachia speaks of the visitor, and there's no holotape or quest marker that mentions it. Its existence is essentially unacknowledged, as though it isn't meant to be found by anyone other than the most adventurous of players. That silence makes it worse when you find it. Like you kind of expect something to happen, but nothing ever does. Its body resembles the interloper found in Lucky Hole Mine, another wooden humanoid figure shrouded in mystery. But unlike the interloper, there are no signs of outright cult activity. You won't find an active ritual, just a corpse alone in a chamber of glowing plants with an oil lantern placed carefully at its side. And that is sus. It's as if someone left it there to watch over the body. Nearby, a flayed human corpse rests, emitting the same smoky particles as the visitor. Elsewhere in Fallout, these corpses only appear at confirmed cultist sites, so although there could be cult activity here, well, that's up to you to decide. Here, in the deep, its presence feels like a whisper, a connection between the visitor and something larger. Something we're not meant to see in full quite just yet, but that the devs want us to at least discover. Those same black moats also rise from Mothman, linking the deep to the strange pantheon of Appalachian horrors. And beyond the visitor's tomb, the tunnels stretch even further. The deep eventually reveals the Motherlode Acquisition Facility, a massive underground complex surrounded by molten ultracite. Communist infiltrators, possibly PLA operatives, run the site as the hub of their mining operations, unaware or uncaring of the atrocity hidden nearby. Their soldiers patrol the metal corridors, their commander carrying a key that grants deeper access. A bobblehead awaits on the top floor, perched casually in a world that feels anything but casual. But for all its enemies and loot, the true horror of the deep isn't the communists or even the toxic waters. It's that chamber with the visitor. A body that looks human but isn't. A creature no one mentions, left to rot in a cavern that glows with alien life. Did it crawl here to die? Was it placed here? Is it the remnant of an experiment, a failed mutation, or something far older than Appalachia itself? Fallout never answers this question, which is what makes this cave so damn interesting. The deep isn't just a cave though, it's a question left deliberately unanswered, a wound in the world that stares back at you. You can fight ghouls and Scorched, but you can't fight the feeling that maybe, just maybe, some horrors in Fallout are meant to remain unknowable.
Scorpion Burrow is out in the dry lake bed south of Nipton Road pit stop. Outside the hole, you might see night stalkers, well, stalking, sometimes fighting giant rad scorpions. You know, from that whole battle, this is probably a place that we shouldn't even consider going into. I mean, realistically, would anyone walk into a giant scorpion's den? That's actually insane. When you do decide to go inside, because you are insane, you go down a long corridor. At the start, you'll find a dead wastelander near the entrance. Then you move through into rooms where you see corpses of Jackal gang members and a prospector with other wastelander bodies all around. So either these people came in here willingly for whatever reason, or they were dragged in here by the scorpions. Deeper in the burrow, you come across a large cavern with 5 rad scorpions waiting inside. The last room though holds something a little more interesting, a rad scorpion queen. She's far larger and more aggressive than the others, guarding the area fiercely. It feels like she isn't just protecting her nest, but making sure that nothing can challenge her control. Even after the cavern is cleared, the danger doesn't end. In time, rad scorpions return, sometimes in greater numbers than before. The burrow won't stay empty for long. No matter how many times it gets cleared out, the threat will always creep back in. But I would hope that you wouldn't keep coming back to this place. The corridors here force you into narrow areas. Rooms are big enough to hide threats, but also tight enough that escape or retreat is hard if you're caught off guard. The Queen's Chamber especially feels like a trap. This is a cave that no sane person would even contemplate entering. Well, I say cave, but it's a burrow, but let's not get caught up in the semantics. All I know is that it's like walking into a literal hell. I hate scorpions and spiders. They freak me out. Camp Guardian Cave can be found along the path up to the Guardian Peak in the Mojave. There are 2 entrances, one higher with another one lower on the path. The path to it is steep, and with the desert heat and sparse shade, it would probably be a pretty brutal climb to get to this place. Once you're inside, the cave is simple and narrow. It follows a linear tunnel with little branching. The ceiling does drop in some spots, making it so you can duck under rock overhangs and climb over rubble. It's pretty confined, which makes it a nightmare for someone with claustrophobia. But in here, something special waits for us. Giant rats live here. They're not the worst you can face in New Vegas, but in a place this small, they're pretty dangerous. If you're low on supplies or not expecting an attack, they can hit you before you have time to react. The tight tunnel means the rats have a home field advantage. I know some people feel the same way about rats that I do about arachnids. So for some people with that phobia, this would be a nightmare of a location to walk into.
The island in Far Harbor is full of fog, beasts, and cultists who bend reality around them. But placed beneath a trapper outpost on a lonely stretch of forest is one of the most gruesome caves near Far Harbor. And this is the Pinecrest Cavern. At first, the entrance doesn't feel much different from other trapper strongholds. A fortified outpost above the cavern, guarded by men half mad from the fog, armed with scavenged rifles and a machine gun turret. Workbenches scattered around as if this is just another place to cook, craft, and endure the island's cruelty, as if nothing suspicious is even happening. But the true horror lies below, in the cave beneath. The first tunnel into Pinecrest Cavern doesn't waste time with subtlety. You're funneled toward a barricade, a choke point designed to turn any intrusion into a death trap. From there, the cavern splits. One path to the right, a killing gallery where trappers rain fire from above, tripwires strung across the walkways, and crude fortifications choking every step. To the left, a locked door that lets clever infiltrators sneak to higher ground and flank the defenders. Both routes, however, tell you the same thing. This is a fortress carved from stone and bone, and not some dinky hideout. Because Pinecrest Cavern isn't only defended with guns, it's defended with intimidation and doom. The right-hand path is one of the most grotesque displays in the Fallout series. Lining the route are mutilated corpses transformed into some kind of fucked up trophies. You'll find heads impaled and still tethered to dangling skeletons. A body hung by 4 chains, its head and spine swinging loosely beneath. Another corpse sits frozen in unnatural bloom with a blight mushroom sprouting from its torso like some obscene parasite. And looming over all of it is something even stranger. In the cavern's central pillar lies a giant humanoid skeleton, its bones fused with the rock itself. One hand clutches a skull and dangling spine, the other holds a skull-like faceplate, as if frozen mid-offering. Whether it's a relic of the island's fog-borne mutations or something far older, no one knows. But it feels less like simple scenery and more like an actual monument, an ancient effigy witnessing all the carnage around it. Further in, the cavern deepens into a tunnel rigged with canned chimes, another turret, and a final tripwire, all designed to catch even the most cautious explorer off guard. And at the very back of the Pinecrest Cavern lies the passage to a pass. Crossing through, however, isn't simple. The tunnel collapses into a pool of water and twisted roots, a drop so steep that only power armor with a jetpack can reliably bring you back. In effect, Pinecrest Cavern is a one-way descent. Once you pass through, the island itself decides if you'll climb back out. The cavern also ties into even larger quests. In Lost Soul, it becomes the hiding place of a synth, one more fugitive lost in the fog, hunted by the trappers above. In Quarter Mastery, Brotherhood scribes send you here to recover valuable tech. But in both cases, the prize isn't what stays with you. It's the horror of the place itself. The mutilations, the defenses, the gunfire, and the laughter in a cave that feels more like a slaughterhouse than anything else. What makes Pinecrest Cavern so unsettling isn't just the gore or the danger. It's what it says about the trappers themselves. Unlike raiders in the Commonwealth, who often kill for power or supplies, trappers are something else entirely. Their sanity is rotted by the fog, and they revel in cruelty just for the sake of cruelty. Their decorations aren't warnings, they're rituals. Signs of a people who've embraced the island's madness, turning violence into art. And maybe that's the real horror of Pinecrest Cavern. You expect monsters in caves, ghouls, or even fog crawlers. But here, the monsters are human, which shouldn't be surprising in Fallout. Human enough to set traps and cook food. Human enough to laugh while they turn their victims into ornaments. The line between man and monster isn't drawn by mutation or radiation, but it's drawn by choice. In the end, Pinecrest Cavern is less a cave and more a mirror reflecting what happens when the island's fog doesn't just twist the body, but when it twists the soul.
Lake Mead Cave is underwater at first. You approach a ledge above water. There's also a sunken boat nearby. And beneath that boat on the lake floor, you'll see gore bags wedged under the side hull. They contain body parts and ammo. Why that exists is a mystery, I guess. Was this a Dexter type of guy who was dumping dead bodies into the lake? I don't know, but it's freaky all the same. Once you dive into the cave, it splits into 2 big parts. The first part gives you air above water in spots. You can drink the water there, heal, and catch your breath, but most of it is flooded. Near the entrance to the second part, there are crates of ammo and 2 first aid boxes. You figure maybe this was probably stocked for some prepper, or a group left supplies in a safe location to come back to. Well, safe, not really, but you know what I mean. The second part forces you to use a rebreather. There's no way to get fresh air there. You'll find a large central pillar with a skeleton lying against it, and some abandoned suitcases. What makes this place scary is fighting the water and pressure. Being underwater makes everything slower and more dangerous. Every sound is muffled. You see shapes waving where light refracts. In darker submerged tunnels, you can't see who or what is lurking in the water right in front of your face. And maybe you don't have the rebreather, and that breath-holding moment before you surface or drift into the air-filled pockets will get you every time. The skeleton, the suitcases, the gore bags under the boat, these aren't just random props. Someone probably fled here or tried hiding things. Maybe someone was attacked, betrayed. It all feels like leftovers of something terrible. In this cave, there is no oxygen. Water is pressing around you, and risk of drowning or being taken by something in the deep dark is high. Me personally, I'd stay far away from this cave if I ever came across it. Sea Cave is part of Point Lookout. And yes, Point Lookout has some of the creepiest caves on this list, which makes sense to me. You can enter from the wrecked sea tub or by a well outside of Ark and Dove Cathedral. The entrance looks abandoned. The wrecked sea tub is broken and rotting. When you get inside for the first time, you're going to notice lots and lots of caskets and skeletons in the first chamber. This is the place where the tribal leader Jackson uses the cave to communicate with a hologram of Professor Calvert. There's a lot going on here for the main quest of Point Lookout, so we won't get into all of that. You'll of course run into enemies. swamp lurks, mirelurk hunters, and even swamp lurk queens. There's danger hiding around corners and waiting in darker pools. There's also a weird tribal who walks around inside. If you see them, they'll follow you. Why? Who knows? But they might not last long. Usually creatures kill them before you can reach them. There's also a lot of pre-war money here, more than any other single spot in Fallout 3. Half of it sits in a half-sunken rowboat. The rest is around a chest on a mattress. There's also Confederate hats here too. The haul is pretty tempting since cash and gear means something in Point Lookout. There's one part of the cave where sometimes skeletons will fall from above into the water pool in the final room. It's a pretty random jump scare. I don't know why they fall, but they do, and you should be terrified. Also, after exiting, you might run into ghouls waiting down the path. So there really is no respite in this cave. This one's creepy to me because it's more about being alone in dripping dark passages, hearing the water echo and knowing there are creatures you can't fully see until they strike. Finding all that money makes you want to explore more, but each step deeper increases the risk.
Zion Canyon is beautiful. In fact, it's so beautiful that I decided to move my wife and I close to it in southern Utah. But its beauty hides teeth, at least more so in New Vegas. And nowhere is that more clear than the Yalgoi Cave, a den carved into the cliffs just northeast of the East Fork Bridge. At first pass, it's nothing more than a series of narrow tunnels, but every step echoes with the weight of predators. The cave itself branches quickly. Right leads to a dead end marked by two long forgotten skeletons, bone memories of what happens when the wilderness wins. The left path slopes downward, the air growing heavier as the sound of dripping water and distant growls fill the dark. Another fork splits the tunnels. One leads to a high vantage over the cavern below, a tempting ambush spot until you realize an invisible barrier thwarts most of your shots. Zion itself seems to conspire with the beasts. The other path pushes you through a waterlogged tunnel before finally opening into the heart of the cave, a massive chamber home to 3 Yalgoi. Their hulking forms pace in the gloom, the embodiment of raw, unstoppable nature. Kill them and they return. Try to seal them with C4 in river monsters and the cave itself collapses, entombing the monsters in rock and memory. The Yalgoi Cave isn't twisted by cultists or warped by ultrasight. Its horror, or at least intimidation, is much, much simpler. It shows you that the land itself is your enemy, and some caves belong to the wilderness, not to you. Not every cave in Zion is marked by monsters. Some are marked by men. And one man in particular casts a long, long shadow over this canyon. Enter Randall Clark, the survivalist. And among the caves he called home, few tell his story as hauntingly as Stone Bones Cave. Right within the Narrows, just north of the Sorrows camp, Stone Bones Cave looks like any other jagged opening in the rock. Its entrance sits high on a ridge, easy to miss if you don't know where to look. But step inside and you're immediately greeted by evidence of paranoia and survival. A tripwire across the first path triggers a bouquet of grenades, placed to fall behind intruders rather than ahead of them. Clearly Randall Clark's idea of insurance. This wasn't merely a shelter though, it was a fortress, and for good reason. Between November of 2095 and February 2096, Clark left his previous home at Two Skies Cave and moved here, setting up a new camp while still watching over the Mexican refugees who fled into Zion. But the peace didn't last. One winter morning, Clark discovered that nearly all the refugees had been wiped out. Their killers were an armed expedition dressed in blue jumpsuits marked with the number 22. Clark at the time didn't know the significance of that number, but he knew enough. They were armed, organized, and merciless. For 4 days, he watched them. Men slaughtered, women armed themselves in desperation only to be cut down. The survivors, women and children, were caged like animals. So what did Clark do? He planned a nighttime rescue. But on the 4th day, he learned the truth. The expeditioners had killed and eaten them. Then something inside Clark broke, and something else hardened. Over the next several months, he waged a one-man war. Ambushes in the forest, mines rigged to corpses, deadfall traps that crushed patrols. Within 10 days, he claimed 24 kills. By the end, he had reduced a group of over 100 armed men into scattered bodies littering Zion's canyons. The journals left behind tell of his fury, his precision, and his unrelenting grief for the innocents he couldn't save. Stonebones Cave bears the marks of that war. Traps line every corridor, bear traps snapping across the floor, plasma mines hidden behind pots, shotgun rigs aimed at doorways, when you get the picture. The right path of the cave descends into a cavern ankle deep in water, purification systems buzzing faintly as if Clark tried to carve out some scrap of stability. The left path leads deeper into his true workshop. A reloading bench, a workbench, crates of explosives, even a broken laser rifle left discarded by the wall. Everything is arranged with purpose. Everything prepared for war. In the back, on top of a platform, lies a simple bedroll and a terminal. There's no treasures here, just the tools of a tired man fighting against ghosts. The irony of Stonebone's cave is that it later becomes a temporary home for the courier. 3 crafting stations side by side, storage crates neatly organized. It basically foreshadows that you'll spend some time here. On the surface, it looks like the perfect safe house. But as Honest Hearts reminds you, any items left here vanish once you return to the Mojave. Like Randall Clark himself, anything placed here is destined to be lost. What makes Stonebone's cave cool isn't the enemies you fight inside, it's the absence of them. The cave feels alive with traps, yet hollow, as though Randall Clark just stepped out for another ambush and might return at any moment. The grenades and the bear traps and the mines, they're all memories. The residue of a man who turned survival into art, and who let his grief sharpen into vengeance. I wanted to add this cave to the list because of the character it has, and, in my opinion, its significance and tragedy. This cave tells of a man whose tragedy drove him into the dark, and whose story lingers in every tripwire and every shadow. This cave in particular hides the things a man can become when the world takes everything from him.
The Cave of the Abaddon is in the Divide. When you enter, you pass through the buried buildings, collapsed stairwell, and a couple of rooms that were once part of rooftops or old structures buried by ruin. You're walking into something where humans used to try to survive and then failed. Deep inside the cave, you meet the real threat of the Divide, and possibly the Wasteland if you believe in those theories. The Tunnelers. They're creatures born of mutation and radiation, blind or close to it, and adapted to living underground. Their tunnel network is irregular, jagged, with low ceilings, tight passages, and broken walls and debris. Because they don't rely on sight, they use sound and smell. That means that every drip, echo, footstep, every move you make can alert them. You never really feel fully hidden. The deeper in, you face the Tunneler Queen. She's bigger, with tougher hide, and she controls the brood and lays eggs and defends every tunnel that leads to her. While the Tunnelers dart around, she waits in her chamber, ready to ambush. It kind of feels like she's sitting down there waiting for you, challenging the great courier to a battle. The transitions through the buried buildings hide the true size of the cave. It must be absolutely massive. Then the tunnels twist, rooms get tighter or open up suddenly. You might see movement in your peripheral, hear growls or squelches, then realize you're surrounded or that the queen is coming. The cave might be one of the worst in the whole series. You listen and move slow, and you try to avoid making noise. It isn't scary because you know something is in it. It's scary because the whole place feels alive, like a living, breathing thing. Every chamber is like a trap built around one monstrous guardian, and these things are spreading out far beyond the Cave of Abaddon. They're coming for everyone.
Some caves in Zion echo with the sounds of beasts, others with the weight of history. But the Glass Chime Cave resonates with something more immediate: war drums. Blessed near the Sorrows camp, this cave becomes a staging ground for the Whitelegs, the tribe bent on exterminating their rivals and paving the way for Caesar's legion. Step inside and you won't find glowing flora or ancient effigies. What you'll find instead are pure warriors. Whitelegs crouched in ambush, their weapons at the ready, their eyes set on the Sorrows just across the canyon. Crossroad Cavern nearby holds even more of them, both caves serving as twin daggers pointed at the heart of Zion's people. The cave itself isn't very complex. A short tunnel, a few rough chambers, but what it represents is far, far greater. It's not nature or mutation that makes Glass Chime Cave intimidating. It's these people. Tribes turned into instruments of conquest. The Whitelegs are fierce, fanatical, and every bit as deadly as the Yaogoi or Deathclaws you faced elsewhere. And that's why Glass Chime Cave matters. It's a greater part of Zion, and its role here isn't just about beasts in the dark. It's about people waiting with weapons drawn.
The cloud is what blankets the sky here. You may smell it in the air, conflict and self-love. Burns the lungs and seeps into the skin of the city of the dead, buried beneath a blood-red claw.
You're walking a ruined street when daylight flips green and your Geiger counter starts ticking. Do you run, hide, or push through? In Fallout, weather can hurt you. It can rip the skin off your body, melt you into a puddle, or even turn the dead into living. Storms plague the wasteland, and many of them aren't natural occurrences. You know what's terrifying about rad storms? It's not just the thunder or the green glow, it's what they mean. These storms weren't around before the bombs. They started after the Great War, when the air and the ground were still soaked with radioactive fallout. Early reports said some of the first rad storms were so violent they could lift people off the ground. Whole groups vanished because they were caught outside when the radiation kicked up. No one was ready for something like that. Imagine surviving the bombs, thinking you made it, then watching the sky turn a glowing green in the distance. You can't outrun it, and then you're hit by radiation strong enough to burn you from the inside out. It would have been awful. This is one of the most insane effects of the nuclear detonations that scorched the former United States. A rad storm brings green clouds, roaring winds, and lightning that glows green. When one rolls in, you'll hear a deep clap of thunder that's louder than anything normal weather ever made. And that's the warning that it's coming. The wind then picks up, the light changes to green, and the storm hits. During it, every flash of lightning spreads bursts of radiation, spiking the air with dangerous levels for anyone caught outside. It's about 5 rads per strike, and it was probably even higher right after the bombs fell. The only safety is getting inside or behind something sealed from the outside air. People learned to wait it out in closed rooms, or under working decontamination arches if they could find one. Even then, it was a gamble. Step outside too early and the radiation might still hang in the air. In the Commonwealth, rad storms happen more than anywhere else. The glowing sea is the reason why. The detonation site that turned into a radioactive crater still bleeds radiation into the atmosphere. Weather systems passing over it drag that material towards the ruins of Boston, spreading it across the region again and again. The further you are from the glowing sea, the less frequent the storms, but they still reach most of the Commonwealth. In a way, Boston never stopped getting hit by the bomb. The fallout just keeps returning, a constant cycle of storms that people have learned to live with. In Appalachia, the storms look different but follow the same pattern. You can see them forming from far away, green clouds rising from the blast zones. Once they reach your area, the radiation soaks into everything. Power armor or a hazmat suit can block most of it, and Rad-X can help for a short time, but that only delays it. If you don't get inside before the lightning starts, it's already too late. Fully sealed spaces are the only safe spots while the storm passes. The first months after the war were chaos, and these storms clearly made it worse. They carried radioactive dust across towns, cities, and mountains. Some survivors may have become ghouls because of them, while others likely died before radiation sickness could even set in. Scientists later called them atmospheric radiation events. But to the people who lived through them, they were just death from the sky. Years later, the storms calmed down a bit, but they never went away. Randall Clark, the survivalist from Zion Canyon, wrote about one that lasted 2 days. When it ended, the ground was covered in glowing green snow. Radiation levels dropped after it passed, but imagine stepping outside and seeing that. A whole canyon glowing in the dark. If that were me, I'd have figured the earth was cooked. More so than it is now. No life, nothing left. At least, that's what I would have thought. Even centuries later, the world didn't heal. The bombs didn't just destroy cities, they changed the air, the storms, and maybe even the planet itself. It's a sign that the Earth is still sick. Or maybe radiation is just part of nature now. Hopefully, it doesn't get worse in the future. The cloud isn't a storm or an accident. It's man-made, trapped inside a dead city and still killing anything that breathes. It hangs over the Sierra Madre, turning the air into a red haze that burns lungs and eats away at the skin. It's not natural weather or leftover from the bombs. It was created inside the labs of Big MT, a weapon that got out of control. Frederick Sinclair, the man behind the Sierra Madre, wanted to build the ultimate pre-war resort. He wanted luxury, holograms, and new technology that would make his casino stand out. But he was already close to broke and desperate to finish construction. When he went to Big MT, they promised him everything he needed: hologram security, matter recombinators, and advanced materials. What he didn't know was that he was also agreeing to let them test something deadly on his property. The scientists at Big MT were developing experimental airborne toxins at their Z43 innovative toxins plant, and the Sierra Madre became their testing site. The first time the cloud appeared, it started when the villa's ventilation system broke down. It wasn't built well. Pipes clogged, pressure built up, and the gas burst out across the resort. Workers began choking and coughing up blood. The villa's clinic filled up fast, but no one recovered. The cloud didn't clear up. It stuck to walls, poured through the vents, and wouldn't go away. Sinclair begged Big MT for help. and they set in black hazmat suits called dark light suits. They were meant to protect maintenance crews while they searched for leaks, but when the workers entered the vents, the toxins ate through the locks on their suits and corroded the metal. Some suffocated inside the suits. Others had to cut themselves out with steak knives in the clinic. The system was eventually patched back to working order, but the damage was already permanent. Then the Great War hit. The Sierra Madre was forgotten while the rest of the world burned. Its systems kept running for a few years after the bombs, and then they failed. Without working fans to contain it, the cloud spread across the entire resort. Over time, it blanketed the streets and rooftops, blocking the sunlight. The air became poison, and the workers who stayed behind, the same ones who tried to fix the problem, mutated inside their suits. The filters changed their bodies, keeping them alive in a state that's not human anymore. Those became the ghost people. The cloud is a self-replicating toxin that never stops producing itself. It fills the atmosphere like dust and smells of copper and sulfur. It burns your lungs the second you breathe it in, and it seeps through your skin, even if you try to cover it up. Light exposure causes coughing, dizziness, and trouble focusing your eyes. Stay in it too long and your body starts breaking down. Concentrated pockets are worse. They eat through flesh while you're still alive. No gear can hold out forever. Hazmat suits and rebreathers fail once the toxin breaks their seals. Sleeping outside in the Madre is a death sentence. It kills the living, but it keeps the dead intact. Corpses don't decay. They stay frozen in time, as if the toxin decided when they should stop aging. The same gas that destroys flesh also preserves it. It even reacts differently to materials. Some metals rust, others stay perfect, and no one knows why. The ghost people are what happens when the toxin fuses with the dark light suits. The cloud moves through them, trapped inside their lungs and veins, repairing any damage they take. They don't breathe and they don't die like normal humans. Cutting off a limb or burning the body is the only way to stop them. Anything less and the gas just rebuilds them. Even with all that, the cloud can still be pushed back for a while. Fans across parts of the Madre can clear narrow paths before it rolls in again. Some scavengers even found ways to boil it into a liquid, and when mixed with old junk food, it turns into a disgusting chemical drink that gives you a short burst of energy. No one knows why it works, but it does. The poison refuses to die, even when you drink it. When Father Elijah found it, he didn't see a disaster. He saw potential. He learned about the Madre from Ulysses and went there to study it himself. He wanted to weaponize the cloud, to drown the Mojave in red fog, erase the NCR, and suffocate Caesar's legion in the process. He believed it could cleanse the land and reset civilization. But the cloud doesn't cleanse anything, it just consumes. It's humanity's creation turned against itself, a failed experiment that turned a paradise into a graveyard. It's still out there in the ruins of the Sierra Madre, guarding what's left like it was designed to. A true hell built by human hands. Ash storms happen when the ground keeps burning after it should have gone cold. They sweep through Appalachia's southern mountains, thick and black, made of soot and smoke that never clears. There's no thunder, just wind carrying burning dust from the mines below, dumping it on everything it touches. When one starts to form, the air goes still first. The world turns gray and sunlight fades behind a wall of ash so dense it looks solid. You can't tell how close it is until it's already on top of you. The air itself is the weapon. It scrapes your throat, coats your teeth, and fills your lung with a powder that grinds when you breathe. The storms choke the land, kill sound, and turn the sky into a sheet of smoke that never ends. People who've been caught inside say it's like walking through a furnace that doesn't burn your skin, only your lungs. Even with a mask, the dust gets in. The toxins cling to you, making every breath thinner until you start to wheeze and cough from the poison. When the wind shifts, the ash drops in waves. It falls in clumps, heavy and damp from the smoke, sticking to everything it lands on. The ground disappears under layers of gray powder that stay warm for hours. Some say the storms glow faintly from below, lit by the fire still burning in the tunnels under Mount Blair. Those coal seams have been smoldering since before the war, and no one's ever been able to put them out. In real life, something similar happened in Centralia, Pennsylvania, a coal mine fire that started in 1962 and still burns today. The fire spread through abandoned tunnels, heating the ground above and releasing deadly gases. David Deckick, the author of Unseen Danger, A Tragedy of People, Government, and the Centralia Mine Fire, described it by saying, "This was a world where no human could live, hotter than the planet Mercury. Its atmosphere as poisonous as Saturn's. At the heart of the fire, temperatures easily exceeded 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Lethal clouds of carbon monoxide and other gases swirled through the rock chambers. If that's anything like what's happening under the ash heap, that's terrifying." The strangest part about these storms is how quiet they are. They eat sound, leaving only the steady hiss of ash hitting metal. You can't tell how far you've gone or if you're walking in circles. Travelers talk about hearing faint cracks beneath them, burning rock shifting deep underfoot, and the ash storms never really stop. They fade for a while and then return with that same steady rhythm. The mountain burns, the wind rises, and the ash falls again. It's proof the ground beneath you is still alive and angry. It's what's left of a fire that refused to die. Once, this was a stretch of land between Hopeville and Ashton. Quiet towns built on the idea of progress, sitting above silos meant to protect that dream. Families lived over weapons of mass destruction, trusting American engineering and believing the future could be controlled. Then the bombs fell, the silos went silent, and the storms began to rise. Now the divide is a wound that never healed. The air is thick with dust and radiation. The storms didn't move on. They stay, spinning endlessly through the canyons. When lightning strikes the valley, it burns red, lighting up the ruins for only a second before everything goes black again. The storm scrapes what it touches, grinding metal, stone, and flesh into dust. The detonations that formed it came from below. A chain reaction started by one delivery, a single package that reactivated the nuclear silos under Hopeville and Ashton. When they launched, the ground tore open. The explosions along the fault line created a canyon stretching from east to west, swallowing highways, bridges, and buildings. The pavement folded over itself. Roads twisted like wire, and parts of the overpasses collapsed into the cities below. Vehicles were crushed into the dirt, half buried beneath slabs of concrete and rusted steel. What's left of Hopeville now sits under that storm. Constant wind scours the ruins, carrying sand that's fused into glass in some places. Every gust moves the soil a little more, burying what's left piece by piece. The storms here strip the valley and start again, catching the ash and debris from the detonations and turning them into an endless cyclone. The air can shred skin in seconds. Visibility drops to nothing. It's a storm made from fragments of buildings, shattered windows, and whatever else it can tear loose, and then it grinds everything in its path. Some of those caught in the blast never died. The first were burned alive. The ones who lived through it became the marked men, burned, hollow, and barely human, kept alive by the same radiation that should have killed them. They wander the divide now, and the storm sustains them just as much as it torments them. Standing there, it's hard to tell where the desert ends and the sky begins. The storm covers it all, turning daylight into a rust-colored haze. Some storms are natural, and others are man-made. The one in Skyline Valley, the eye of the storm, is both. It started as a scientific project, an attempt to control weather and repair Appalachia's damaged climate. Inside Vault 63, scientists built machines that could pull in moisture, redirect air pressure, and create clouds out of nothing. It was meant to help the world recover, but when the vault systems failed and its technology mixed with lingering radiation from the mountains, the experiment didn't fix the weather, it made something worse. The storm that came from Vault 63 isn't like any other. It doesn't drift away, it pulses, growing and shrinking around the machine that built it. From the outside, the eye looks like a black spiral surrounded by lightning that flashes blue-white inside the clouds. When it activates, the sky flickers and the air starts to buzz. The deeper you go, the more static fills the air until every breath tastes metallic. It would be like standing inside a giant generator ready to blow. The storm bends energy, feeding on radiation. It's a tug of war between human technology and what's left of nature. Inside the core, the air pressure drops so fast that it twists in on itself. Anything caught in there never comes out. Some people in Vault 63 called it the Eye because it seemed aware, like it was watching. The man behind it, Hugo Stoltz, he wanted control. He thought he could use the storm to connect with the lost, people changed by Vault 63's experiments, and then command them. But when the system overloaded, the storm stopped obeying. It started growing on its own, drawing in power and static and anything nearby that carried energy, almost like a black hole. People swear they've seen shapes in the lightning, outlines of faces and figures trapped in the glow. No one knows if those are the lost or something the storm created. It doesn't behave like normal weather. Even when the machine's powered down, the eye lingers, circling the mountains around Vault 63. Another man-made disaster that was meant to save the world, but instead created another nightmare. We don't really have much solid info on quantum storms. They're basically a visual variant of rad storms. They were first seen as a custom weather preset in Fallout 76's Fallout Worlds. The difference is the color. The sky and lightning glow in a bright blue pink, Nuka-Cola quantum style. Outside of Worlds, you'll see them during seasonal events like Invaders from Beyond, where the sky switches to that same quantum palette for the whole encounter. There isn't any official lore behind it. It's mostly just a cosmetic effect. But it's still canon that it exists. Why it happens when the Zayden show up isn't explained. It doesn't happen in Fallout 3. Maybe it's tied to the energy readings from their ships, or maybe it's a reaction with old nuka facilities nearby. Whatever the cause, it's still a type of storm, so I wanted to bring it up. From far away, the fog on Mount Desert Island looks harmless, slow, white, and rolling in from the sea like normal mist. But inside it, you realize it's not fog at all. It's radiation made visible, thick enough to bury towns and toxic enough to burn your lungs. By 2287, it covers nearly the entire island, leaving only a few safe spots. The town of Far Harbor, which is protected by Acadia's fog condensers, and Acadia itself, high above the fog line. Everything else belongs to it. It doesn't roll in gently. It creeps forward until it blocks out the world. It hides the coast, the lighthouses, even the cliffs. Out at sea, it's worse. Ships lose visibility and crash into the rocks, and then they disappear. Without guidance, the fog becomes a trap that swallows anyone inside. Islanders say it blankets up people, wrapping around them until they lose direction completely, leaving only the low hum of radiation in the air. For those who breathe it in, the fog does more than sicken them. It gets into lungs, chills bones, and wears down the mind. Exposure drives people mad before it kills them. Isolation and starvation make it worse. Some wander too far and lose everything human. The locals call them trappers. They were once normal people that have now been turned violent, claiming the fog speaks to them. Maybe it does. Whatever they hear, it keeps them from leaving. Not everyone reacts the same way. The children of Adam walk through it without harm, calling it holy and believing it's their God's gift. Synths from Acadia are immune. Their synthetic bodies protect them. Fog ghouls exist too. Feral ghouls changed by exposure. Their skin pale and burned. They roam endlessly inside it, their bodies somehow still held together by what's left of the radiation. The wildlife has changed more than anything else. Wolves have grown larger and smarter, hunting by sound. Fog crawlers are massive insect-like predators that rule the deep fog, where the radiation peaks and visibility vanishes. These creatures stick to those zones, moving with the fog as it spreads. In the thickest parts where even light struggles to cut through, you'll hear them long before you see them. The fog has layers. Some are just light mist with a metallic taste. Others are dense and glowing at night, strong enough to rot flesh. Even weak pockets can poison you if you stay too long. They drift across the land in waves, carried by the wind like living radiation. People fight it, but only delay it. Fog condensers pull particles from the air and condense them into liquid, which can then be collected to make stims or liquor. But even bottled, it's still dangerous. The fog is constant, patient, and unstoppable. It spreads inch by inch, covering what's left of the island. It's changing the land, mutating life, and stays with everyone who breathes it in. It isn't here to destroy, it's here to stay.
We make the happy stuff. What do you need? Jet, Psycho, a little Med-X to ease the pain? Bring it! Nah, man, more like drug suppliers. Yeah.
Chems were never just medicine. They were experiments that turned into habits, and habits that turned into control. Before the war, companies like MedTech Laboratories and Daddy-O Pharmaceuticals made them for profit and progress. They said they were building a better world, but what they really built were people who couldn't stop using their products. Painkillers that made soldiers feel nothing. Stimulants that made students forget to eat or sleep. Combat enhancers that stripped fear from the brain. Every one of them came with a promise and a cost that no one wanted to talk about. MedTech made painkillers like Med-X, but they didn't warn how fast the body could fall apart when the drug wore off. They made Mentats to make people think better, but they caused dependency and memory loss. Buff Out was made for athletes, and Psycho was built for soldiers. Both of them made the heart beat faster than it should. These companies used human testing, military funding, and cheap marketing to spread their products. Hospitals kept them stocked, schools handed them out, and the army injected them straight into the troops wearing power armor. When the bombs fell, those drugs were in every city and every home medicine cabinet. Raiders and chem cooks took what was left and made it worse. The Great Khans and the Mojave turned broken lab tech and old formulas into street drugs like Jet, Rebound, and Turbo. The Wasteland learned that chems could give power for a few minutes, stronger hits, faster reflexes, sharper focus, but the crash could tear your body apart. Addiction isn't just a risk, it's built into every formula. The headaches, shaking hands, and muscle spasms that follow are what keep people buying and killing for the next hit. You can see what these drugs do to people. Jet addicts twitch and mumble to themselves, lost in the rush that never lasts. Psycho users tear through fights until their hearts stop. Buff out abusers look like walking muscle spasms, skin stretched tight and breathing heavy. Even Mentats, the smart chem. It leaves users staring blankly when the clarity fades. The drugs trick the brain into thinking you're fine while your body burns itself out. The more people take, the less they care about what it's doing to them. And no one controls it now. The NCR calls chem dealing a crime, but their own soldiers use medics in the field. Caesar's Legion bans everything from jet to stim packs, calling them signs of weakness. Then turns around and keeps painkillers for Caesar himself. Doctors in Diamond City sell them to survivors, raiders cook them in back rooms, even vault dwellers rely on them when fights get bad. Every faction uses chems for the same reason, because they work. Chems make you think you're winning. They make pain vanish, fear disappear, and judgment shut off. They make killing easier and rest unnecessary. Then when they wear off, the body remembers everything at once. The shakes, the pain, the confusion, and the need to take more to just feel normal again. 200 years later, chems are still running the wasteland. Medtech is gone, and the world that made them is gone, but their drugs survived. Raiders and soldiers are still using the same formulas that killed people long before the bombs. Chems don't care about sides or morals. They're perfectly designed to keep people attached, and breaking those same people down until nothing's left.
Before Psycho turned soldiers into berserkers, and before Jet became the Wasteland's working class fix, there was Buffout, the pre-war world's super steroid of choice. Packaged in tidy bottles of 50 tablets, Buffout was marketed as a miracle performance enhancer that boosted strength, reflexes, and endurance to superhuman levels. It wasn't just some shady back alley chem though, this shit was everywhere. Originally designed for athletes, Buffout quickly became a staple for anyone chasing physical excellence. Pre-war competitors secretly popped these pills to sprint longer, hit harder, and train less. What started as an underground doping trend quickly spread to amateurs and even some branches of the US military. Soldiers used it to endure harsh training regimens and boost combat performance, though, unlike Psycho, Buffout was never officially sanctioned by the brass. Still, its effects were too potent to ignore. Buffout's popularity carried through the Great War's firestorm and straight into the post-apocalyptic era. In a world where strength often means survival, these little tablets can turn an average wastelander into a powerhouse that's capable of smashing through robots, raiders, or the occasional super mutant. Because of its power and addiction risk, Buffout is often banned in regulated spaces. Vault City strictly forbids it. And even New Reno's casinos and bars won't let patrons indulge while gambling or brawling. After all, a Buffout bar fight would be more than your typical bar fight. Interestingly, Buffout isn't just about strength and increasing brute force like you'd expect when you first try it. In the right hands, it's also medicinal. Despite being addictive, it can treat rickets in children when administered carefully, which is a rare case of a wasteland chem with legitimate medical applications. Over time, various hybridized Buffout variants emerged, blending its steroidal power with other chems to create potent combinations. Bufftats, which is Buffout and Mentats, is a mental and physical cocktail granting +3 strength, +3 endurance, +65 HP, and +3 perception. This would have been great in college if you needed to hit the gym and cram for finals simultaneously. And we also have Psycho Buff, which is Buffout and Psycho. This was a military favorite since this variant ups damage by 25% while giving +3 strength and +3 endurance. The more you think about it, it makes sense why the military would use this. Then we have Buffjet, which if you couldn't tell by the name is Buffout with some jet, and this was introduced in Fallout 4. This mix keeps the strength bonuses but adds time dilation, slowing the world for 15 seconds. It's raw power infused with bullet time precision. Buffout is as iconic to Fallout as Stimpaks or Radaway. It represents that old world obsession with performance. The idea that with the right pill, you can skip the grind and become something greater. Truly, it was a modern day hack to winning. But like so many chems, its promise comes with a cost. Addiction, side effects, and the temptation to rely on shortcuts instead of strength earned the hard way. In Fallout 2, Eric in Broken Hills even claims that Buffout will make your mind suffer, a line that isn't mechanically implemented but narratively nails what Buffout represents. It's power without patience and its strength with a price tag. Whether you're a pre-war athlete chasing records or a post-war scavenger brawling through raider camps, Buffout has been fueling physical dominance for over 2 centuries, and clearly it's not slowing down anytime soon.
Med-X started out as something meant to help people, not hurt them. Before the war, it was sold under a clean scientific name by MedTech Laboratories. one of the biggest medical suppliers in America. But this name wasn't always canon. Med-X was supposed to be called morphine, a heavy opioid killer strong enough to numb almost any injury. Bethesda originally named it morphine in Fallout 3, but then it was renamed Med-X globally after the Australian ratings ban. What's funny is that some terminal data, behind the scene notes, and editor IDs in Fallout 3 still list it as morphine. Military issued Med-X in field kits. Hospitals kept it on hand for trauma cases, and MedTech made sure it was everywhere by the time the bombs fell. The chem worked by binding to the brain's opioid receptors, blocking the body's ability to feel pain. It doesn't heal anything, it just convinced your brain that everything was fine even when it wasn't. That made it priceless on the battlefield, but also terrifying. Soldiers could walk through gunfire without realizing how badly they were hurt. They'd keep moving until their bodies gave out. 5 doses could cause a fatal overdose, and 15 meant certain death. But in war, dying quietly was better than screaming in pain. MedTech's product made that possible, and the military used it like it was just another tool. We know that power armor used during the resource wars had automatic injectors that released Med-X when the operator's health dropped too low. Later, stealth suits also did the same thing, dispensing it whenever the wearer was badly injured. It made soldiers nearly unstoppable, but it also meant the armor itself could cause addiction. Every injection made the body need more, and withdrawal hit hard. Contracted pupils, shakes, spasms, those were the signs of someone who couldn't go without it, and MedTech never talked about that part. Before the bombs, Med-X wasn't limited to the army. MedTech's other products like Radaway and Mentats were sold to civilians, and it's even heavily implied Med-X was too. It was one of the most common medical chems in circulation. First aid kits, medical stations, and clinics all stocked it. Official records call it one of the more widespread pre-war chems. That means it wasn't just soldiers using it. Ordinary people likely had access to it for pain management, and addiction came right along with it. When the Great War ended, the company that made it had vanished, but its creation survived better than almost anything else. Med-X syringes stayed sealed in clinics, vaults, and hospitals across America. 200 years later, Wastelanders still use them. Raiders or settlers, it doesn't really matter who. Everyone knows Med-X dulls pain and keeps you moving, even when you shouldn't be. It's sold by doctors like Doc Crocker in the Commonwealth or even Doc Anderson. Or you'll just find it in first aid boxes, chem stashes, or on corpses of people who relied on it a little too much. In the post-war world, it's just part of survival. Wastelanders who use it regularly risk the same things the soldiers did centuries earlier. A 10 to 25% addiction rate, depending on the variant. There's tremors, mental fog, and a loss of focus when they don't have it. For a lot of people, that trade-off is worth it. Pain is everywhere, and Med-X makes it disappear, at least for a little while. For us, using it makes sense when you're pinned down by raiders or torn up by ghouls, or you're just trying to buy time in a fight you shouldn't have survived. It takes the edge off and dulls everything, and you keep standing when most people would drop. But it's easy to start relying on that, always taking it before a fight, during one, and then again after. Before long, your strength stops coming from skill or armor. It comes from the needle. In every wasteland, from the capital to the Mojave to Appalachia, Med-X shows us how far people will go to avoid pain. It's one of the few pre-war drugs that never lost its purpose. Med-X built something so powerful that when the world ended, their product didn't. MedTech Laboratories wasn't just in the business of medicine, it was in the business of ideas. Mentats were one of the biggest products, sold everywhere from hospitals to high schools. They were small red tablets that promised sharper thinking and faster recall. According to pre-war records, they became popular with students, scientists, and creative types who wanted to expand the mind. The Fallout Bible even notes that consumers use them for inspiration and problem solving, not just study or work. But I will say the Bible is considered canon-ish, so whenever I reference it, I'll let you know. The active ingredient was a nootropic compound that boosted the brain's processing speed and memory formation for a short time. The effects came quickly, and so did the crash. Once it wore off, users were left foggy, tired, and irritable. The mental boost was temporary, but the damage it caused over time wasn't. Regular use led to migraines, dependency, and in some cases, lasting cognitive decline. The Fallout Bible mentions that adolescents who took Mentats showed permanent changes in intelligence, in some cases a genuine increase, but it also warns that overuse could lead to neurological disorders. Mentats made people smarter for a while, but they also made them need the chem to think clearly at all. MedTech's marketing pushed Mentats hard before the war. Terminals from Shaw High School in Fallout 4 confirmed that the company deliberately seeded schools with free samples. Principal Ronald Tanner worked with a medtech rep named Rusty Burton to distribute them through the library's book return system. These were drugs being passed out to teenagers under the label of study aids. To make them more appealing, medtech began producing flavored versions: grape, berry, and orange mentats, with the flavor names still seen across multiple games. Their goal was simple: get young users hooked early. The Fallout Bible also describes medtech's business strategy. They intentionally designed mentats to be addictive so they could sell more of their own product, Fixer, a chem that's meant to cure addiction. And it was a profitable cycle. They created the problem and then sold the solution. Fallout 3 also features pre-war radio ads of children talking about using mentats for better grades, showing just how normal the chem had become. There were even promotions at the National Archives where participants could win free mentats by completing a quiz. After the bombs, we know medtech vanished. But all their pills didn't. Sealed tins and cardboard packs survived in clinics, labs, and homes all over the country. Wasteland chemists learn how to replicate the formula. In Fallout 2, the professor in Broken Hills brags that he rediscovered how to mass produce them. 2 centuries after the war, mentats remain one of the most common chems in existence, and their formulas even evolved. Party time mentats in the Mojave blend charisma and focus. Berry and grape versions in the Commonwealth and Appalachia enhance intelligence and social skill. The core idea never changed though. It's a pill that makes you feel smarter than you are. Post-war users chase that same clarity the old world once promised. The body adapts fast, and when it does, the brain demands more. Withdrawal causes confusion and headaches that make it impossible to think straight. Raiders and settlers alike use them before deals, battles, or hard decisions. For a few minutes, mentats can make anyone feel like a genius. But when the haze fades, the mind that's left behind isn't sharper, it's dependent. For us, mentats are the kind of chem you reach for when you need to be the smartest person in the room. One dose sharpens perception, clears the head, and makes every word feel calculated. It's useful when you're trying to outtalk a raider boss, negotiate a deal, or search a ruin for something everyone else missed. In short term, mentats can make you think faster. Long term, they make you wonder if you can think at all without them. Across every region, the Capital Wasteland, Mojave, Commonwealth, and Appalachia, mentats still carry that image of progress. They represent the pre-war belief that intelligence could be engineered, that human flaws could be fixed with chemistry. The Fallout Bible frames them as a product of arrogance more than evil. Medtech really believed they were improving humanity, but in reality, they built a dependency that outlasted civilization.
One of Fallout's finest addictive chems is natural in origin. It's so natural that it grows right out of the desert soil. Coyote tobacco chew is one of those pure homegrown stimulants harvested from wild and domestic coyote tobacco plants scattered across the Mojave. Chewed raw, this reinvigorating plant delivers a mild but noticeable kick, +1 to perception and agility, and in hardcore mode, it reduces sleep by 30 points. It's perfect for long-term treks under the burning sun or late-night recon missions when sleep is an absolute luxury. But like many wasteland vices, it has a cost. Prolonged use can lead to addiction, sapping perception and charisma by 1 when withdrawal kicks in. All in all, it's relatively subtle compared to chems like Jet or Psycho, but enough to dull your edge if you rely on it too often. If I had to take a shot in the dark based on these drawbacks, I'd assume it's basically today's weed, and it kinda even looks like it. Coyote tobacco chew isn't just a chem though, since it can also be a crafting ingredient. With the Honest Hearts DLC installed, it can be brewed into black coffee, combining old world morning luxuries with frontier survivalism. Unlike the chew itself, coffee made with it isn't addictive. It's a clever workaround for couriers who want the perk without the habit. The plant is scattered across the region in abundance too. Westside alone boasts over 24 plants, while places like Good Springs, Wolfhorn Ranch, Boulder City, and Ranger Station Echo have their own hidden patches if you know where to look. And of course, in true Fallout fashion, Coyote Tobacco gets its own moment of badassery. In one of Boone's possible endings, he spits a wad of tobacco into Legate Lanius's eyes, in front of the entire Legion army.
Driven mad by Caesar's victory at Hoover Dam and unable to escape his memories, Boone staged a suicide mission against the Legate. Fighting as he wished he would have fought on the day of his wife's death, he brought down scores of legionaries before being caught. Before his crucifixion, he was brought before the Legate, who expressed his admiration for Boone's reckless abandon. Boone spat tobacco in his eye, for all of Caesar's armies to see.
In my opinion, it's one of the most defiant and perfect endings for New Vegas. And for a fun fact, if you didn't already know, the game director Joshua Sawyer named it after an entry in growing food in the high desert country, where this Latin name here, which means coyote tobacco, is a real desert plant. In the Mojave though, it's more than a botanical wonder, it's a simple addictive tool for staying sharp in a world that never sleeps. Some chems in the Fallout universe are designed to fuel aggression, turning soldiers into raging beasts or athletes into steroid-pumped monsters. Calmex, though, based on the name alone, is different. It's quiet, subtle, a pre-war soft tranquilizer that doesn't numb pain or give you superhuman brawn, but instead strips away distractions, sharpening the senses that matter most when survival hangs by a thread. Marketed before the Great War as a prescription-grade relaxant, Calmex offered just enough sedation to dull anxiety without knocking the user unconscious. Ironically, while it calms the body, it also heightens awareness. Users experience boost to perception and agility, while sneak attack damage doubles. It's a perfect chem for thieves or for anyone who prefers to strike from the shadows rather than storm the gates. Of course, in Fallout 4 survival mode, Calmex shows its drawbacks. Using it increases thirst by 50 points and raises disease risk by 7%. So even these light tranquilizers come with hidden costs. Addiction is always lurking too. Then there's the elusive Calmex Silk, introduced in Fallout 4 Nuka World. It looks just like the regular version, but with one powerful change. It boosts luck by 3, on top of Calmex's baseline bonuses. And unlike most chems, it can't be crafted. To get it, you've got to deal with this guy, the Nuka Town Market's shady dealer. Hand him 10 pieces of bloodworm meat and he'll pay you back in silk. After that, he'll restock it every time you leave and re-enter the market. It's a solid wasteland exchange where you trade fresh meat for raw distilled advantage. Interestingly, Calmex Silk also slipped into Fallout 76's files. Early PC players managed to grab it through the developer test cell exploits at launch, where it carried the same effects as in Fallout 4. Surprise, surprise. Though it's unobtainable by normal means, its existence hints at Bethesda's plans to keep Calmex's legacy alive across titles. Calmex even found its way into Fallout the board game, where it takes on a slightly different role. Instead of stat bonuses, using Calmex during a test or fight guarantees an extra hit when perception or agility is involved. But as the digital games, there's a catch. You've got to pass an endurance check afterward or you become addicted. Addiction in the board game means you can't discard Calmex and you'll have to pay 1 bottle cap just to ready it again. Even in tabletop form, Calmex captures the essence of Fallout chems, short-term power at long-term cost. In the end, Calmex is a chem for specialists. It doesn't make you stronger or more resilient in the traditional sense, but it gives you an edge when stealth, precision, and luck decide the outcome of a fight.
As we know with medics, the US Army wanted soldiers who could fight longer, hit harder, and ignore pain entirely. To get that, they worked with a private research branch run by General Constantine Chase, who oversaw development of a new combat stimulant called Psycho. It started as an experimental amphetamine, something almost like but legally distinct from methamphetamine. It was made to make troops unstoppable. Logs from Operation Anchorage confirmed the chem was rushed into service during the Alaskan campaign, which was approved by Chase and Dr. Adrian Adami, even though clinical trials were still incomplete. The delivery system was unique, a red-tinted injector that mixed volatile chemicals seconds before entering the bloodstream. The result was a sudden surge in aggression, pain suppression, and adrenaline. Soldiers on Psycho could charge machine gun nests without flinching. They felt invincible, and for a few minutes, they almost were. But that same drug that dulled fear also dulled judgment. Commanders quickly learned that once dosed, these troops were nearly impossible to control. The Fallout 2 Official Strategies and Secrets Guide described them as tough but uncontrollable. Side effects were severe from the start. The stimulant could trigger fatal heart attacks in users with weak hearts, something still seen later in Fallout games where NPCs die instantly if exposed to Psycho. Prolonged use led to aggression, paranoia, and even eventually full-blown psychosis. The Anchorage holotape from Fallout 3 has Dr. Adami admitting she hopes her Hippocratic Oath still means something after authorizing the drug's use.
Positions log, Dr. Adrian Adami, United States Army, Anchorage, Alaska, forward base. Considering what's at stake, General Chase and I both feel the chem codenamed Psycho can be of significant use during this operation. I've read the early clinical trials, and there are certainly some possible side effects. Dementia, psychotic aggression, and of course addiction. But the adverse effects do seem limited. Okay, I do realize the chem was developed by Chase's R&D division, but if the thing works, It works. Can we really afford to be picky at this point? Some of these ground pounders have family in Anchorage. I'll give them any boost I damn well can. I just hope my Hippocratic oath is still speaking to me when this whole mess is over with.
Clearly, we have a moral cost behind its creation. By the time of the Great War, it's implied that Psycho's use had expanded beyond military testing and was no longer fully contained. The military used it for human wave assaults, and supply leaks likely carried doses beyond combat zones. According to the Fallout Bible, Psycho was created during a period of military desperation, near the end of the Anchorage campaign, a last-ditch effort to hold the line at any cost. After the bombs, the recipe survived, passed down through raiders and chem cooks who valued anything that gave an edge in a fight. In Fallout 4, Psycho is described as a mixture of military-grade compounds blended with hubflower extract, something the post-war wasteland learned to recreate. Raiders use it constantly because it takes away their hesitation and fear. Characters like Kate show what that kind of dependency looks like. Years of use leave her immune to normal detox treatments, until advanced Vault-Tec equipment is used to cure her. The drug burns both body and mind. She even describes the injections as physically painful from the acid content. Variants appeared as the wasteland improvised. Slasher combines Psycho with Med-X. Psycho Jet fused it with Jet to slow time and boost strength. And Psycho Buff added Buff Out for raw endurance. Every version kept the same core idea: turn the body into a weapon by shutting down restraint. Chronic users develop dementia, internal organ damage, and irreversible aggression. At advanced stages, even a Dickdoll or Fixer can't fully break the addiction. When we use it, Psycho isn't one of the chems you take lightly. It's the last resort, the one you pull out when you're cornered, outnumbered, and running on instinct. Injecting it floods your system, steadies your aim, and it draws out pain until what's left is raw aggression. The world narrows to a fight in front of you. It can save your life, and your battle shouts turn feral.
Fucking kill!
All restraint just disappears. Keep using it though, and it stops being a boon. You stop choosing to fight harder, you just need to. And that's exactly what the pre-war army built it for. The government was willing to erase empathy and reason just to build a better soldier. The Fallout Bible frames Psycho's creation as part of the military's declining ethics during the Anchorage campaign. Science and morality traded for short-term victory. 2 centuries later, the same red syringe is still passed around the wasteland, promising strength and leaving absolute chaos behind. But don't you just love it? Rebound is one of the Mojave's lesser-known chems, but it traces back to the same addiction cycle that made Jet so common after the war. It's a liquid cocktail stored in a metal hip flask with glass vials strapped to the side. Tubes feed the drug through a needle at the top, delivering a steady dose instead of one big hit. Where Jet gives an instant rush, Rebound spreads it out, keeping your reflexes sharp and your energy burning for a full minute. No one really knows who designed it, but the look of the device tells you it's a wasteland creation, not a pre-war medtech product. It does kind of feel cobbled together, the kind of thing chem dealers or mercenaries might have built to stretch their Jet supply. Notes in the Fallout New Vegas files show that Rebound uses Jet's addiction profile, which means it might be chemically similar. It's possibly a diluted or reformulated version mixed with adrenaline or other stimulants. Basically, it's Jet made to last longer. Rebound's main appeal is control. It doesn't hit as hard, but it keeps the user alert and moving. That makes it popular with gunmen, bounty hunters, and anyone who needs to stay fast on their feet. Its slow release avoids the immediate crash of Jet, but the risk of addiction doesn't go away. Using both at once, Jet for burst, Rebound for sustain, gives a powerful edge in combat, and that's why it shows up in stashes across the Mojave, and even in remote places like the Divide and Big MT. It's the kind of chem born from scavengers trying to improve on something that was already dangerous, and it worked. Rebound's continuous stimulant effect keeps the body running past exhaustion. Over time, that constant strain does the same thing all chems do. It burns the user out. For the courier, Rebound is a chem for endurance. It doesn't give that instant jolt Jet is known for, but instead it keeps your reflexes alive longer, your hands steadier, and your focus on the fight. It's useful when you need to stay moving through a long gunfight or chase, but it comes with the same risk Jet always has: dependency. The line between control and compulsion gets thinner each time you use it. Rebound might keep you running, but it also makes it harder to stop.
Some chems in Fallout promise strength, some promise speed, but Day Tripper promises escape. Before the Great War, this mild hallucinogen was marketed as happiness in a bottle. It was a way for everyday Americans to take the edge off a world that was quickly unraveling. Housed in bright green bottle decorated with flowers, Day Tripper boosts charisma and luck by 3 points, but lowers strength by 2, reflecting its tranquilizing floaty high. Day Tripper was a pre-war cultural phenomenon, cutting across class lines. It was taken by conspiracy theorists, students at CIT, married couples looking to unwind, and veterans returning from the Anchorage campaign who struggled with PTSD. The drug induced a mellow, euphoric state that made socializing easier and anxieties fade away, at least temporarily. Physical tasks became harder, sure, but when your mind's drifting through a pleasant hallucination, lifting heavy things isn't really the point. During the final decades before the Great War, with food riots, the Sino-American War, and the collapse of social order, Day Tripper's popularity skyrocketed. It became a shared escape valve for a society on the brink, equal parts party favor and coping mechanism. Unlike stronger chems, Day Tripper could be combined with other substances fairly safely, though doing so dramatically increased addiction risk. Overindulgence then and now can lead to full-blown hallucinations. After the Great War, it remained popular for the same reason. Sometimes people just needed to forget. Wastelanders continue to seek it out, not for combat enhancement, but for those rare moments of levity in an otherwise brutal existence where everyone is surrounded by rad roaches or worse. This drug is fortunately found scattered throughout the Commonwealth, stowed away in bathrooms, old bars, behind cash registers, in raider dens, and even in a broken toilet at Hallucigen Inc. Diamond City chemists and good neighbor dealers keep it in stock, and if you're lucky, you'll find a bottle resting next to a skeleton who probably went out with a smile. Mechanically, Day Tripper carries a 35% addiction chance, and withdrawal lowers both luck and charisma by 1 point until treated. But lore-wise, it's one of the few chems that reveals a softer side of pre-war America, a population chasing good vibes while the world burned around them. In Fallout, Day Tripper is a time capsule of a society that wanted to believe that a pill could make everything better. For some, maybe it did, at least for a little while. If there's one chem that truly defines the Fallout wasteland, it's Jet. Psycho might make soldiers scream louder, and Buff Out might make them punch harder. But Jet rewires reality itself. It's the chem that turned entire towns into attics, built empires for crime families, and spread from one coast to the other like a stimulant-fueled wildfire. Jet's origins are equal parts disgusting and genius. The most common form comes from the fumes of Brahmin shit. Wastelanders get high by inhaling aerosolized cow poop, and although it sounds like a joke, this mutated extract acts like a powerful methamphetamine when inhaled, triggering endorphin surges and giving users an intense rush of energy, alertness, and euphoria. For a few fleeting minutes, time stretches, reflexes sharpen, and reality bends in a way that makes the brutal wasteland almost tolerable. Almost. While there's evidence that some form of Jet existed before the bombs fell, its modern legacy begins in New Reno, early 23rd century, with one name: Myron, a teenage chem prodigy and pervert with a massive ego and a talent for manipulation.
See, we started experimenting with the Brahmin shit as fertilizer for the shrooms, except get this, then we noticed the slaves working the fertilizer vats were getting high from the fumes.
This kid became the Mordino crime family's golden boy. At the time, the Mordinos were selling peyote-based hallucinogens, but Big Mordino wanted something stronger, something he could use to control the mining town of Redding, and that's where Myron delivered. Basing his research on contaminated pre-war protein extracts that Brahmin had metabolized over centuries, he noticed that slaves tending Brahmin fertilizer were getting high just by inhaling the fumes. After hundreds of test subjects, many of whom died of heart attacks and hemorrhages, he finally cracked the formula. The result was a hyper-addictive inhalant, cheap to make, and nearly impossible to resist. Myron refined it, packaged it into neat little inhaler canisters, and gave Big Jesus Mordino exactly the weapon he needed. By 2241, Jet was flooding Redding. Miners once independent became chemically enslaved. Entire supply chains developed just to keep the town hooked. Myron's version was so potent that standard addiction cures like Fixer or Addictol didn't work. The only effective counter was a brutal endorphin-blocking treatment that made withdrawal feel like rad scorpion venom coursing through your veins. After the Chosen One's intervention and the spread of a Jet antidote, the Mordinos collapsed, but Jet didn't die with them. Its ease of manufacture made it inevitable. Any half-decent chemist with access to fertilizer could whip up their own batch in the dirtiest backroom lab imaginable. From the Great Khans in Red Rock Canyon to junkies in the Capital Wasteland, Jet became a cultural constant. Post-war Jet is typically sold in small disposable capsules meant for metered dosed inhalers. You pop a canister, huff deeply, let it settle in your lungs, and seconds later, you're flying. For For bulk buyers like Redding's operations in the 2240s, Jet comes unprocessed and must be carefully refined into user doses. Mess that up, and contamination risks make the drug even deadlier. Some wastelanders even mix Jet into saline solutions for intravenous injection, though inhalation remains the fastest and most iconic method. Jet's euphoric rush lasts only a few minutes, but subjectively it feels longer, an altered state where time itself bends. It's both psychological and physical. Users quickly redefine normal as the Jet high, and sobriety becomes the alien state. The addiction rate is through the roof, and the chem's availability made it one of the most widely abused substances in Fallout's history. Even after decades, attempts to curb Jet use rarely succeed. Antidotes exist, but production of the chem outpaces cures. Once the Mordino monopoly fell though, Jet exploded into countless variants across different regions. We had Rocket, which was found in the Mojave, made by mixing Jet with Nuka-Cola and detergent for a sharper, faster rush. We also had Turbo, which is yet another Mojave specialty, combining Jet with Cazador poison and Brock flower to slow down time for everyone but the user. We can't forget Jet Fuel, which dropped in the Commonwealth, which was basically a concoction blending Jet with flamer fuel for a particularly combustible high. And if you mix drugs, you'd have Buff Jet and Psycho Jet, which are the hybrid mixes with Buff Out or Psycho that turn users into chemically enhanced beasts with slowed perception. And lastly, we also have Ultra Jet, invented by Murphy in the Capital Wasteland for ghouls, whose altered physiology makes regular Jet ineffective. By adding sugar bombs and corrosive chemicals, he created a version twice as potent. Ultra Jet eventually made its way to the NCR Southwest and the Commonwealth, cementing Jet's coast-to-coast dominance. Jet was more than recreational though, it was weaponized. Byron's original formula was deliberately engineered to enslave populations, creating chemical dependents immune to standard cures. The Mordinos wielded it like a political tool. Later, the Omertas used Jet and morphine to control sex workers in New Vegas, while raider gangs like the Fiends built their entire identities around being constantly high. Its cultural spread is staggering. From the burrows in Appalachia, where early survivors were already inhaling Brahmin fumes, to the Mojave's chem fiends, Jet became a universal language of escape. Gangs, caravans, raiders, even vault dwellers found ways to get it. Old Lady Palmer of Vault 101 used to lead expeditions to collect Jet from the wasteland for trade and exploration. Behind the scenes, the idea for Jet came from Fallout designer Chris Avalon, inspired by watching his brother use an inhaler for asthma. He imagined a chem that could be delivered the same way, quickly efficient and dangerously habit-forming. Over time, Jet became so integral to Fallout's identity that even development oversights like the accidental mention of Jet on a pre-war terminal in Fallout 4 became part of fan debates about its timeline. This perv was eventually killed in the den, stabbed by a Jet addict less than a year after the Chosen One's victory over the Enclave, but his legacy outlived him for centuries. Jet transcended its origins, going from a Mordino racket to a pillar of wasteland vice. A chem so easy to make and so devastatingly addictive that no regime, no faction, and no cure has ever truly eradicated it, and nothing likely ever will. Jet is a symbol of the wasteland itself, improvised, addictive, widespread, and almost impossible to control. A single huff can turn fear into euphoria, lethargy into speed, despair into something that feels like hope. But like everything in Fallout, that hope comes at a cost.
Steady isn't a polished medtech formula or something made out of a clean lab. No pre-war records ever mention it, and every inhaler that turns up looks handmade. It's an empty Sunset sarsaparilla bottle turned into a simple vapor rig. You have tinfoil heating, taped glass tubes, and a mouthpiece made from scavenged parts. The result is a field chem that forces precision through chemistry instead of skill. Each one looks different, but they all do the same thing. Lock your body into perfect stillness. No one can say who first mixed it. Some think Great Con chem traders built it from leftover Jet formulas, while others blame independent guns for hire looking for an edge. The compound shuts down tremors, steadies the pulse, and slows down breathing. It doesn't make you stronger or faster. It makes you unnaturally calm. For a sniper or mercenary, that calm can mean everything. The second the inhaler kicks in, your weapon sway vanishes and every bullet lands where it should. Steady's control comes with a heavy price. Its addiction rate is the highest of any chem in the Mojave, 80%. Most users don't even make it past the first inhaler before they're dependent. The drug's actual description says it best: potent, untested, and highly addictive. The formula was never refined or stabilized. It's a random cocktail of stimulants and muscle suppressants that keeps the body balanced for exactly 1 minute. When that balance breaks, the user crashes hard. Heart rate spikes, coordination fails, and hands start to shake. The the very symptoms they were trying to stop. That cycle keeps people coming back. Some say the NCR looks the other way when their marksmen use it, because it turns average shooters into professionals. Others say that the Legion scouts loot and sell it despite their ban on chems. There's no proof of either story, but the bottles keep turning up in every corner of the Mojave, Vault 3, Camp McCarran, Gomorrah, even Hopeville. Wherever there's a gunfight, someone's carrying a dose. The Great Khans for sure trade in it. Jack in the Red Rock Canyon sells it freely. The chem doesn't belong to any one faction, it just moves between them all like currency. Jet or Psycho overwhelm the mind, but Steady numbs it. It creates a focus so intense it cuts out fear and instinct. The world goes silent, your breathing sinks to the trigger pull, and killing becomes mechanical. Then when it fades, the body overcorrects. Panic, shaking, the need for another breath from the bottle just to feel centered again. Users start believing they can't shoot straight without it. Its effect resembles the stabilization drugs the pre-war military tested on long-range marksmen, but no surviving record directly connects the two. At least not yet. It's possible some of the data resurfaced after the war and inspired Steady's design. For the Courier, Steady is a precision tool. One inhalation freezes weapon sway completely, letting every shot hit dead center. It's perfect for snipers or VATS users who rely on accuracy, but it's also one of the easiest chems to lose control of. With its 80% addiction rate, using it even once can create a dependency that's nearly impossible to shake. The more you take it, the more you believe you need it. At some point, it becomes the only way to keep your hands from trembling. Turbo, just like some of the others, isn't a polished pre-war chem. There's no record of it in any vault files, medical terminals, or medtech archives. Every canister looks handmade. A jet inhaler duct taped to a can of Hairstyles brand hairspray. The kind of thing you'd expect from a Great Khan workbench. It's a wasteland creation built by people who already thought jet wasn't fast enough. Instead of speeding the user up, Turbo slows the world down. For a few seconds, everything around you moves in slow motion. Enemies, bullets, explosions, all while you move at normal speed. We do know that the Great Khans might possibly be tied to its origin. In Fallout New Vegas, you can earn the recipe from Diane in the Red Rock Drug Lab during the quest Abba Dabba Honeymoon. That recipe uses 4 ingredients: jet, a Brock flower, a Cazador poison gland, and turpentine. It can be made at a campfire or electric hot plate with a science skill of 50. If the Khans didn't invent Turbo outright, they perfected it. The combination of Jet's stimulant base and the venom from Cazadors gives a brief, violent reaction in the brain, a neurological jolt that distorts time perception. The effect lasts about 3 seconds, but it feels longer. During that moment, the Courier can fire, reload, and move normally while everything else crawls. It doesn't just alter reaction time, it rewrites how the brain interprets it. The user isn't faster, their mind just stops accepting the pace of the world around them. Mixing Jet's amphetamine vapor with venom and solvent would shock the nervous system, raising heart rate and causing strain on blood vessels and vision. Addiction is listed at 20%. Not the highest, but it can be deceptive. It's addictive because reality feels wrong afterward. Once you've seen combat slowed to a crawl, normal speed feels too fast. The Khans treat it like proof that they're still chem innovators, bragging that it gives them an edge over raiders and NCR patrols. Jet itself was already a dangerous chem, as we all know by now. Adding poison to that mix turned it into something worse. Jet re-engineered for control rather than pleasure. For 3 seconds, you own time, and that illusion is enough to destroy people. The addiction is bad. Users don't stumble or slur, they just become detached. Everything around them feels off-tempo, like the world won't catch up. There's no confirmed medical description in the Mojave records, but dialogue and chem behavior let us know that withdrawal comes with lost agility, confusion, and mental fatigue. As for the Courier, Turbo is one of the closest things to stopping time. It gives a few seconds of total control, perfect for dodging grenades, escaping an ambush, or emptying a clip before anyone can blink. But the slow motion advantage always comes with the same risk: dependence. The more you use it, the harder normal speed feels. Turbo doesn't make you faster, it just makes everything else too slow to bear.
Before the bombs fell, not every chem was about strength or fury. Some were about enlightenment, or at least that's what people like to tell themselves. Daddy-O was the chem of choice for beatniks, intellectuals, and granolas, and counterculture types before the Great War. Injected through a small syringe filled with bright orange liquid, Daddy-O boosts intelligence and perception, sharpening the mind and senses, but at the cost of charisma, making users brilliant and insightful but distant and aloof, and if we're honest with ourselves, often insufferable to talk to. In Fallout 4, it's a rare find, stashed away in places like the South Boston Police Department's toilet bowl, sold by chem dealers in Diamond City and Goodneighbor, or placed in remote Far Harbor bunkers. In Nuka World, you can even score it through the Nuka-cade if you've saved up enough tickets. Culturally, Daddy-O feels like Fallout's take on the mid-century intellectual chem craze, a wasteland sketch of artists and philosophers chasing higher thought through chemical means. It's not about physical enhancement or adrenaline highs, it's about clarity, even if that clarity comes at the expense of human connection. Among all the chems scattered across the Mojave, Hydra stands out for one key reason. It doesn't just alter your mind, it heals your body. Packaged in a Soupy Yum fruit drink bottle with 3 glass vials taped around its middle, each feeding into the mouth of the bottle through thin rubber tubes, Hydra looks improvised, and in my opinion, it kind of reminds me of a makeshift bomb. It's a chem born of wasteland ingenuity though, straddling the line between medicine and narcotic. Hydra is used to restore crippled limbs, making it invaluable in New Vegas, especially on hardcore mode where stim packs or sleep can't fix those broken bones. Unlike a doctor's bag, Hydra is weightless and applies its healing effects gradually over 60 seconds. Perfect for drawn-out firefights where limbs keep breaking faster than you can patch them up with. Many NCR field hospitals use it on the front lines, and its scent is so potent you can smell it lingering in places like Camp Forlorn Hope. But this miracle fix, of course, comes at a cost. Hydra has a 10% addiction chance, and withdrawal slams you with -3 endurance, making every fight that much tougher. Excessive use causes dilated pupils, elevated heart rate, sweating, and all the classic hallmarks of chem abuse. It's a practical tool, but like most chems, it can quickly become a crutch. Hydra is scattered throughout the Mojave though, inside NCR facilities, powder ganger hideouts, Legion camps, and Great Con drug labs. You can find doses in places like the Nevada Highway Patrol Station, Silver Peak Mine, the Prospector's Den, or even tucked beneath benches and inside bathtubs. Like other drugs of choice, it's also craftable if you learn the recipe from Jack or Diane at Red Rock Canyon. With a solid survival skill and some cave fungus, you can cook your own supply, especially after the patch Bethesda dropped over a decade ago that reduced ingredient requirements. Honest Hearts' caverns and Lonesome Road's tunnelers make gathering fungi even easier. So if you didn't guess it already, Hydra's name is a nod to Greek mythology, the Hydra whose severed heads would regrow twofold. Fittingly, this chem regenerates crippled limbs, making the courier feel nearly unstoppable, until the addiction hits.
XL was one of the last great promises of pre-war science, a drug that could enhance every aspect of the human condition at once. Developed as a prototype performance enhancer before the Great War, it was meant to push soldiers and civilians beyond natural limits. But even in the age of wonder drugs and powered armor, this one went a little too far. Clinical trials failed, the research was shelved, and the surviving batches leaked onto the black market, where it became a myth talked about by chem dealers and former scientists. The official description in Fallout 4 calls it a general performance enhancer that never got out of the prototype stage, but was widely distributed on the black market. XL worked, but no one could control it. The chem boosts every special attribute by 2 points for 2 minutes. Strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck. It's the only known compound in the series that touches all 7 traits at once. But the side effects match the ambition. Addiction carries a 35% chance, and when it takes hold, each of those same attributes drops by 1. The result is the body collapsing under the weight of its own overstimulation. The drug comes in a small metal inhaler, similar to the designs used for Jet or Calmex. That design implies rapid bloodstream delivery, inhaled vapors that trigger an instant full body reaction. The exact chemistry is unknown, but the inhaler's design might mean it's a synthetic adrenal or neurostimulant, meant to push every metabolic system into overdrive. Like a lot of pre-war projects, it likely crossed the line between medicine and military experiment. XL was power in a canister, and no one cared what it did to the people who used it. After the bombs fell, the formula survived in trace amounts. In the Commonwealth, XL is one of the rarest chems in existence. Only a few doses can be found, and it occasionally appears for sale at shops. It even shows up as a prize in Nuka World's Nuka-cade. In Fallout 76, the chem shows up again. Or, well, before, timeline-wise. It's nearly identical in effect and addiction rate. For the sole survivor or any wanderer who finds it, XL is raw advantage. 2 minutes of absolute clarity and control. Every stat, every skill sharpened to its peak, but it's also a trap. The crash hits harder than the high, and the addiction can strip away the very traits it enhances. Used in moderation, it can turn a losing fight into survival. Used carelessly, it reminds you why the pre-war world didn't survive its own ingenuity.
If Jet is the Wasteland's working man's pick-me-up, then Afterburner Gum is its nuclear-fueled cousin. Originally appearing in Fallout Tactics, this potent methamphetamine chewing gum hits the central nervous system hard. The initial euphoric surge lasts only a few minutes, but in that brief window, users experience a flood of energy and strength, and raw intensity, similar to cocaine but more cocaine-y and in Fallout form. You won't stumble across this stuff at your average trading post though. Afterburner is rare and valuable, found on unlucky civilians, in Vault Zero on a corpse, or clutched by super mutants in Jefferson. There is a quirky encounter where either Little Boy or Fat Man might be packing a piece, so if you're playing Tactics and want a new addiction, now you know. Mechanically, it mirrors Jet from Fallout 2, but with a twist. Its addiction is only temporary, burning hot and fast rather than permanently wrecking your system. It was even planned to return in Van Buren, sold by the character Anson, cementing its place as one of the Wasteland's most intense, fleeting highs. But of course that didn't come to fruition, so for now, we only get to experience it in 2D. Not every chem in the Wasteland comes from a lab. Some ooze straight out of nature. Ant nectar is one of those random yet surprisingly effective natural substances, secreted by the mutated giant ants that roam the capital Wasteland and Mojave. It's not as energetic or as chewy as the Afterburner Gum, but it's more slurpable and super steroidy from a bug's abdomen type of substance. Regular ant nectar is cracked though. Upon consumption, it boosts the user's strength dramatically, turning even a scrawny scavenger into a powerhouse capable of taking on any raider gang. But this brute force comes at a cost. Your intelligence and charisma take a nosedive, leaving you strong but dim-witted, so depending on the situation, it can sometimes be worthwhile. Then there's fire ant nectar, secreted by the more dangerous fire ant variants. This version is spicier, literally. Drinking it increases agility while gutting your intelligence even more severely than the standard kind. On top of that, it grants a 25% fire resistance buff, making it a rare chem that actually offers both physical and defensive perks. It can be super handy if you're planning to wade into a flamethrower enemy type of fight. And finally, the Queen's secret weapon. Ant Queen pheromones, sometimes referred to as Ant Queen nectar. This is no combat booster though. This is Fallout's version of liquid charm. It's a potent aphrodisiac that raises charisma significantly, kind of like oysters, except this substance actually works. The downside is that it tanks intelligence and perception, so while you might sweet talk your way through a settlement, you probably won't notice the Deathclaw sneaking up behind you. Fun fact though, this chem is a cheeky nod to the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind's Telvanni Bugmusk, a perfume so persuasive the game literally says even a barbarian can be persuaded wearing it. Bethesda clearly has a thing for insect-based charm enhancers, so whether you're going for raw power, agility, or charisma, these bug-borne substances prove you don't always need a chemistry set to get you hooked. Sometimes, all it takes is a hungry scavenger and a giant ant secretion.
Something doomed us to this rotting farm. If he's a ghoul, he should be put down. I can't let a rabid dog suffer, or that he won't go feral eventually.
It doesn't happen all at once. First, it's a cough that won't go away. Then your skin starts peeling away and your hair starts to fall out. The people around you stop looking you in the eyes. They say it's radiation sickness, but deep down, you know it's something worse. Days turn into weeks, and the mirror stops matching the voice in your head. The slow change into a ghoul. Some stayed sane and kept living, even as everything around them turned to dust. Others lost their minds, turning into feral ghouls that attack anything that moves. The worst part is that nobody knows when that line gets crossed. One day you're talking, thinking, remembering. The next, you're gone, but your body keeps going. That's the real horror. It's the thought of staying conscious long enough to watch your friends forget you, to feel your mind start slipping. Some try to fight it, and some pretend nothing's wrong. Others just wait for the day that it'll happen. Across the wasteland, there are stories of people who lived through that change, and what became of them after. A magician who still performs for an audience that no longer exists. Prisoners who outlasted their captors but never escaped their cell. And a traitor who lost his mind in the dark. When people talk about ghouls in Fallout, they usually think of the mindless ones that charge at you. But Oswald the Outrageous is different. He's one of the oldest living ones, and his story is one of the most tragic in the series. Long before the bombs fell, a man named Oswald Oppenheimer worked as a magician at Nuka World. On stage, he called himself Oswald the Outrageous and spent his days performing tricks in the park's Kitty Kingdom. His girlfriend, Rachel Watkins, played Princess Cherry in the King Cola show. But she wasn't just an actress. She had a degree in organic chemistry and dreamed of joining the Beverageers, the elite science team behind Nuka-Cola. The two were happy working together, surrounded by other entertainers who had become close friends. They thought that the park would be their future. Then, October 23rd, 2077 came. When the bombs dropped, chaos spread everywhere. The Nuka World staff tried to escape, but the employees from the children's section took shelter in the tunnels below. They thought it would be temporary, just until the fighting outside had stopped. But the radiation storms that followed the war were stronger than anything they imagined. Fallout swept into the valley and flooded the grounds, coating everything in a layer of glowing dust. No amount of shielding helped. People began to cough, their skin cracked, and their hair fell out. Oswald and his partner watched their coworkers die one by one. Some screamed as they changed. Their eyes clouded and their minds faded until they were nothing but feral ghouls. Rachel tried to save them. She worked without rest, mixing chemicals, testing formulas, and keeping notes. She called the condition the affliction, a sickness that turned people into something less than human. But every attempt failed. She was trained in chemistry, not medicine, and there wasn't much left to work with. The magician stayed by her side, using tricks to cheer her up and pretending that everything would be fine. When the radiation storms passed, only a few still thought clearly. Rachel, her partner, and a handful of ghouls who still had their minds. The rest were feral and locked inside the park's buildings. Over the next decades, the magician began to change more than the others. His skin glowed bright green, and he found that he could heal other ghouls by releasing radiation. When one of the ferals died near him, he could bring it back. He thought it was real magic, his final act as a performer. Rachel saw it as a mutation. She kept researching, hoping it might lead to a cure, but nothing worked. Each time another of their coworkers lost their mind, they called it one more afflicted. Then came the day she couldn't take it anymore. The place had become a graveyard filled with people who used to be her friends. She decided to leave and he let her go, believing she'd return once she found a cure. She promised she'd come back. He stayed behind, guarding the grounds, keeping the others safe, and waiting for her return. He kept the amusement park running in his own way, speaking through the announcement system and warning raiders and travelers to stay out. To the outsiders, he looked like a glowing monster living inside an old attraction. The mist that covered the area wasn't just leftover radiation. It was something he actually kept running to scare away intruders. He thought it would protect the feral ghouls still roaming there. He talked to them like they were alive, called them performers, and acted as if the show had never ended. To him, they were just sick, and he was waiting for Rachel to come back and save them all. But her journey didn't go far. She reached Bradburn, the town just outside Nuka World. But by then, she had started to change. Her hands trembled and her thoughts were slipping. Every settlement she visited told her the same thing. There was no cure. Ghouls just eventually lose their minds. She recorded her final message to the magician. She said she had learned the truth and couldn't bear to hurt anyone when she turned. She said she loved him and that she was sorry. Then, she ended her life before she became feral. Back inside the park, he never heard that message. He kept performing for 200 years, speaking to the empty attractions and waiting for her. Raiders and travelers who came too close heard his voice over the loudspeakers. He was calling them guests and mocking them as if they were part of the show. People said the park was cursed. Some even swore they saw a glowing figure appear and vanish in clouds of smoke, surrounded by laughing ghouls. When the sole survivor finally reaches the area, they still find him clinging on to that hope. He still believes Rachel will come back. He calls the feral ghouls his cast, his performers, and anyone who threatens them becomes part of his act. When he finally hears Rachel's holotape, he understands the truth. She's gone, and the cure never existed. He's been holding on to something that ended long ago. His story is tragic. It's about love that survived after everything else died. The park is his stage and his prison. The laughter isn't real, and the people he protects are gone in every way that matters. But he keeps the performance going, because it's the only piece of his old life he still has. Private Kyle Edwards once thought he'd finish his service and go home. He was just another NCR soldier at Camp Searchlight, standing guard and following orders. Then, the Legion sabotaged the base. In the middle of the night, their agents broke into the fire station and opened containers filled with radioactive waste. Kyle remembers a flash and then pain spreading through his body. When he woke up, his skin looked burned and his breath tasted like metal. He saw a squad lying around him. Some were gone, and the others were standing, but their eyes were vacant and their movements broken. They had turned into feral ghouls. He was still himself, but barely. His voice was rough, his skin was cracked, and his hands shook. The infection didn't kill him, but it erased the life he knew. For a while, he hid inside one of the homes in Searchlight. The town was empty except for corpses and the wind moving through the ruins. Kyle dragged furniture against the doors and covered the windows with boards. Outside, rad scorpions crawled through the dust and feral ghouls wandered the streets. Inside, it was quiet. Days turned into weeks. The silence stretched longer every day until it started to feel endless. He stayed inside because there was nowhere else to go. First Sergeant Astor was still out there, patrolling what was left of the base. Astor said that even thinking ghouls deserved to die, that it was the only way to stop their pain before they went feral. Kyle couldn't accept that. When the courier meets him, he says, "I may be suffering, but I still want to live." He knows what he's become, but he refuses to give up. Word might reach him about a place called Ranger Station Echo. It was said to be run by ghouls still serving the NCR. That idea gave him something to believe in. If he could reach it, maybe he wouldn't have to hide anymore. Maybe there were others like him who wouldn't see him as a monster. It was a small chance, but it was all he had left. Kyle is holed up in that house surrounded by dust and broken furniture. He's holding one of the NCR dog tags that Astor's been collecting from the dead. He admits he's too scared to leave because the town is crawling with rad scorpions, and he asks the courier to deal with them so he can finally go. You can lie and say the scorpions are gone, or clear them out for real. Whatever happens next depends on that choice. If he's told it's safe when it isn't, he leaves and doesn't survive. If the path is clear, he might finally reach Ranger Station Echo. We won't know what actually became of him. Some might think he made it, others believe the desert claimed him before he got far. Kyle Edwards isn't a villain or a hero. He's a soldier who lived through something no one else should have. The radiation didn't kill him, it just left him as a ghoul. He's not alive, but he isn't gone either. And he believes that this might just be a punishment you can't escape. And maybe he's right. If you explore Big MT and Old World Blues, you'll find a place that's quiet in a way that doesn't feel natural. It's called Little Yangsha, and what's left there isn't just another camp full of feral ghouls. It's a prison that never really closed. Before the Great War, the US military used it to hold captured Chinese citizens and soldiers. 3 trainloads of them were brought in, most not even speaking English. The detainees were kept behind fences lined with sensors and watched by guards who worked around the clock. The think tank scientists at Big MT wanted subjects, and the captives were easy to take. Every night, people disappeared from their barracks and never returned. When some tried to fight back or alert the guards, punishment came in the form of solitary confinement. Escapes became common because there was too many inmates to contain. So the camp's commandant requested explosive collars. Once those devices arrived, escape meant death. Each one was linked to the perimeter fence and would detonate the moment someone stepped too far outside. From then on, the inmates were trapped, living in fear and waiting for the next round of medical studies. Then the bombs fell. The sky turned orange and the mountains shook as Big MT was struck. Every soldier, every scientist, every captive who survived the blasts was sealed inside. The guards were killed or fled, and the think tank withdrew into their labs, abandoning the site completely. Nobody came for the people in Little Yangsha. Radiation swept through the valley and the inmates began to change. Their skin peeled off, their hair fell out, and their minds splintered. Over time, they became ghouls. Some went feral, others stayed aware for years before breaking. A few remain even 2 centuries later, the Yangsha camp survivors. 2 of those survivors are remembered only by their numbers, 27 and 34. Before the war, they were just prisoners in matching gray jumpsuits, tracked by the digits stitched across their backs. Once the collars were fitted, names stopped mattering. To the guards, these people were nothing more than test material. After the war, 27 and 34 somehow managed to endure longer than almost anyone else. Their explosives still functioned, but they found a way to beat the system. They learned to move through weak spots in the fence and avoid the sound trigger that would set off their devices. It took years of observation and trial, but eventually they found freedom, just not that far from the place that broke them. By 2281, both were still alive, still wearing their jumpsuits and collars. Whatever bond they shared kept them close. It could be that they didn't know where else to go. Maybe the world outside the fence didn't make sense anymore. After spending centuries in that valley, nothing was left except the habits that kept them alive. When you come across them, the pair doesn't speak or run away. Their movements are erratic and violent, caught between instinct and memory. Most of the ghouls left inside the compound can't speak. Some wander too close to the gates and explode when their collars activate. Their bodies are piled up near the fences. Even after 200 years, that system still functions. Inside the shacks are bones, beds, and half-rotted uniforms. The inmates who didn't die immediately spent years starving before the radiation finished them off. Those who turned feral roam the ruins without a sound, dressed in those same uniforms. Number 27 and number 34 are the only ones who escaped the fence for good. But they never left the mountain. They lived just outside it, partly free but still confined. Their story ties directly into the greater horror of Big MT. The scientists saw themselves as visionaries pushing the limits of human progress. But what they left behind were people stripped of identity and locked inside an experiment that would unfortunately never end. The captives of Little Yangsha were some of the worst victims to be found in the entire series. Treated terribly in a prison camp and then turned into ghouls and left to rot. So when you pass by that crater and see two glowing figures in old jumpsuits, remember what they are. Number 27 and number 34 aren't just ghouls. They're some of the last human beings who were erased, used, and abandoned by science. They survived the Great War only to spend centuries trapped. Luckily, the courier shows up and most likely sets them free, so to speak. But who knows just how long they had to suffer. Down in the sewers beneath the Capital Wasteland, there's a spot down there that almost nobody remembers. The tunnels twist for miles, damp and empty, until you find a small service room that someone turned into a home. The name scratched on the wall is Gallo. Before the war, nobody knows who Gallo was. After the bombs, he became one of the ghouls that crawled underground when the world outside started burning. The county sewer main line became his shelter, and over time, it became his prison. The air is thick with gas and decay. Whatever mind Gallo once had broke somewhere along the way. 200 years alone will do that. Radiation kept his body from dying, but it couldn't save his mind. It looks like he recently celebrated his birthday. He put on a party hat and set out chairs for guests that don't exist. His only company were two garden gnomes. In his fridge are feral ghouls, hacked apart and stored next to half-eaten meals. Gallo eats them alone, talking as if his guests are still alive. Inside the room, a small wire pen sits in the corner filled with rad roaches. Gallo keeps them as pets, the only living things that never try to leave, or at least I'm assuming that's what he thinks. Outside his door, he's rigged traps to keep intruders out, makeshift explosives and wires stretched across the passage. Anyone who wanders too close will never make it to his door. It's clear he used to be more than this. He wears a trader's jacket, the kind scavengers once used when they traveled between settlements. Back then, Gallo might have talked to people once, maybe even had a life before the sewers. But now, anyone who steps into his home is an enemy. He attacks on sight, screaming in words that barely make any sense. I also have to wonder if this guy had OCD or something similar when he was human, and maybe it even transcends his ghoul mind. Every object is in its place, every bottle lined up, every corpse stored neatly away. Down there, the seclusion, the radiation, and the years have turned him into something different from the ferals that roam the tunnels. They've lost their minds. Gallo lost his, but not in the feral sense. At least not yet. He proves that ghouls don't always go feral because of hunger or rage. Sometimes it's just the loneliness that finishes the job. Gallo has kept himself alive for centuries by pretending that he isn't alone, that his gnomes are guests, and that his fridge is full of food, and that the party never ended. But in the end, it's still just him talking to no one. In the back of the Museum of History, there's a room that doesn't fit in with the rest. It's sealed behind glass, and it seems different from the rest of the city. This place is the Chop Shop, Dr. Barrow's clinic, a place where ghouls come to be stitched up, studied, and treated. Most people think it's just a hospital, but behind one locked door, it seems like something closer to a laboratory. Behind glass and two containment cells is Ethel and Meat. They're not regular ghouls anymore. Both are glowing ones, their skin melted and glowing from radiation that's kept them alive long after they should have died. The pair used to live in Underworld, part of the same community that they're now shut away from. Exposure to too much radiation took their minds. They went feral and then started to glow, and now they're just test subjects. Dr. Barrows keeps them contained for research. He calls it science, a way to study ghoulification and maybe one day slow or reverse it. He watches them from behind the glass, recording how they react and move. Nurse Graves says not everyone agrees with what he's doing. Some ghouls think there's nothing to fix, and that they're meant to live the way they are. But Barrows keeps working anyway. He's sure there's something inside the process that explains why some ghouls stay sane while others lose control. Ethel and Me are his best examples. They're what he points to when he talks about how far ghoulification can go. They can't leave and no one is supposed to go in. Most people in the underworld don't talk about them. To them, the chop shop is a clinic, not a holding cell for old neighbors who lost themselves. Barrows doesn't see monsters when he looks at them. He sees what he thinks might happen to him one day, and that's why he won't stop. He calls himself the foremost authority on ghoulification, but he never sounds proud when he says it. Ethel and Me are caught in the middle. They're not human anymore, but they're not gone either. Both stand there lit by a dull green glow while the underworld keeps moving outside their cell. Most travelers never notice them, but if you stop for a second, you can tell they used to be part of this place. Faces behind glass, eyes dim, and bodies that haven't stopped moving. It seems like a sad conclusion to their lives. Maybe some very small piece of them is still left in there, and now they're trapped like a zoo animal. Nowhere to go and nothing to do. Just endless time. Before the bombs, Sanctuary Hills looked like any quiet suburb. The streets had small homes with fences and neighbors waved as you passed by. You might even meet some of them before the bomb. The Parkers, the Donahues, and Miss Rosa with her son Chris. When the alarms went off, everyone runs towards the vault, desperate for safety. Some make it inside, but most didn't. The ones outside begged to be let through the gate. Soldiers and Vault-Tec guards held them back. You can hear them shouting in the opening scene. Mr. Parker, Mrs. Donahue, and Miss Rosa all trying to reason with the guards before the blast. Rosa even calls out that she has a child, but none of them make it through the checkpoint. When the bombs fall, the screen fades, but that's not the end of their story. Radiation from the blast didn't kill everyone instantly. In Fallout 4's random encounter system, a traveling group of named ferals can spawn with pre-war names from Sanctuary Hills. Mr. and Mrs. Parker, Mr. and Mrs. Donahue, Miss Rosa, and Chris Rosa. And they never appear in fixed locations. They show up as a wandering encounter, and it can repeat over and over again. And those names obviously match your old neighbors from 2077. These feral ghouls are tied to Sanctuary Hills, and not every neighbor's full story is written out, but the connection is clear. Those names survived the blast as something else. When you return to Sanctuary Hills after leaving Vault 111, Codsworth still remembers them. He mentions the neighbors by name, not knowing that they're gone. The sole survivor never gets direct confirmation that the ferals in the Commonwealth are the same people, but the names in the random encounter all tie together. But how or why do they keep coming back even after you might encounter them and kill them? There's a lot of theories out there. Maybe it's just a gameplay mechanic, or maybe there really is a lore reason. Some people think that the sole survivor is just seeing random ghouls, and in their minds believing it was their neighbors. Maybe the sole survivor has trauma that they can't escape. Maybe these really are just your neighbors, and the sole survivor recognizes them. Whatever the reason, they are ghouls now. They were left out of the vault to rot and became monsters. People that the sole survivor knew well, maybe even been friends with.
You've triggered the failsafe, ruined everything. The subjects will die and I'll be stuck here in this hell alone.
You ruined everything! Everything!
Fallout's wasteland is full of monsters, mutants, ghouls, and rad scorpions, all changed by radiation. But the scariest things out there weren't created by the bombs. They were built by people. From vault experiments to government projects and science gone wrong, Fallout is filled with horrors that came straight from human hands. And these aren't accidents of the wasteland. They're deliberate choices, experiments, and inventions that turned ordinary people, animals, and even whole communities into nightmares. Cyber dogs are another man-made creation in Fallout that takes something familiar, dogs, and then turn them into machines built for war, policing, or experiments. They aren't fully robotic, and they aren't fully organic. A cyber dog is made by taking a real dog and replacing parts of its body with cybernetics. Limbs, organs, and even the jaw can be swapped out for mechanical versions. The biggest change is the brain. Instead of sitting inside the skull, the brain is removed and placed in a protective container, usually mounted above the head where it can be monitored or swapped out. That's how cyberdogs can last for centuries, as long as their brains are replaced when they start to degrade. Different models were built before the war. The US military and Enclave created combat versions, while police departments used law enforcement models. Denver in particular had so many cyber police dogs that packs of them still roam the ruined city today. They're basically the ruling force of Denver now, which is wild. The Cyberhound MK2 was a personal security model. The MK3 was adapted for police work, and the MK3 military variant could even unleash sonic barks strong enough to stun or kill enemies. These dogs weren't just stronger than normal animals, they were built to obey and serve as living weapons. Big MT took the idea even further, creating unique experiments and weapons out of dog brains. The most famous examples of these cyber dogs are K9, Rex, Gabe, and Roxy. K9 was built by the Enclave and was enhanced to the point of being smarter than most humans. He could hold conversations, crack jokes, and even disobey orders when he felt like it. Rex, who's found in New Vegas, was a pre-war police cyberdog that ended up with the Kings in Freeside. His backstory is kind of a mystery, but most agree he ended up with the Legion somehow, even possibly as Caesar's personal dog. Gabe was made at Big MT and was engineered with drugs like Psycho to grow massive and aggressive, and his body carried a small atomic core that exploded when he died. Roxy was another Big MT creation, used for testing in the think tank's labs, and she could even be reconstructed if destroyed. Cyber dogs weren't limited to four-legged models either. Big MT also built the K9000, a heavy machine gun powered by a dog brain in a jar. It looks like a firearm, but it has features like ears and a snout that move, letting it sniff out targets. These weren't pets or partners anymore, and I really hope that a sentient creature wasn't just existing inside this weapon. That's some scary shit to think about. Even civilian tech companies like Robco got involved, developing android dogs like the Fetch Collectron. These were programmed to gather junk or resources, acting more like utility robots than war machines. Later, Wastelanders made their own junkyard dog versions out of scrap, copying the Collectron's design. The scary part about cyberdogs is how far humans went to change something so loyal and familiar into tools of control. Whether it was an obedient police unit, a war beast with a nuclear core, or just a dog's brain turned into a weapon, cyberdogs are interesting because we know that Fallout's worst experiments didn't stop with humans. They extended even to man's best friend. One of the most infamous man-made horrors in all of Fallout is, of course,
Gary!
Gary was part of Vault 108's cloning experiment, which pretty much ended in disaster. The scientists in the vault created at least 54 clones of him, each one turning out more aggressive and unstable than the last. The clones could only say their name, but they did communicate through tone and inflection. Over time, the Garys killed the staff and took over the vault. By 2277, Vault 108 was filled with only the hostile Gary clones, who attacked any outsider that entered. Records found in the cloning lab explain what happened. The scientists ran out of space to store the growing number of Garys and decided to start destroying some. Before they could carry this out, the clones revolted and wiped out the vault's staff. From then on, anyone who ventured into Vault 108 faced groups of Garys, all dressed in vault jumpsuits and repeating their names and attacking on sight. One of the most infamous clones was Gary 23. He was taken by the Brotherhood outcasts because they needed his Pip-Boy to access a simulation pod. The problem was that he couldn't follow orders, since the clones lacked reasoning skills. When they couldn't get him to cooperate, they tried to cut the Pip-Boy off. This failed. When they amputated his arm, he bled to death. His corpse can be found in the outcast outpost during Operation Anchorage. You can also run into different numbered Garys inside Vault 108, each carrying simple weapons like knives, pistols, or lead pipes. But some have stronger gear, such as Scope 44 Magnums, which they probably took from all the randoms who walked in and then got shanked by them. While they mostly just repeat Gary, they sometimes slip up and speak like normal humans, saying things like hey or be careful with that. I'm assuming that it's mostly just gameplay reason for why they don't say Gary all the time. As far as man-made, clones are pretty terrifying, especially ones that just show up overly aggressive and can only speak a singular word, Gary. I know it's funny in a meme now, but if you were in that vault, all alone and trying to hide, and all you could hear was the shuffling around and Gary! That would be traumatizing to say the least. Plus for the Garys, that must be horrific. No identity and not able to communicate properly, and the world all around you would be entirely confusing. That's some creepy stuff.
When you first hear the name Scorched Beast, it almost sounds like a campfire story. A flying terror born from the old West Virginia caverns, its wings rattling the earth before it tears a town apart. But the truth behind these creatures isn't just a post-war mutation, it's something a bit more deliberate. They were man-made. and their existence is rooted in one of the darkest conspiracies in Fallout. It begins not in the wasteland, but in a lab. The Enclave, the shadow government pulling strings after the bombs, started tampering with irradiated bats. Not to cure radiation, not even to study mutations. No, they wanted a weapon. The Secretary of Defense, desperate for absolute control, pushed for the experiments. He believed that if he could unleash something monstrous enough, he could convince the military systems to raise the nation's alert level to DEFCON 1. At that point, the nuclear arsenal would be under his command. The scientists warned him like they tend to do in all the movies. They told him the creatures needed to be destroyed. Instead, what he chose to do was order them hidden away in the glass caverns of an old AMS mining site. And out of those tunnels, the first Scorch Beast crawled, a nightmare given wings. At first, only a handful of Brotherhood soldiers under the Paladin had even heard of them, calling them by the codename Sierra Bravo. Other factions simply laughed it off. They thought it was just another excuse for the Brotherhood to hoard supplies. That is, until the skies darkened. Until the wings thundered overhead. The Scorch Beast wasn't just a monster, it was a plague bear. The virus it carried spread like wildfire, burning through Appalachia. Humans twisted into the Scorched, their minds completely gone, their bodies cracked and glowing, and all linked to the hive called the Beasts. I mean, just imagine it. Entire communities were converted, not destroyed, but repurposed into an army for the very thing that infected them. Appalachia's nightmare wasn't simply being hunted, it was being absorbed. By 2085, they were nesting absolutely everywhere. Caverns beneath West Virginia turned into breeding pits, colonies stretching as far as Watauga. Their shrieks shattered wood and metal. Their wings dropped acid fog on settlements, and the only real way to stop them was the very thing that the Secretary had craved all along: nuclear fire. Only nukes could collapse their nests and cauterize the plague. But here's the unsettling part: none of the Wasteland factions succeeded in stopping them. The responders were too weak, the Free States too few, and the Brotherhood too divided. The only ones who eventually turned the tide were Vault 76's dwellers, long after Appalachia had already burned. So when you hear the flapping wings above, and when you see the shadow fall across the ground, remember, this wasn't nature nor chance. The Scorch Beast is proof that Fallout's worst horrors don't come from radiation or bad luck. That is, if it isn't Vault Tech themselves, the horrors can come from men in lab coats, making choices in secret, playing God in caverns beneath the earth. And the cost of their arrogance is a plague that almost erased humanity from the map. The Scorch Beast, at its heart, is a conspiracy with wings. There are creatures in Fallout that feel like they belong in the wasteland. Brahmin grazing in a ruined field, radroaches scuttling through dark tunnels, but floaters? Floaters have always seemed a little out of place. They look wrong and they move wrong, and they don't even fit into any natural order of any sort. But that's because they aren't natural at all. They're another intentional creation of the forced evolutionary virus, a man-made pet project of the Master's Unity. Floaters first appeared on the West Coast, slithering and hovering through New California like floating jellyfish. They traveled in packs, released alongside centaurs as war animals for the Master's army. Where centaurs were brute force, twisted muscle and claws, floaters were strange, alien, designed to unsettle as much as kill. After the Master's death, they didn't just vanish though. They lingered, infesting valleys and ambushing travelers. To the Brotherhood or the Chosen One, they weren't just mutants. They were literally moving symbols of the Unity's failed dreams still crawling in the dirt. And their design is grotesque. They have this large, disc-shaped body with sacs that constantly pulse, inflating and deflating as they hover across the ground. Those sacs are filled with volatile gases, flammable enough that a burst of energy or a flame weapon can ignite them in seconds. Their attack is even stranger. A tentacle shoots from the mouth, ending in a cross-shaped maw that latches onto prey. Their attacks being fairly coordinated and fast, and when a pack swarms, their clumsy movements can easily turn into overwhelming chaos. Appalachia's floaters, the ones Vault 76 players know best, feel like a cousin species, but no less disturbing. Instead of the strange radial mouths of their California relatives, these floaters sprouted singular eyes, glowing sacs, and chemical specializations. As you can guess, the red floaters breathe fire, the blue ones freeze their prey, and the green ones drip acid. Each are a variant born, it seems, from the FEV experiments tinkering with chemical outputs, creating little elemental weapons. And here's the conspiracy buried in their history. Floaters aren't just random mutations. They're referenced in early West Tech notes tied to FEV experimentation. Flatworms were tested with the virus in 2075, and while no documents name the floaters outright, the resemblance is hard to ignore. Fortunately, Bethesda later confirmed it. Floaters are FEV byproducts, cultivated both of the West Coast and in Appalachia. In other words, these things didn't crawl out of the wasteland on their own, but were homegrown, and then deliberately unleashed. Super mutants in both regions treat them like companions, attack animals bred for loyalty and violence. And that's maybe the weirdest part. The idea that the Master's army considered these floating sacks of gas and teeth as pets. I guess you could look at them similarly to modern canines bred to serve in war. Only here, the breeder wasn't nature, it was FEV. Today, floaters are somewhat rare in the Fallout universe. You don't see them in every Fallout game since they were cut from Fallout 3 and absolutely absent from New Vegas. But when they appear in 76, they're actually hard to forget, because they embody the truth about Fallout's man-made horrors, that someone, somewhere, sat in a lab coat and thought it was a good idea to take worms, gas, and teeth and turn them into attack dogs for a swarm of mutants. So the next time you're in Appalachia and hear that bubbling hiss before a floater swoops in, just remember, you're staring down a science experiment that never should have left the lab.
Spore carriers are a clear example of humanity creating something they couldn't control. Their story begins at Big MT, a research facility where scientists were free to experiment with almost anything, no matter how dangerous. At the X-22 Botanical Garden, they created Bovaria mordicana, a fungus meant to act as a biological pesticide. It worked by infecting insects and spreading through their bodies, and eventually taking control until the insect died. Once that happened, the fungus could move the body around and release more spores. On paper, it solved the pest problems. In reality, it was way more dangerous. The scientists at Big MT passed their creation to Vault-Tec, who put it in Vault 22. This vault wasn't for families, it was dedicated entirely to agriculture. The scientists wanted to create crops that could survive almost any condition and feed humanity in the future. Using the fungus seemed smart, since it could protect plants by wiping out pests. What they didn't realize, or ignored, was that it could infect humans too. The first signs looked like a sickness. Victims developed pneumonia, fevers, chills, and coughing fits. One of the first to document it was Dr. Harrison Peters, who realized the infection didn't respond to any antifungal treatments. Once someone died, the fungus kept their body moving, turning them into what's known as a spore carrier. These weren't just corpses. They were fungal colonies using a human body as a puppet, driven to attack and spread spores. Stationary fungal growths also filled the vault, pumping spores into the air. The infection spread through Vault 22 fast. People who weren't infected were trapped with those who were, and then panic set in. Scientists made one last attempt to contain it by filling the lower levels with gas and planning to ignite it. Instead of working, the carriers attacked and tore through the survivors. By 2096, no living people were left inside. The halls had become overgrown with plants, fungal colonies, and infected bodies. A group of survivors managed to flee and made their way north into the Zion Canyon. They were already coughing from the infection, but they were armed. When they came across a group of Mexican refugees, they wiped them out, killing men, women, and children, and taking survivors as prisoners. To outsiders, they looked like just another ruthless band, but the infection was slowly killing them. Randall Clark, a survivalist in Zion, saw what happened and decided to fight back. He ambushed them, set traps, and killed dozens. Over time, sickness and starvation wore them down. They even resorted to cannibalism before finally abandoning the canyon. Meanwhile, Vault 22 stayed deadly. Anyone who entered risked becoming infected. By 2281, the NCR's Office of Science and Industry wanted the vault's research, hoping it could help solve future food shortages. Director Thomas Hildern didn't care that scavengers and mercenaries were walking to their deaths. He only wanted the data and the promotion that came with it. Other scientists like Keeley tried to investigate, but the vault was still full of spores and spore carriers, making survival nearly impossible. Spore carriers weren't created by nuclear fire or random mutation. They were engineered by people, first at Big MT, then studied at Vault 22. The fungus was meant to protect crops, but it ended up creating walking fungal corpses that could infect whole communities. Survivors spread it outside the vault. It destroyed innocent groups in Zion, and it stayed decades later. All of it came from one bad choice: scientists who thought they could control nature. Synths are creepy because they blur the line between human and machines in ways the wasteland isn't really prepared for. The first models, which are Gen 1 and Gen 2, are skeletal or mannequin-like, crude in design but still lethal when sent to raid or strip settlements. They march without hesitation, even when their limbs are blown off. But the real threat came with the Gen 3. These are biological, built from flesh and bone, indistinguishable from real people down to the smallest detail. They can eat, sleep, laugh, and mourn. Sometimes they don't even know they're a synth, because the Institute implants false memories and sends them to live among humans. A neighbor, a family member, even a leader might not be who they appear to be, and that's where the paranoia spreads. In Diamond City, the Broken Mask incident showed what happens when a Gen 3 infiltrator malfunctions. One day, a shopkeeper named Mr. Carter snapped, and then he gunned down townsfolk and was revealed as a synth. Since then, suspicion has poisoned the Commonwealth. People watch each other for slips in behavior, for moments that don't quite fit the story. There are no reliable tests, no way to prove who's real without killing them, so the doubt corrodes relationships and whole communities. The Institute uses this fear as a weapon. They can override, recall, or reprogram Gen 3 synths using embedded control protocols and recall codes. They send coursers, which are black-clad hunters with stealth technology, to recapture runaways. These elite units cut through defenses with ease, summoning squads of Gen 1s and Gen 2s to drag an escapee back to the labs. For the settlers caught in the middle, a quiet night can erupt into gunfire, because someone in the crowd wasn't who they claimed to be. The Railroad tries to free the synths, the Brotherhood vows to destroy them, but for ordinary people, none of those choices erase the risk of being replaced or living beside someone who might be. If memory can be manufactured and bodies can be grown in labs, then identity itself becomes unstable. In a wasteland already filled with monsters and radiation, the scariest thought is that the person you trust most could be a construct built to betray you, or the thought that maybe you yourself is a machine, a simple code in the Matrix who has no idea. Maybe that's what we all are right now.
The Nightkin were never just another mutant in the wasteland. These things were the Master's elite, the apex of FEV's twisted promise. Born in the vats of Mariposa, they were bigger, stronger, and far more intelligent than the average super mutant. The Unity saw them not as tools, but as the next step for humanity itself. In their eyes, being dipped in the forced evolutionary virus was not a curse, but an honor. And those who retained their wit, their sharpness, and their discipline, well, those became the Nightkin. You could spot them immediately. Where lesser mutants lumbered in a scavenged armor, the Nightkin wore black uniforms and weapons of the finest quality. They weren't grunts, the Nightkin were officers, assassins, and hell, even guardians of the cathedral. When the Master sent his word out across California, it was often the Nightkin who delivered it, in whispers and in blood. But their purpose ran deeper than war. Within the children of the cathedral's strange faith, the Nightkin were symbols. The children reject the light, which they equated with the nuclear fire of the Great War. Instead, they embraced darkness, a place where all were equal, where old hierarchies dissolved. The Nightkin embodied that doctrine, kin of the night chosen to redeem the world by bloodshed. They weren't called Nightkin by the Master himself though, he saw them all as simply mutants. But the cult gave them that name, and they wore it like scripture. The irony? Well, to outsiders, Nightkin often meant just any super mutant. The followers in the Boneyard, Nicole, even spies within the cathedral, they all thought the term applied to all of the Master's creations. They didn't realize the truth until it was too late, that the Nightkin weren't the rank and file. These things were the blade in the dark. What made Nightkin infamous beyond their loyalty was their gear. The Master supplied them with stealth boys, pre-war cloaking devices. It fit the theology perfectly. If light was corruption, then invisibility was purity. But there was a cost. Over the years of use, the radiation from stealth boys seeped into their minds. Neurochemistry was rewired. Hallucinations, paranoia, schizophrenia, and likely other mental disabilities all became a way of life. Thus, the Nightkin became shadows not only to their enemies, but to themselves. Tragically, the Nightkin weren't mindless brutes. They had their wits about them, and then they joked, and they gossiped, and they debated faith, and some even fell in love. Yet when the cathedral fell in 2162 and the Master died by the Vault Dweller's hand, that humanity splintered. Without the Master's psychic call and without Unity's structure, the Nightkin scattered, and the stealth boy addiction took hold. By the time of Fallout New Vegas, more than a century later, you can see what that addiction did. Blue-skinned, twitching, muttering, obsessed with finding just one more stealth boy. Some like Tabitha at Black Mountain crowned themselves prophets, declaring new states where humans were unwelcome. Others like Davison followed the voice of Antler, a Brahmin skull he believed to be divine.
Who is Antler? Who is Antler? Antler, the human asks about you. What do I tell it? All right. Yes, of course. Who Antler is not important to you. Antler wants that you deal with me.
Still, others isolated themselves in caves, teetering on the edge of madness, or worse, awakening strange psychic talents from the damage in their brains. Despite their fractured state, Nightkin still carried weight. Marcus himself once counted among their number, tried to bring them peace at Jacobstown. There, they sought a cure, anything to quiet the voices in their heads. Dr. Henry worked tirelessly, but progress was slow, and patients wore thin. Some, however, clung to the hope of salvation. Others abandoned it entirely, convinced only another master could give them purpose. And that's the enduring curse of the Nightkin. They were engineered to serve. The master's telepathic presence filled them with belonging and a true unity. When he died, the silence was unbearable, so they sought new voices to follow. Tabitha's radio broadcasts, Elijah's commands in the Sierra Madre, even Antler's imaginary sermons. But without guidance, their strength curdled into violence. But even then, they weren't just beasts. Talk to Lily in New Vegas and you'll see glimpses of the grandmother she once was, hidden beneath the Nightkin exterior.
So good of you to come visit your grandma.
Her laughter, her memories of family, memories slipping away, true but still there. The Nightkin carried their humanity like a splinter, painful and impossible to fully remove. The real horror of the Nightkin isn't just that they are powerful mutants or that they suffer madness from stealth boys. It's that they were intentionally made this way. The Master looked at humanity, at the chaos after the Great War, and decided the future required an elite. Stronger than men, smarter than beasts, loyal only to unity. He didn't create them by accident though. He was the Da Vinci that sculpted them. He believed the Nightkin were angels, angels of darkness who would redeem a broken world. Instead, they became lost children and addicted ghosts of a dead god. And even 2 centuries later, when you hear their raspy voices in the Mojave or catch a shimmer of cloaking in the hills, you're reminded that these beings are man's attempt to play God with FEV, and the result is a people forever trapped between brilliance and madness. The first time you hear a Mirelurk Queen, well, just know it won't be the easiest battle for your first go-around. And if the Queen is the planet's blunt instrument, then the King is the razor, fast, red, and damaging, and clever enough to vanish before your eyes. Together they feel inevitable, like tides. But Mirelurks themselves weren't inevitable. They were made, not in a lab with a clipboard, but by men in suits and logos, turning the Atlantic into a petri dish and letting the rest of us live with the results. Pre-war corporations like Poseidon Energy, General Atomics and friends treated the coastline like an incinerator that nobody would ever open. The NOS begged anyone who'd listen to look at the data. Crabs and lobsters ballooning in mass, colony collapse on deck, supply chains primed to snap, and other weird shit occurring. Phones rang and authorities didn't pick up. The Galaxy News Network ran a cheerful segment about shellfish season. Then the bombs fell, and the ocean? Well, they kept the receipts. But radiation didn't start, pollution finished. Out of that slurry crawled the modern Mirelurk, armor like a vault door and hunger that is hardly controllable. Hardly. Queens are the apex, moving fortresses whose shells shrug off small caliber faith and bad decisions. They don't duel so much as they siege, acid that chews through protection and an advance that turns shoreline into feeding ground. Whole factions learned the lesson the hard way. The Commonwealth Minutemen lost the castle to one of these monarchs and had to retake it like a beachhead. You don't fight a queen so much as orchestrate her end. Kings though, well, kings are something else. They don't even look like their crab cousins. They read more like amphibians with their webbing, the gill lung redundancy, the mantled crown, that awful sonic lance that makes your vision haunt itself. They sprint, strike, and disappear, steering the lesser hatchlings like a conductor you can't quite focus on. Tameable sometimes if you find one alone and your luck holds, suggesting that they think in ways we keep underestimating. Was there further intentional manipulation here? Well, the safe answer is corporate negligence scaled to the size of the sea. But there are strands you can tug. Vault 92 proved Mirelurks react to certain bands of white noise. Spectacle Island's alarm suggests acoustic control can shape their behavior. Kings weaponize this as a shockwave, evolution that looks suspiciously like it was by design. Add in that their lineage seems completely separate from crab Mirelurks, and you start to wonder if the multiple polluted lineages, amphibian and crustacean, converged under the same industrial storm. Different inputs, same outcome. A stratified hive with a queen that besieges and a king that commands. Classification even gave up and wrote a new monster into the book, Scylla serrata horrendus, a scientific name that also reads like a confession, and sorry if I said that wrong, Fallout Latin isn't my strong suit. So while we don't know what we made, all we know is it has teeth. Horrifically, Mirelurks became a market. Rubber tough meat turned into delicacy. Hunters organized and free states engineers sketched out farming. That's the human trick. Turn the catastrophe into cuisine, the siege engine into inventory. But domestication doesn't erase origin. Every queen that boils out of a river mouth is a headline the world ignored. Every king that stuns you is, to a degree, run off and simply numbers on a quarterly report. So when the mud starts to breathe and the water ripples in concentric rings, don't call this nature. It's likely a boardroom decision metastasized into an ecosystem, a monarchy crowned by catastrophe. The queen will test your walls and the king will test your nerve, and both will tell you that the worst monsters wear chitin only after the men in ties have finished their work.
Gotten a lot farther than you should have, but then you haven't met Frank Horrigan either. Your ride's over, Mutie. Time to die.
Frank Horrigan was the Enclave's most terrifying creation, a towering hybrid of a man, mutant, and machine who served as both their weapon and their monster. Born in 2211, Horrigan began his career as a Secret Service agent and even acted as President Dick Richardson's personal bodyguard. His career was cut short after a psychotic outburst, and he was reassigned to Wasteland Patrol duty. During one of these patrols, he was exposed to the forced evolutionary virus at Mariposa, beginning his transformation into something far beyond human. The Enclave took him back to the oil rig, where he was kept under sedation, dissected, and reshaped by their scientists. Over the next 2 years, Horrigan grew into a hulking supermutant, and the Enclave reinforced his mutated frame with cybernetics, conditioning, and a custom suit of experimental power armor. By the time their work was finished, he was no longer merely a man in armor. His body and the suit had become inseparable, powered by a microfusion reactor on his back and stabilized with a constant cocktail of combat drugs. Horrigan was faster, stronger, and more durable than any other mutant in New California. His frame was fitted with cybernetic limbs, a bionic eye, and neural enhancements, while his armor provided resistances far beyond the advanced power armor worn by other Enclave troops. His weaponry included a massive prototype plasma gun and a hardened combat blade, but he was equally capable of tearing enemies apart with his bare hands. To his superiors, he was one of a kind experiment. To the Enclave soldiers, he was something to be feared even from behind friendly lines. But Horrigan never saw himself as a mutant. He considered the Wasteland's inhabitants beneath him, dismissing them as muties, and he carried out his missions with a damn smile on his face. Metaphorically, of course. His assignments took him across New California, where he crushed opposition to the Enclave and slaughtered any who stood in the way of their plans. He executed civilians, led assaults on the Brotherhood of Steel, secured vertibird technology, and oversaw massacres in Vault 13, where the Enclave sought to erase their failed intelligent Deathclaw experiments. Horrigan was a weapon that his own comrades were entirely scared of, but one that the Enclave trusted to enforce their will with efficiency. His end came in 2242, when the Chosen One infiltrated the Enclave oil rig and set its reactor to overload. Horrigan personally blocked the only exit, forcing a final confrontation. Even when mortally wounded and bisected at the waist, Horrigan dragged himself forward, mocking the Chosen One and boasting that he'd triggered the base's self-destruct. His final words ended with the famous Semper Fi, before his body collapsed and his head burst under the pressure of his failing systems. Frank Horrigan embodied the Enclave's darkest ambitions, the merging of science, militarism, and cruelty into something inhuman, another living weapon for another faction, something that seems like a common occurrence as you'll notice throughout this list. Brain bots are one of the clearest examples of Fallout science pushing way too far. They're cyborgs built with a living human brain kept alive in a gel or container, wired into a mechanical body and forced to keep functioning way after the rest of the person is gone. That means every robo-brain, roller brain, or think tank scientist you meet started as a real person, whose brain was then taken and turned into hardware. The idea came from General Atomics International and Robco before the war. The military wanted robots that could think like people but still follow orders, so they developed the robo-brain. The brain gave these machines adaptability, judgment, and creativity, things regular robots lacked. But the cost was enormous. Someone had to lose their humanity for the project to work. Entire secret facilities existed to produce them, like the Robco Centers and the Sierra Army Depot, where brains were harvested and slotted into chassis. The models varied. Standard robo-brains had their brains suspended in a dome with glowing fluid, mounted on top of a rolling platform with treads. Roller brains were smaller, more compact versions built by Vault-Tec, and one was even assigned as overseer of Vault 31 in Fallout 76. Then you have the think tank at Big MT. Scientists like Klein, Dalla, or Boris who turned themselves into floating brains with screens for faces. They kept their personalities but lost their humanity, reduced to bizarre caricatures of scientists with no physical body left. Fallout 76 later introduced Storm Goliaths, massive combat robots with brains split into hemispheres inside their chassis, showing how the technology kept evolving even after the war. The scariest part is what this technology means for the people involved. Once your brain is pulled out, you don't get a choice. You can't stop existing. I mean, that's a whole debated philosophical topic that we won't get into, but we'll just stick with the practical. You can't even die naturally unless someone destroys the machine keeping you alive. In some cases, like Jezebel in Fallout 4, the brain is wiped down to basic processing and trapped as a decision-making unit for a machine. Either way, the process strips away everything that makes someone human. There are also darker uses. The calculator from Fallout Tactics was a massive computer system that used human brains, including Brotherhood generals, as processors to expand its power. At Big MT, Dr. Boris even put the brain of his old test dog Gabe into a cyberdog experiment, as we know, proving they didn't care if the subject was human or animal. Robo-brains in particular were built for military use and forced into battles that they never chose. Brain bots are horrifying because they're not random mutants or side effects of radiation. They're the result of deliberate decisions to tear people apart and force their minds into servitude forever. Fallout is full of monsters, but brain bots are unique because they show us just how far pre-war science was willing to go, stripping the mind from the body, locking it in a machine, and calling it progress.
Some Fallout creatures unsettle you because of their strength, others because of their story. Centaurs, well, they unsettle you because they look like this. They're a makeshift patchwork of bodies that never belong together. They feel less like an animal and more like a question. What happens if you throw people and pets into a vat and let FEV decide the outcome? That question unfortunately wasn't rhetorical. The Master asked it, and the Centaur is the answer. In New California, the Master's Unity needed more than super mutants. It needed hounds, guards, watchdogs, and so in the vats of Mariposa, humans, dogs, cats, anything living were dropped into the forced evolutionary virus. The process wasn't exactly selective, however. It was cruel rudimentary alchemy, letting the virus sculpt flesh like clay. Sometimes the result was a coherent super mutant. Sometimes it was a writhing hybrid, still capable of movement and still alive. Weirdly enough, those the Unity kept. They named them Centaurs after the malformed legs that dragged them forward. The results were obviously inconsistent. Some bore two heads, one human, one canine, gnashing at each other like siblings forced into the same body. Others retained a single head, their mouths unraveling into long tentacle-like tongues they could lash or spit radiation with. All had limbs sprouting at wrong angles, torsos pocked with tentacles and skin that seemed half melted and yet half rebuilt. If the super mutant was the Master's soldier, then the Centaur was his beast, posted at doors and corridors to alert their handlers. They weren't trained though, they were simply left alive, and that was enough. When the East Coast super mutants began pouring out of Vault 87, the Centaurs came with them. Here the strain looked much different. Taller torsos, single heads with grotesque tongues, and a horrifying ranged attack. Gobs of irradiated saliva launched like grenades. If you thought their design was grotesque on the West Coast, the Capital Wasteland made it even worse. Evolved Centaurs, massive and tumor-riddled, stalked the ruins. One, a giant evolved centaur at the Devil's Throat, is perhaps the closest Fallout comes to pure body horror. The unsettling part isn't just the mutations, it's what it all implies. Vault 87's FEV experiments were absolutely deliberate. If the Master's Centaurs were chance horrors, then the Capitals might have been intentional replications. Someone, somewhere, looked at these creatures and thought, yes, let's make more of those. Centaurs represent the most terrifying aspect of Fallout's man-made creations. They're not efficient. Hell, they're not even strategic. They're the waste products of experimentation. Super mutants are the success stories. Centaurs are the leftovers. The failures that still breathed and still could bite. And yet, rather than put them out of their misery, the Master weaponized them and used them like watchdogs. Their design is more reminiscent of horror cinema more than science. So much so that the original Fallout Centaur resembles a creature from John Carpenter's The Thing, a mass of dogs and humans fused with tentacles and teeth. The similarity may not be coincidence. Both are visions of what happens when identity is stripped away, leaving only mutation. Over the years, Centaurs have shifted from region to region, always tethered to FEV's footprint. They follow super mutants, serve them, protect them. They can't be reasoned with and can't be cured. They exist only because someone made the choice to throw living beings into green liquid and walk away. And maybe that's why they're so disturbing. Ghouls, mirelurks, even deathclaws, you can argue they're natural in a post-nuclear sense. centaurs aren't. They're leftovers that should never have been. As we can see, the Master's cruelty didn't vanish with his death. It still lurches through the wasteland on 6 wrong legs. Deathclaws were already nightmares. Towering reptiles with the speed of wolves and the strength of tanks, engineered before the Great War as battlefield shock troops. Most Wastelanders would rather take on a squad of raiders than cross one Deathclaw in an open street. But the Enclave looked at these apex predators and asked a complex question. What if they could think? In 2235, the Enclave began capturing Deathclaws and exposing them to the forced evolutionary virus. Their hope was simple: raise their intelligence just enough to make them obedient. A smarter slave, one who would follow orders without hesitation and without rebellion. But FEV has a way of giving more than its creators bargained for. The experiment didn't just sharpen instincts, it gave Deathclaws language, reasoning, and morality. And once a monster starts asking questions, it stops being a monster and starts being a threat. The result was a new breed, intelligent Deathclaws. They could speak with startling articulation. They could negotiate, lead, and organize. In fact, the Enclave used them to storm Vault 13 during Fallout 2, displacing its human residents. But when the smoke cleared, those same Deathclaws didn't stay under Enclave command. They claimed Vault 13 as their own home under the leadership of this guy. Imagine it, humans moving into a vault run by Deathclaws relying on their protection. Not all were comfortable with the arrangement, but it proved what the Enclave had feared most. These creatures weren't tools, they were people. Vault 13's community even formed relationships with their scaled guardians. But their fragile peace shattered when Frank Horrigan and the Enclave retaliated, massacring the intelligent Deathclaws almost to extinction. Only 2 are known to survive depending on the Chosen One's actions. The sorrow of the intelligent Deathclaws is complicated by what happened outside the games. Fallout 2's designers were split on whether talking Deathclaws belonged in the series at all. John Daly, who wrote their storylines, saw them as natural extensions of Fallout's themes. If humans, ghouls, and super mutants could all be people, well, why not Deathclaws? But Chris Avalon and others despised the idea, calling them silly and undermining the terror that Deathclaws represented. That creative clash is why Fallout 2 killed most of them off, and why later games quietly avoided bringing them back, at least directly. And yet the concept refuses to die. Decades later in Fallout Shelter Online, a wise Deathclaw named Kira appears, distantly descended from Gorris's line. She speaks with clarity, mourns her stolen egg, and bargains with the player like any desperate parent would. She's proof that the threat of intelligent Deathclaws, whether canon or not, still lingers in the Fallout universe. The scary part here isn't just the sight of a Deathclaw that can argue philosophy before it tears you apart. It's the fact that the Enclave thought it could create perfect soldiers, and instead it created an entirely new species. A species that questioned orders, protected humans, and dreamed of a future free of their creators. And for that rebellion, the Enclave tried to wipe them out. Some players found them absurd, others unforgettable. But either way, intelligent Deathclaws are still man-made horrors that don't always stay under your control. Sometimes they learn to speak, sometimes they learn to lead, and sometimes they prove that they were more human than the men who made them. My personal hope? Well, I just hope that these things get brought back in Fallout 5.
Slave collars are disturbing because they turn people into prisoners without walls. They were designed before the Great War by defense contractors at Big MT. Surprise, surprise. All as pacification collars, meant for prisons and camps. On the outside, they looked like a heavy steel ring with a lock, but inside was a small explosive charge wired to a radio receiver. If someone wearing the collar disobeyed orders or tried to escape, a signal could be sent and the collar would blow their head smooth off. Certain versions didn't even need a signal. Just tampering with the collar could trigger detonation. Others had transmitters that let controllers eavesdrop or track the wearer's every move. The collars weren't only for killing. Variants could be modified to shock the wearer or cause constant discomfort, keeping them obedient without guards nearby. Raiders, slavers, and organized groups learned to use them as a cheap way to control people. In the Capital Wasteland, the slavers at Paradise Falls have fitted captives with collars and threaten to set them off if they try to run. Some were set with timers just to terrify victims further. In New Vegas, Caesar's Legion used collars on captured NCR soldiers and settlers. A Legion centurion even bragged that a collar was designed to cut into the neck just enough that every swallow reminded the slave who owned them. Not all the uses were tied to raiders and slavers though. Father Elijah at the Sierra Madre used a modified version to force his recruits to follow orders in dead money. These collars were networked together, so if one person tried to escape or died, it could trigger another's collar to explode. The Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 3 also used them to secure prisoners without wasting manpower. Even the NCR's Eastern Regional Penitentiary used them on inmates before the war. No matter the location, the purpose stayed the same: strip away freedom and make escape impossible. The scary part about the slave collar isn't only that it kills, it's that the person wearing it lives in constant fear. Every movement and every breath reminds them that they don't own their life anymore. One wrong step, one disobedient act, or even one broken signal, and they're dead. These were built by people, with the clear goal of making slavery efficient. Tranquility Lane is messed up because it doesn't involve radiation, viruses, or creatures. It's human madness backed up by technology. Vault 112, where it all happens, wasn't like most vaults. It didn't house large populations or try to recreate a functioning society. It was built with just 85 pods called Tranquility Loungers. The people placed inside them weren't really living in the vault at all. Instead, their bodies were kept unconscious while their minds were uploaded into a virtual world designed by Dr. Stanislaus Braun. In theory, the simulation was supposed to be a paradise, an escape where the residents could live out peaceful lives forever while the world outside burned. Braun originally filled the system with different utopias, but he had complete control. Nobody inside could leave the simulation on their own, and none of them knew they were trapped. Once they entered the loungers, their reality was whatever Braun wanted it to be. An entire community locked away with no way to tell what was real, and one man deciding every detail of their lives. The problem came when Braun got bored. Perfection wasn't enough for him, so he started playing with his subjects like toys. He killed them in the simulation just to watch their reactions. When he was finished, he reset everything, wiped their memories, and started over. The deaths weren't imaginary either, because the brain was fully immersed. All of that pain was real. Each person inside Vault 112 went through being murdered again and again, then resurrected only to experience it all over again. By the time the Lone Wanderer discovered the vault in Fallout 3, this cycle had been going on for decades. The residents had spent their entire lives trapped in Braun's game, never remembering why but always suffering. Tranquility Lane was Braun's favorite version of the simulation. It resembled a stereotypical 1950s American suburb, with the pastel houses, a playground, and all the smiling neighbors. Braun modeled it after his German hometown, but then altered it to look American, and then used it to torment the vault dwellers. In this program, he appeared as a little girl named Betty, a disguise that gave him free reign to manipulate everyone inside. Why did he choose a little girl? Well, that's just a fucked up thing on its own. He ordered residents to commit acts of violence, pit neighbors against each other, and invent scenarios just to keep himself entertained. Every person in that world was powerless, forced to follow his instructions or suffer worse. There was a way out, a failsafe terminal hidden in the abandoned house inside the simulation. But without help from the outside, the trapped residents never found it. The residents weren't allowed to die or be free. They were just recycled endlessly, with their minds and emotions reset so that Braun could torment them in new ways. Their lives were nothing more than play sessions for a single man. Dr. Braun was brilliant. He created the Gek, a tool that could restore life to a wasteland. But with the Tranquility simulation, he proved that even without bombs or super mutants, one person with the right technology could create a situation worse than death. Mutant hounds are another product of the forced evolutionary virus, and they're scary as all hell. They were once ordinary dogs. After exposure to FEV, their bodies warped into something else, massive, hairless, and covered in greenish skin. Their muscle growth exploded in the same way it did with super mutants, giving them incredible strength and durability. But instead of becoming intelligent, like the scientists intended with humans, the hounds were left with nothing but aggression and animal instinct. In Fallout 4's Commonwealth, the mutant hounds are believed to have come from the Institute's FEV labs, the same place that produced the region's super mutants. We actually don't know the full story on that, but it does seem to fit, because almost every time you encounter super mutants, there's also hounds at their side. They've been reduced to guard dogs for one of the most violent groups in the wasteland, trained to hunt and protect their masters. Fallout 76 later proved that these creatures weren't limited to Boston. Mutant hounds also show up in Appalachia, showing that the FEV's corruption of animals spread beyond one region. The danger of mutant hounds isn't only their appearance and strength, it's that they were man-made. FEV was designed to improve humanity, but instead it created monsters, and dogs weren't spared. Instead of companions or protectors, they became weapons for super mutants. These animals didn't ask for it. They didn't evolve naturally in the wasteland, and people experimented with a virus they couldn't control. and these dogs ended up as victims of science gone wrong. Honestly, the humans in the Fallout universe are pretty awful. All of these experiments on our supposed best friends. That's atrocious behavior that no one can get on board with.
Step into Big MT and you'll meet plenty of nightmares with lab coats behind them, but none of them hit quite as hard as the lobotomites. These weren't creatures of the wasteland shaped by radiation or FEV. These were people, residents, wanderers, unlucky souls pulled in by drones who had their humanity stripped out piece by piece until nothing remained but a shell, a skinvelope as the doc calls them. The think tank's autodocs were supposed to be advanced medicine. Replace a failing organ here, upgrade a system there. In theory, the Tesla coils that replaced the human brain could have let the subject function normally, their thoughts guiding the body from inside the machine. But Big MT doesn't do theory very well. A flaw in the autodoc's programming meant that every brain extraction went wrong. Instead of a functioning cyborg, the result was a lobotomy patient, aggressive and stripped of reason through confusion. Multiply that by 2 centuries and you get generations of lobotomites roaming the crater. Sure, they grunt more than they speak, but sometimes a word leaks through, such as die, stop you, or never. Echoes of who they were buried under scar tissue and programming errors. Their eyes are darkened and their faces carved by surgical scars while their heads are strapped into respirators and goggles that keep them shambling forward. They fight with whatever Big MT leaves lying around, axes or even revolvers, and they come in groups, like lab experiments spilled out into hunting packs. Ironically, the courier becomes one of them, at least according to the think tank. Once your brain is extracted and once your body is wired into Big MT's systems, you're just another lobotomite in their eyes. That's how little humanity means to the scientists here. Flesh is just a vessel, something to poke and prod. There's another layer of irony here though too. Lobotomies were real, used in the 1940s and 50s as a cure for mental illness. They often left patients with lifelong damage and as empty shells of their former selves. Big MT's lobotomites are the sci-fi exaggeration of that history. Victims of progress, so obsessed with containment and control that it erases the human inside. So when you fight them in the labs, remember, they weren't born this way. They were made as a mirror of our own history, where science without ethics leaves only scars. There are plenty of things in the Mojave that can kill you, but few inspire the same amount of annoyance as the buzzing shadow of a cazador. Fast, venomous, and relentless, they are the Mojave's airborne assassins. Monsters born not from nature, but from the experiments of Big MT. Cazadors began as tarantula hawk wasps, already infamous in the real world for their painful sting. At Big MT's Z14 DNA lab, the doc spliced and mutated them, creating something larger and far more aggressive. He claimed they couldn't breed outside the crater, yet their swarms spread across the Mojave and Zion Canyon, multiplying in the hundreds. Some insist they never escaped. The wasteland, however, disagrees. They earned their name Cazadors, hunters, from Spanish-speaking survivors, and it fits. They strike in erratic swarms, their poison doing 3 times the damage of a rad scorpion's sting. Even crippling a wing only slows them. They'll keep crawling toward their prey until the venom does its work, or until you feel a little woozy. Their nests, basket-shaped and clinging to cliff sides, mark their territory like warning signs. Travel near Jacobstown, Calville Bay, or the rocky passes west of Good Springs and you'll hear that buzzing before you see them. And when you do, well, good luck. They were made to be dangerous, purposely engineered to take Fallout's wimpy insects and turn them into apex predators. And in that sense, they're not just mutants, but are trophies of Big MT's arrogance. Imagine a suit of armor designed not to protect soldiers, but to drag them home when they were too wounded to walk. That was the dream behind the Y-17 Trauma Override Harness, a Big MT invention meant to be salvation on the battlefield. It was a full-body suit lined with artificial muscle fibers that could take over your motor functions. If you were shot, burned, or broken, the harness would simply hijack your body and walk you back to base. On paper, it sounded revolutionary. A soldier could never be left behind. In practice, it was horror. The suits couldn't properly tell when to activate, often seizing control too early or too late. Worse, they couldn't recognize when the wearer had died. Once the body expired, the harness just kept walking. Mobile coffins powered by twitching muscle fibers, rattling their occupants' bones inside. When the Great War and Big MT's chaos overlapped, the problem only escalated. Soldiers, scientists, and test subjects died in the suits, triggering wander mode. With no home base set, the harnesses simply roamed. And since they recorded the motor patterns of combat, many attacked on sight. The result was 2 centuries of shambling killers, dead men still walking in their red suits and glass helmets. Even today, the courier can hear bones clattering inside them as they fight. They're armored and armed with top-tier energy weapons, rifles, Tesla cannons, Gatling lasers, a nightmare blend of corpse and machine. The think tank once called them progress, but the Y-17 harnesses prove the opposite. Technology without humanity doesn't save lives. It just traps them forever. Let's hope we see these things make a reappearance in Season 2 of the Fallout TV series. When you first hear the hiss in the Mojave Night, you might think it's just a rattlesnake warning you off. But then comes the growl, the howl, and then out of the darkness, something with fur, scales, and fangs leaps from the shadows. That's no snake and no coyote, it's both. That is a Night Stalker. Night Stalkers were stitched together in the labs of Big MT by our favorite doctor, combining rattlesnake DNA with coyotes. Why? Even the doc doesn't know anymore. Maybe it was a dare. Maybe it was to preserve rattlesnakes. But likely it was just madness. Whatever the reason, the results were killers. They wiped out most of the X8 shipping department before the bombs even fell. And afterward, packs of them escaped into the Mojave, spreading as far as Baja. They slither and hunt like snakes, but run in packs like coyotes. Blue and yellow eyes, scales and fur, forked tongues dripping with venom. They're patchwork predators born in bats. Some even inherited cloaking abilities after more experiments at the X13 lab where torture with cattle prods unlocked their invisibility serum. Today you'll find their nests in caves across the Mojave, and if you listen closely, that rattling tail isn't a snake in the brush. It's the warning of a nightmare that never should have existed.
Radiation is one of the scariest parts of the Fallout universe. It's everywhere. Glowing pools, ruined vaults, entire regions locked in Fallout centuries after the bombs. But to understand why these places are so terrifying, it helps to know what radiation actually is and what it does to the body. In real life, radiation is energy released from unstable atoms. Too much exposure damages your cells and breaks down DNA. It can lead to burns, sickness, cancer, or even death. It's invisible, and that's part of what makes it so dangerous. You don't see it, but your body feels the effects almost immediately, if the dose is high enough. Basically, you're being cooked from the inside out. Fallout takes that real danger and pushes it even further. Instead of just sickness or cancer, radiation creates ghouls, glowing monsters, and region where the land itself becomes unlivable. It doesn't fade with time. It lingers in the craters, vaults, and the storm systems, changing the world into something permanently hostile. Where our world uses radiation suits and careful containment to survive, Fallout shows what happens when there's no control at all, when the fallout is everywhere and no one is safe from it. So with that in mind, let's dive into some of the worst radiation horror stories in the Fallout series. This looks like a normal ruined commercial district, but behind the super mutants and broken buildings is one of Fallout's more horrific radiation stories. The area is full of the usual fighting, mutants, mercs, and even a behemoth. But behind Tacoma Industrial is something a lot of people don't see on the first run: the irradiated pool and the story of the 2 scientists who tried to study it. Getting there means climbing through the industrial building, exiting onto the roof, and then working your way down into a canal that's glowing with radiation. The water itself is lethal, with barrels of waste spilling out into the pit. Cross the canal and you'll find a small camp. Terminals left behind tell you about Isabella Proud and Jason, 2 researchers who set themselves up right next to the pool. They came here wearing radiation suits, trying to study how it worked and even how it might affect mutated humans. This didn't end well. Isabella's research logs show how long they've been working near the pool. For over a month, they moved closer and closer, trying to collect real data about ghoul behavior. She noted that feral ghouls didn't fear daylight, but tended to gather indoors. And then she began experimenting with lures. One experiment was to fill heavy basins with water and irradiate them at different levels. The basin with the most radiation drew in the greatest number of ghouls, proving how strong the pull of Fallout was for these creatures. She named specific ghouls she observed, like Melinda, who once approached her but didn't attack, only sniffing the resin-coated radiation suit Isabella had been wearing before leaving. It gave her the idea that feral ghouls could be more complex than most believed, maybe even capable of communication. When a group of ghouls returned days later, she and Jason observed them using a screen for cover. The group settled into the irradiated water, led by an alpha male she called Samuel, a glowing one that clearly drew the others together. At this point, Isabella stopped being cautious. After weeks of watching, she wanted direct contact. She decided she would approach the ghouls at dusk. Knowing that Jason wouldn't agree, she secretly coated his radiation suit with the irradiated resin she had been using on the basins, hoping it would draw the ghouls in and let them get closer. That decision was their last. Both scientists were killed, and their camp was left destroyed beside the glowing pool. When the lone wanderer arrives, Isabella and Jason are dead. Samuel has become hostile, and feral ghouls stalk the ruins. The irradiated canal itself is still dangerous, with barrels leaking fallout into the water. Isabella tried to push science into a zone where the world itself had already been changed beyond recovery, and it cost both her and Jason's lives. What she did to Jason in the name of science is pretty horrific, using him basically as bait just to see how the ghouls reacted. Insane. Vault 34 is one of the worst examples of how radiation can destroy a community from the inside. It was overcrowded from the beginning, and arguments over access to the armory turned violent. During one of these uprisings, the reactor systems were damaged. Once that happened, the cooling vents and other critical infrastructure failed, and radiation started spreading through the entire vault. From that point on, everything inside was slowly poisoned. The people who stayed behind had no escape. The main door had been sealed after the earlier exodus of the group that would later become the Boomers, and with guards posted, no one else could leave. When the reactor began leaking, they were trapped in a space where the air, the water, and even the walls themselves carried radiation. Engineering teams tried to stabilize it, but nothing worked. The reactor continued leaking for years, and fear and panic spread as quickly as the contamination itself. The result was long-term exposure that turned a once functional vault into a nightmare. Generations who lived through the leak were slowly irradiated, and by the time the courier discovers Vault 34, almost every resident is dead or has become a feral ghoul. A lot of them glow with the amount of radiation in their bodies, turning the dark halls into green light. Some of them are still wearing their security armor, but the people themselves are gone, replaced by creatures kept alive now by that same contamination that killed them. The reactor chamber is the most dangerous part. Radiation levels spike as you move closer. The core is still unstable after decades. Flooded sections of the vault have dead technicians floating under the desks, their bodies glowing from the exposure they suffered trying to fix the system. These little details tell us just how desperate the residents were. They worked until their last breath, right next to the very source of radiation that was killing them. What makes Vault 34 even worse is the damage wasn't contained inside. The radiation leaked into the ground outside the vault. By the time the NCR started farming nearby, the contamination had reached their sharecropper fields, threatening crops and food supplies. A disaster that started as an internal fight inside one vault spread into the Mojave, and it's probably going to affect the land far after the incident. A single moment of chaos damaged the reactor, and the fallout turned an overcrowded vault into a prison filled with radiation. The survivors were changed into ghouls, and the land around it was poisoned. In Fallout, radiation lingers just like in real life. The difference is that while it can erase everything, it might still leave something else behind. The glowing sea is the most irradiated place in the entire Commonwealth. It sits in the southwest corner of Massachusetts, and it became ground zero when a high-yield nuclear bomb hit during the Great War. The explosion destroyed mostly everything in the blast zone, and it left behind a permanent radioactive scar that spread for miles. The glow from this region can be seen from far across the map. Radiation in the glowing sea is not just background aesthetic, as we know. The levels are so high that unprotected people can die within minutes. Water sources give off far more rads than anywhere else in the Commonwealth, and walking into the open ponds is lethal in seconds. Even standing on the ground here means absorbing a constant dose. It shows us what an area looks like when it's been locked in Fallout for over 2 centuries with no recovery at all. The land is dead and warped. The trees are reduced to blackened stalks, and the ground is cracked and sunken, and most of the buildings are buried or broken into pieces. The crater at the center is a hollowed out scar where the blast hit hardest, and that's where the children of Adam have built a small settlement. They live right inside the source of the radiation, worshipping the bomb that destroyed everything around them. For them, it's holy, but for anyone else, it's lethal just to approach. Radiation in the glowing sea doesn't stay contained there either. Rad storms are created in this region, carrying radioactive dust and clouds into the rest of the Commonwealth. These storms sweep across Boston, dropping the levels of radiation on people who have no choice but to take cover. The glowing sea continues to poison the world beyond its borders. Life that exists here is changed entirely by radiation. Death claws, rad scorpions, and other mutated insects thrive in the environment. Feral ghouls wander through the ruins, their bodies kept moving by the same radiation that tore them apart. Even someone like Brian Virgil, who was hiding from the Institute, is safe only because he's a super mutant. It's a place that forces people to change or die. The glowing sea is different from most other irradiated zones in Fallout because of its size and intensity. It's an entire region locked in Fallout, unlivable for normal people, and still strong enough to affect the rest of the entire Commonwealth, and who knows where else 200 years after the bombs fell. I wanted to bring up the sea, but I also wanted to talk about locations within it. So if something else comes up from the glowing sea, you know why. The Mesquite Mountains crater and Hell's Motel give us a good idea as to what happened to the Mojave when Mr. House's defenses failed during the Great War. House stopped most of the incoming warheads, but 9 of them slipped through. One of them hit this area southwest of Prim, carving a huge impact site into the desert. The blast left behind pools of irradiated water that still give off dangerous levels of rads centuries later. But of course, the crater isn't empty. Feral ghouls wander through it, drawn to the radiation. Some of them are stronger reavers, glowing from contamination they've soaked up over the years. This wasn't a place anyone could rebuild. It became a zone where the only things that could survive were creatures that thrive in the radiation and fallout. On the edge of the crater is Hell's Motel, a 2-story shack once used by a ghoul named Dr. Rotson. He set up his home right in the middle of the contamination, growing glowing fungus on the porch and filling his kitchen with irradiated food. Living in this zone may have been possible for him, but it was still deadly. By the time the courier finds this place, Dr. Rotson is already dead inside, his body left in a pool of blood while a malfunctioning Mr. Handy roams the building. Probably the same thing that actually killed Rotson. Radiation might give ghouls longer lives, but it doesn't make them invincible. Rotson tried to live out in a home in one of the most contaminated places in the Mojave, but eventually it might have caught up to him. But mostly I find this place cool because it is one of the locations of those 9 warheads. Does House really care about this place? Absolutely not. But I bet it irks him every time he thinks about those little mistakes. Vault 87 is one of the deadliest locations in the Capital Wasteland, and not just because of the super mutants inside, but really because of the radiation outside its front door. The direct path to the vault entrance is drenched in extreme levels of rads. The game makes it clear that walking straight in is impossible without near instant death. The numbers climb so fast that it serves as basically a wall of radiation, shutting out anyone who tries to reach it. I think it might actually be the most irradiated location in the games. I'm not sure, but what I do know is that you can find a spot here where the radiation is peaking at 4,000 rads per second. That's a shit ton in case you were wondering. And this level of contamination didn't happen by chance. The vault was hit hard during the Great War, and the surface around it became saturated with fallout. The blast zone left the entire entrance poisoned, and even 200 years later, the ground is still deadly. Bones and debris in the area show that people had been here before. But of course, no one could ever reach the vault without dying almost immediately. There's even a guy in a radiation suit near the entrance, but not even he had a chance. What makes this even worse is what it implies about the people inside. Vault 87 was cut off from the rest of the world, not just by the sealed doors, but by the wall of radiation outside. Anyone trying to escape would have been faced with certain death before they even reached daylight. That left the residents trapped in a place where experiments with FEV would go on unchecked, turning them into super mutants that later filled the Capital Wasteland. The exterior of Vault 87 shows that radiation can create barriers stronger than steel. A door might be forced open, but radiation doesn't budge. It lingers, it spreads, and it makes whole stretches of land impossible to cross. In this case, it made Vault 87 a prison with a radioactive moat, locking its inhabitants inside and ensuring that whatever happened in there stayed hidden until the mutants began to climb out.
Hang on there, traveler. You'll want to steer clear of this place. The whole town's irradiated to high hell. I was stationed at Camp Searchlight before the incident.
Camp Searchlight gives us a good example of radiation that can be turned into a weapon long after the bombs first fell. Before the war, convoys carrying nuclear waste were diverted here during the chaos of 2077. The town's fire station ended up being used to store fuel rods that were supposed to stay sealed forever. 2 centuries later, when the NCR set up a major base in the area, those casks were still inside. It should have been a secure stockpile, but Caesar's Legion saw an opportunity. Under the orders of Vulpes and Colta, Legion agents infiltrated the camp. They broke into the fire station and unsealed the rods. When they did, a wave of radiation poured across the base and the town. The release killed the infiltrators immediately, but it also tore through the NCR forces inside. Soldiers caught in the blast zone either died within minutes or were poisoned so badly that they later turned into ghouls, and it left the whole town uninhabitable. Walking through Searchlight today, everything is soaked in rads. The homes, the school, the churches, they all give off steady radiation. Even the air carries it. The town looks mostly intact compared to other ruins in the Mojave, but it is a deadly trap. Every building has NCR soldiers turned ghoul inside, wandering in their old uniforms, shuffling along slowly with their knives, like they're still trying to fight even after their minds are gone. They're the NCR troops who were stationed here, changed by the disaster that killed their base. The fire station is the heart of the event. This is where the rods were opened, and it remains one of the most contaminated spots in the camp. Creatures that thrive on radiation, like rad scorpions or golden geckos, have taken over the ruins around it. The schools and churches that once served the town are now crawling with these beasts, feeding off the warmth left behind by the fallout. For the NCR, it was a psychological blow. The camp was meant to be a foothold in the southern Mojave, and in one strike, it was gone. First Sergeant Astor now leads the survivors from a safer distance. His logs tell us that he blames himself for not stopping it, even though the attack was carefully planned and almost impossible to prevent. Private Edwards, one of the few who lived through it inside the town, admits to the horror of seeing comrades die or turn into something else right before his eyes. Camp Searchlight is different from the other sites in this video because it didn't come from a bomb that fell during the Great War. It was the result of sabotage after the world had already been ruined. Radiation here wasn't random fallout drifting in from somewhere else. It was released deliberately to kill soldiers and turn a thriving base into a radioactive graveyard. The cratered hamlet in Fallout 3 looks like a small neighborhood that got destroyed, with a few broken houses around a massive crater. Inside the crater are barrels of radioactive waste, and the whole area gives off steady radiation. That part makes it different than just being another bomb crater, since apparently someone dumped waste here long after the initial blast. Or it looks like maybe a truck full of radioactive waste ended up crashing into the crater as the bombs were falling. The houses around it still have wrecked cars out front, which tells me that the people of this neighborhood never made it out. I mean, obviously, look at the houses. It probably wasn't the radiation and more like the blast. North of the crater, there's a bus that's crashed with skeletons still nearby. It feels like people tried to get out, but they didn't make it. Or maybe they ended up caught in the radiation later. It's not the most insane radiation spot, but I wanted to include it anyways because I found the fact that there's still barrels here weird. The waste in the center shows it was turned into a dumping ground afterwards, or at least somehow they ended up here after the bomb, making the damage worse. It's a small spot, but it tells the story of a neighborhood that was destroyed twice, first by the bomb, then by the radiation that followed. The decayed reactor site sits deep in the glowing sea, and it's one of the most dangerous radiation zones in the Commonwealth. The location is built around two half-buried reactor domes and a small control room, all that's left of a power facility that was destroyed when the bombs hit. Walking inside the domes means stepping into some of the highest radiation levels in the game, spiking it up to 40 rads a second right in the center. That's enough to kill anyone almost instantly without heavy protection. The control room plays a looping message. A broken automated voice repeats warnings of a meltdown.
Warning. Reactor breach detected. Meltdown imminent. Meltdown in 15 seconds. Meltdown in 10 seconds. Meltdown in...
The message has been stuck on repeat since the day the bombs fell, a recording of an emergency that no one survived to fix. It's a reminder that when the reactor failed, the people inside had no time to escape. Radiation isn't the only danger here. In the southern dome, there's the body of a child of Adam, who died holding a gamma gun. It looks like they came here as part of their worship, treating the leaking core as a holy place. The fact that they never left shows the reality of what that devotion costs, total exposure until death. On top of that, a death claw sometimes nests inside the dome, sleeping right next to the corpse. So yeah, that seems pretty bad. If the radiation didn't get you, this thing definitely would. It's another location where radiation is still pouring out in lethal waves, where an old automated system has been endlessly counting down a meltdown that already happened, and where even worshippers of Adam die trying to draw closer to what they see as divine. South of Chased Acres Dairy Farm, someone once tried to build a makeshift toilet surrounded by ruined cars. The idea seems to have been that Rex would keep Yaogwai or other creatures away. What they didn't account for was the fact that they built the entire thing on top of a radioactive pool of waste. Radiation seeps out of the ground here, strong enough to poison anyone who is nearby, just like everything else we've talked about. The outhouse itself sits right over the glowing water. It's clear someone thought they could claim this patch of land, maybe even make it livable, but the choice of building on irradiated ground guaranteed that wouldn't last. The pool below was already toxic, and the cars above just corroded in place. Walking in here feels like stepping into a failed experiment. The person who set it up didn't survive, and the outhouse is all that's left of their effort. At least I assume they're dead. What else could have happened to some guy taking a shit on top of a radiation-filled pond? Now the place just attracts dangerous wildlife like rad scorpions and yaoguai. The irradiated outhouse doesn't have the same size or infamy as places like Vault 87 or Camp Searchlight, but it tells that same kind of story. Radiation doesn't just wipe out cities and vaults. It destroys individual lives in small attempts at rebuilding. One wastelander tried to create something here, and the land itself turned against them. But maybe that's just Darwin's theory for this specific location. Swan's Pond looks like a quiet park in Boston, but the water tells a different story. The pond itself is irradiated, and anyone who drinks from it takes in far more radiation than normal, 5 times more than most sources across the Commonwealth. It shows how poisoned this small patch of land has become, and how dangerous it is even without the monster hiding in it. Toxic waste barrels can be found near the groundskeeper's shack on the northwest edge of the pond. The radiation there spikes so fast that it can kill quickly, making the building nearly impossible to reach without strong protection. The barrels explain why the water itself is so contaminated, turning what was once a public park into another fallout pool that never recovered after the war. But the water here isn't empty. A unique super mutant behemoth called Swan lives beneath the surface. He attacks when disturbed, dragging anyone too close into a fight in the middle of the contaminated pond. Around the ponds are notes, skeletons, and signs that people tried to use the area after the bombs fell. Some left research logs, others simply died against the trees or by the statue nearby. Their bodies show that people continue to be drawn into the irradiated park, whether for science, survival, or just by accident. And the result was always the same: radiation exposure, Swan, and death. These could have also been people who were here as the bombs were falling and got caught up in the initial fallout. But in the world of Fallout, you'll find poison spots like this, where the environment, the water, and the creatures inside all feed off the radiation that never goes away. Okay, how do we not bring up the divide in a radiation video? I tried to keep this one short and to the point because we've covered this place a lot, but radiation here is some of the most disastrous we've seen in the games. It's one of the most irradiated regions in the entire series. When dormant missile silos hidden beneath Hopeville and Ashton detonated, the ground itself split open. Entire highways and towns collapsed into canyons, and nuclear fire poured out into the air. The result was not just destruction, it created a landscape permanently poisoned by radiation. The detonations turned the area into an ongoing storm zone. Fallout clouds mixed with dust and ash, forming radioactive sandstorms, strong enough to strip flesh from bone. These storms never cleared. They constantly sweep across the land, making the divide a place where exposure is unavoidable. Radiation here isn't just background hazard, it's actually tied to the weather system. The survivors caught in that disaster became the marked men. They weren't killed outright, but the storms and radiation burned their skin off and kept them alive. Their bodies are trapped in a cycle of being flayed and regenerated by constant exposure. Radiation is the only thing sustaining them and forcing them into a state between living and dead. The destruction also contaminated everything under the ground. Old silos, bunkers, and tunnels still leak radiation, and the canyon walls glow with the remnants of the blasts. Even decades after the detonations, the divide continues to pour fallout into the air, feeding the storms that spread death across the ruins. It's an environment that no one can live in without protection, and those who tried were either killed or changed by the exposure. It's a place where the bombs created a permanent self-sustaining nightmare. Radiation isn't limited to pools or reactors here. It's in the weather, the soil, and the people. It never fades, and it makes the divide one of the worst examples of nuclear contamination in the entire Fallout universe. Don't stare at the craters. Listen to the people who tried to keep things running while it happened, or how people survived during the chaos. We'll walk through real voices from terminals and holotapes, clerks at Charleston Capitol, a mayor's family in a shelter, med staff in a police station, and survivors recording their words the days the bombs fell, and the few years after. I'll read their words and play their tapes, so you know who they are, where they are, and what was falling apart around them, the horrors they had to face, and all of the tragedy. What was it really like to be there when the bombs fell? If you guys like Fallout content like this, then you're definitely in the right place. We have a lot on the channel and a lot more to come, so consider subbing. We really do appreciate you guys watching, and enjoy the vid. Randall Clark, or the Survivalist as most know him, was a man from Utah who lived before the bombs dropped. In Zion Canyon, we can find multiple entries in journals of his life during the fall of the bombs and years later. He recorded all of it, and this is his story. When the bombs fell in 2077, Randall Clark was driving home. He was a veteran, used to the wilderness and the army, but nothing could prepare him for that day. His truck died north of Spanish Fork at the same time as another car in the opposite lane. Within a minute, Salt Lake City was hit. He saw the flash and knew right away what had happened. Turning back, he counted more strikes as the ground shook. His wife Sharon and their son Alex were south of him, and in that moment he knew they were gone. His journal says,
"Didn't watch you die, Cher. Saved my eyes. Counted 12 more flashes next 7 minutes. Ground shook each time. 18 seconds later."
The couple from the other car were blinded by the blast. They screamed that they couldn't see, and Randall realized there was no help coming, so he gave them what he thought was the only mercy left. He sat them against their car, let them hold each other, and told them that everything would be okay, and then fired 2 shots. After that, he grabbed his rifle and pack and started walking. It took 5 days to reach Zion National Park. By then, his feet were torn from blisters and he could hardly sleep. He found a cave once used by the US Geological Survey, with abandoned gear and food supplies left behind, and that was the reason he survived those first months. Outside was nothing but danger. Black rain fell, and the Geiger counter spiked whenever he stepped out. In the army, he'd been told fallout would clear in 2 to 4 weeks, but months went by and the land was still dangerous. He would scrape condensation from the cave walls into bottles of water, and he kept recounting memories of his family, writing,
"You told me. Stop running off to the wild. Man belongs with his family. You were right. You were right. You were right. You were right. Wasn't there to hold you and my boy. Died without me. Never touch you or him again."
Rations from the survey team stretched for a while, but by January 2078, nearly everything was gone. At last, the radiation dropped enough to risk going outside. The world he stepped into was ruined. The snow glowed green, no animals moved, and he saw no signs of life. Quote,
"There's nothing alive out there."
By 2083, he had learned enough to start cataloging plants that he could eat. Banana yucca, mesquite, prickly pear. They were all mutated, but safe if harvested carefully. For the first time in years, he tasted something fresh instead of canned food. Strange insects appeared, and eventually he spotted bighorn sheep. They're bulkier and their horns grew differently, but they were alive. That gave him hope that the land could recover. The next year, he forced himself to travel back to Salt Lake City. It took 15 days, circling hotspots and foraging as he went, and the sight broke him. The city was nothing but craters, bent steel, and burned bricks. He couldn't even find his street. He told himself Sharon and Alex had been vaporized instantly, but he feared it might have been slower and worse. He wrote this as he got back.
"Don't know what I was thinking. Imagined I'd find my house, dig through the rubble, find something. Your bones, I hoped, and little nuts. Would have buried them. Here in Zion, maybe. SLC is mostly craters. Warped steel girders where high-rises sat, mounds of bricks. Never found our house, didn't even find the street. What wasn't a crater was scorched clean."
With nothing left to find, he returned to Zion and built a heavy electrified door on his cave. In 2095, he spotted a group of 28 people moving through the canyon. They spoke Spanish and kept repeating the word paradiso. He stayed hidden, watching. When one of the men broke his leg, Randall pretended to be him, screaming for help until the rest of the group found him. Later, he left antibiotics on a rock near the camp. They believed God had sent it. Randall only felt bitter about that. No God who let the bombs fall would care about medicine, but he still wanted them to live. A year later, more than 100 people in vault suits from number 22 arrived. They carried pistols and submachine guns and moved with discipline. They attacked the Mexican group, killing most of the men, and then trying to take the women and children and gunning down anyone who resisted. Randall couldn't stop it. Scouting their camp later, he realized they were also eating their captives. He called them coffers because they hacked and wheezed constantly, sick with something they had brought from their vault.
"Say I go in at night and get the women and children out. Where to next? But I have to get them out. Have to."
For nearly a year, he fought them. Patrols were ambushed, traps went off, and their own grenades were turned against them. He even dragged bodies into traps to bait more of them in. By the end, dozens were dead, about a third of their force. In early 2097, his journal said the coffers were finally gone. He had beaten them, but he felt nothing from it. That same year, he came across Sylvie, trapped in one of his snares and screaming in pain. She had escaped from the coffers and called them children of the devil. Life in their group had been especially cruel for women, and she had run when the chance came. Randall freed her, treated the wound, and taught her how to live outside. For the first time in decades, he wasn't completely alone. By 2100, Sylvia was pregnant. Randall, 47 now, was terrified. He hiked for medical books and scavenged for supplies, determined to do better this time. In 2101, she went into labor. The baby was breech. Randall tried to turn him and then attempted a C-section too late, and the baby, who he planned to name Michael, died too. He buried them both south of the Narrows. His note said at least he would have been there with them. He thought about finally ending his life.
Baby was breech, would have been a son, Michael. Did my best to turn him. Failed. Must have done cesarean too late. Had to put Sylvia out and she never woke up. Buried them south of the Narrows. Well, this time I was by their side. So much better. I think I can finally do it.
But he didn't. In 2108, he fought ghouls, first thinking the dead had risen. On 2113, on his 60th birthday, he joked about giving himself whiskey and a shotgun slug, but called himself a coward for not going through with it. In 2123, another group arrived. This time, 24 children. They were dirty and thin, the youngest only 8. They had escaped a place they called the school. At night, one of the older ones read stories to the little ones to help them sleep. Randall listened and remembered what it was like to hear family voices. He began leaving gifts and notes for them. First storybooks, then weapons guides, medical texts, and other supplies. In his notes, he signed himself as the Father. He told them to look after one another, to be kind, and to only fight when they had to. He wanted Zion to belong to them after everything they'd been through. By January 2124, he was dying. His cough had blood in it, likely cancer. He gave away what supplies he had left, but didn't want the children to see him weak. He climbed to Redgate, lay down, and waited. In his final entry, he admitted he had lied to Cher, Alex, and Sylvie when he said he would always be with them, but he wouldn't take it back. He wrote that maybe the only reason he kept living was to keep their faces alive in his memory for as long as he could. His last written words,
I wish them well. It's been a gift to me at the end of it all to behold innocence. Goodbye, Zion.
Randall Dean Clark, the survivalist, lived through the bombs, through years of isolation, through fighting cannibals and sickness. He buried everyone he cared about. In the end, he left Zion to the children who had no one else. This is a man who lost everything on the day the bombs fell and still kept going, trying to leave something better behind than what he was given. It's one of, if not the best recorded stories of a survivalist days after the bombs fell in the entire series.
Frederick Sinclair was a wealthy businessman and the creator of the Sierra Madre Casino. On the surface, it looked like a luxury resort built for the elite, but it was really meant to be something else, a shelter. Sinclair saw that the world was moving toward nuclear war, and he wanted to create a place that could survive it. But this wasn't just about survival alone, it was about Miss Keys, a singer he loved more than anything. The casino, of course, was built for her. Every decision he made, from the funding to the design, was driven by his hope that it would protect her when the bombs eventually dropped. She wasn't perfect though. She was famous, but she struggled with addiction, and that made her easy to manipulate. Dean Domino, a lounge performer and con artist, saw that weakness and planned to use her to rob the casino. Sinclair found out about the plan before Vera could tell him, and even when she finally confessed, it didn't really soften the betrayal. He realized that the two people he trusted the most had been plotting behind his back. When Sinclair learned what Dean was up to, he changed everything. He turned the vault, originally meant to be a fallout shelter, into a trap. The system's locks and security holograms were reprogrammed to ensure that anyone entering the vault without permission would never escape. His goal was simple. If Dean tried to rob him, he'd die trying. But the plan went too far. The casino systems became so complicated and self-contained that even Sinclair couldn't override them. Then, of course, the bombs fell. Whatever he had built to protect Miss Keys now became a tomb. In his final message to her, he apologizes by saying, Vera, if you're reading this, my fears have come to pass, and this is an apology. I hope you realized what my last words meant to you. If so, they have led you here, and this place will keep you safe. I know what they meant for me, and I fear they have trapped me here. I have extracted the previous entry after our conversation tonight. It can't have been easy for you, and I am sorry for all I put you through in silence. I know, while you do not love me, you did not mean any malice in what you did. I knew about your plans to rob the casino with Dean before you told me. Hearing it from you didn't make it any easier. For what it's worth, I am glad you told me yourself and I understood the tapes he had in his possession. I do not think either one of you realized what your addiction stemmed from, however, and that is the tragedy in this. I suspect the world would not have believed you regardless, so I respect your desire to keep it from others. When first building this villa, this casino, I meant it for you. As the world seemed to race headlong toward war, it became part of my desire to protect you. The loans, the funding I poured into the casino's construction, I knew it would not matter when war came for us. It was my means of creating a shelter, a defense if the world was bombarded in radiation and bombs. When Dean revealed his plans inadvertently through our introduction, I realized what had happened and how I had been tricked. For a time, my thoughts were dark. I changed the casino vault from a shelter to a trap as I knew the first one to enter would be Dean. He would die down here, and it would have been by his own hand. I fear, however, that I overstepped myself, and the only safe place in the casino is the vault. I have tried to rewire the systems, change the protocols, and I cannot. I will do one last check on the pipes by the edge of the outside platform and see if anything can be done. I fear it is useless. If you come down here, do not access my personal account's entry. It contains only a message for Dean, and it will seal the door and you will have no way out. Even the elevator is designed to automatically return when the door is closed, and it will lock in place. There should be enough in the vault to sustain you until help arrives, though I have ensured that there is enough medical supplies down here to keep you comfortable. The hologram should defend the casino from any attackers, and the hologram beacon in the villa will broadcast an emergency signal so that others know you are here. When danger has passed, rescue will come. I hope you were able to read this and know that I loved you. Frederick Sinclair. His final words to Miss Keyes were filled with guilt and love. He believed the holograms would protect her and that rescue would eventually come, but of course it never did. The world outside was gone and the Sierra Madre stood frozen in time as an ode to love and obsession. And ultimately, it ended up being the last desperate hope of a man who tried to save someone when there was no world left to save. This fish packing plant was just a regular seafood plant. The people there weren't soldiers or politicians, just workers processing fish in Boston on the day everything ended. Their terminals give a glimpse of what it looked like when the bombs fell from the point of view of people who didn't even know what was happening until it was too late. Before October, the records are normal business logs, fish imports, fish exports, and temperature checks. They talk about cod and flounder shipments like it's any other year. The company was doing well with steady supplies and good output. There are small complaints about fumes from delivery trucks, broken fans, and a thermostat being bumped too high, which could ruin the entire batches of fish. These were normal work issues though, the kind that fill up your day when life still makes sense. By August, one of the employees, Jane, was already frustrated about the air quality. She left one day because the exhaust from trucks gave her headaches. She still sounded upbeat, even polite, asking her coworker George to finish her contract for her. Again, just a normal email between coworkers. Then October 23rd hit, the day the bombs fell. The factory was still running. Jane sent another message, and this time her tone had changed completely. She could hear that sirens were going off outside. Nobody was explaining what was happening though. She wrote that they were told to lock the doors and wait until someone got back to them. And at this point, this was half an hour ago. She was confused, scared, and just trying to stay calm. She even ended the message casually asking Dave to bring her a Nuka-Cola when he came up. That one line makes it clear she didn't quite understand how serious things were. Dave replied to her soon after, and he said he couldn't bring the Nuka because the main lift had been shut off, trapping the lower level workers. He mentioned hearing rumbling and shaking, probably the bombs hitting, and that some of the shelves had fallen over. He said that everyone downstairs was concerned but still thought it was something temporary. He asked Jane to tell him if she heard anything new, and that's the last message either of them ever sent. Those short emails captured the moment the world ended for regular people. The sirens were blaring, the ground was shaking, and they were still talking about soda and work problems as shit was hitting the fan all around them. They didn't know they were some of the last people alive in that part of the city. The plant's logs kept running until the power failed, but the workers never made it out. The fish packing plant became one more frozen piece of history from the day the world ended. A place where people were doing their jobs one moment and waiting for help that never came the next.
Final entry, Saturday, October 23rd, 2077. This is Megan Hayes. I'm a tour guide here at the Concord Museum of Freedom. I am so scared. Everyone saw the flashes, they left. Even Mr. Nash. He just ran away and left me here. Jerk. And then one of those army helicopter things crashed into the roof. I saw soldiers, but they looked freaked out. I just hid from them. I've only been in Massachusetts a month. I don't really know anyone, and I don't know where to go. I broke the lock on the curator's desk and took the gun. I'm going to hide in one of the rooms for a few days until things calm down. If anybody reads this, please come find me. But if you try to hurt me, I swear I'll shoot you.
Her entry comes from the very first day of the war, written in Concord, Massachusetts. The area around Boston was hit early during the Great War. Panic spread instantly, with people rushing out of Concord looking for safety farther inland. Hayes wasn't from Massachusetts and had no family in the area, which left her completely alone. The Concord Museum of Freedom where she worked wasn't built for survival. It was just an old colonial building with limited supplies and little protection. When the vertibird crashed into the roof, people saw that even the military had lost control within minutes of the bombs dropping. Soldiers stumbling through the wreck only added to her fear. She didn't know what had happened beyond the museum walls. With no clear idea of where the strikes landed and no way to reach anyone, she decided to hide inside with the curator's gun. In a city filled with radiation and desperate survivors, even footsteps near doors could have meant trouble. This is the last entry we have for her. Who knows what happened? The switchboard was an old DIA listening post hidden under the Slocum Joe's donut shop in Massachusetts. By the time of the Great War, it was still running and tied into the U.S. Defense Network. The facility's terminals contain reports from the hours leading up to the end of the world. On October 23, 2077, files record a steady climb through the DEFCON stages. Early that morning, threats were flagged, and by midday, confirmation came that the country had gone to DEFCON 1. A short time later, the logs note nuclear detonations on U.S. soil, including strikes in Pennsylvania and New York. Soon after, everything shut down. The switchboard's mainframe recorded the last events before the collapse. Other entries inside the complex explain how the place operated before that day. The SIGINT desks used the Slocum Joe's shop as a cover. Workers posed as regular staff while funneling intelligence back upstairs. They were instructed to deflect questions and maintain the disguise, while the agency gathered surveillance data worldwide. Reports mentioned transmissions from Afghanistan, research on possible Chinese stealth projects, and all of it was routed into an experimental program called PAM. The predictive analytic machine was built to forecast global conflicts. It was asked to simulate war scenarios and assess potential Chinese actions. The results were direct. One conclusion was that even a successful first strike on the United States would not allow conquest, since most of the arsenal would survive. Another estimate claimed China was working on stealth submarine programs, based on gaps in intelligence and suspicious resource shipments. Personnel grew frustrated with its rigid logic, and some described the machine as stubborn. By the late 2070s, PAM was considered accurate enough to brief national leadership. One of the final assessments placed the chance of alert levels rising in October 2077 at only 12%. Days later, the bombs fell. The switchboard wasn't just an office. Security was spread throughout the tunnels, automated doors, tripwires, spotlights, and turrets all wired into the network. It was designed to withstand sabotage and keep intelligence flowing, even if the surface was destroyed. When the missiles were confirmed and the power failed, the defenses no longer mattered. These records are different from journals or personal notes. They're an official government log in its final hours, only warnings and responses until the terminals cut out. And that last DEFCON status entry has left the community guessing about what happened with the bombs years later.
DEFCON status 2077. Anchorage all clear. DEFCON 3. Compact reports 3. USOS off Calif Coast. JCS advise. USAF has eyes on squadron of airplanes, possible Chinese, at high altitude off Bering Strait. IONS reports 4 probable launches. DEFCON 2. NORAD confirms birds in air. DEFCON 1. Authenticated order. Response scenario, MXCN91. Repeat, MXCN91. Pennsylvania, New York, confirmed strike. Offline, offline, offline.
Cambridge Polymer Labs is one of the clearest records we have of what happened inside a workplace when the bombs dropped. It was a research lab, and the people inside were just scientists trying to meet a military deadline. The entries tell a full story, from the morning before the war to the chaos that later came. The team was working on something called the Nucleostrictive Lining Project. The idea was to create a special material for power armor that could turn radiation into usable energy. It used a mix of gold, lithium hydride, and uranium with the hope of making soldiers' armor self-powering in the field. Kind of a genius idea. The science worked, but the material kept breaking down under heat and pressure. Every time they fixed one problem, another problem popped up. The head of the project was Dr. Erica Elwood, and her husband John was the lab's director. They were both under military pressure, especially from Colonel Kemp, to deliver fast results. On the morning of October 23rd, John sent a cheerful email to everyone. He told them to push through mandatory overtime, said he had ordered coffee and donuts, and mentioned that if they had heard tanks or gunfire outside, it was just a military training exercise. Again, the devil is in the details. That line alone tells you that he already knew something serious was going on and was downplaying the whole thing. He'd gotten a strange phone call from Colonel Kemp earlier that morning telling him to keep the entire staff in the lab no matter what. Kemp didn't necessarily explain why, but after the call dropped, John realized it was a warning. When the bombs hit Boston, the lab survived the blast, but the EMP fried every outside communication line. John lied to his team, telling them the noises and shaking were part of those training exercises. He knew that if they found out the truth, that a nuclear bomb had gone off, they'd of course try to leave, and he couldn't risk that. A few hours later, the military confirmed what he had already feared. They could only extract personnel who had vital military assets. So what this meant was that if the nucleostricted project wasn't finished, the people in the lab would be left to die. So he locked down the clean room, told everyone to keep working, and promised that once they had completed the prototype, they'd be released. As you can imagine, the staff didn't believe him for long. The air system started to fail, radiation alarms went off, and no one outside was responding. People started to panic. Will Bergman, one of the senior scientists, had military training and tried to take control. He didn't trust John anymore. He thought the director was keeping them trapped for no reason, and so he tried hacking into the lab's administrative system to override the lockdown. John caught him and blocked his access, and that's when the lab completely fell apart. Erica, still trying to focus on her research, had actually found a way to solve the thermal dissipation problem that had been holding the project back. But Will didn't care about that anymore. He was focused on escaping. He locked himself in the isotope containment lab, sealed off access to the uranium they needed, and planned to trigger the facility breach alarm. This alarm would open every locked door, but it would also activate the lab's automated defenses. The robots and turrets would target anything alive. Panic set in, John tried to warn him off, but Will was already past reasoning. Meanwhile, Erica and two others, Tom and Mary, tried to climb through the ceiling to get around the barricade and stop him. They planned to take Will by surprise before he could activate the defenses. At the same time, John's health was failing. He'd been shot while scavenging for supplies in the city, and the wound had gone septic. He was also sick from radiation exposure. In one of his last logs, he admits he can't hold out much longer and apologizes to Erica. He tells her he only kept them there because he thought finishing the project was their only chance at rescue. The final note suggests that Will went through with his plan. The system records show the facility breach protocol was triggered, unlocking every door and activating the defenses. After that, the logs stop. No more messages from anyone since the lab's security robots and turrets likely killed everyone inside. The tragedy of this place is that they actually did figure it out. The last surviving experiment in the lab, still running when the player finds it centuries later, proves Erica's design worked. They finished what they were told to do, but no one ever came back for them. The people who stayed behind were never rescued, and the lab that was supposed to change the world became their tomb.
You're standing in the mayor's shelter, deep under Boston, where 3 holotapes were left. These tapes weren't found in a desk or a record vault. They're just scattered about the bunker, and they all contain different perspectives. When you press play, you'll hear 3 voices. The bodyguard trying to keep some order, the mayor trying to protect his family, and the mayor's wife reaching out for hope where there is none. They don't know what's coming, but all of them feel the building closing in. As you listen, imagine the shelter around you. Lights going out, whispers in the corridors, below the utility rooms and gym, the places they told people to go. The first tape is a guard.
Found the mayor in the tub last night. Locked the door before the missus found him. Didn't want her to see him like that. I told her he'll be back soon and not to worry. In the meantime, I told her to take the children down to the utility room in the gym and wait for the all clear. Situation's getting out of control and we're outnumbered. It's only a matter of time before this place falls into chaos.
Things seem to be going bad in the shelter. The guard is losing control and the mayor is dead, and he left behind his own tape.
Hi, sweetheart. I'm sorry it had to end this way. I tried to build a place where our children could live comfortably. You know, I'm a family man, and know our children come first. I'd do anything for them, even at the expense of taxpayers' money. The mob has broken through, and it's only a matter of time before they reach the lower level. As a last resort to protect our family, I give you... well, I give you myself. Take my body to the people. Tell them I died a coward. Maybe they will leave you in peace. I left the key to the safe with one of the attendants. I forget his name. Anyway, goodbye, my darling. I love you and the children so much.
The people he was talking about, this mob, they were a group trying to get into the shelter after the bombs had fell. They wanted in, and they wanted blood. The last holotape is the mayor's wife.
Where are you, honey? I've been told to take the children to a safe place near the gym. Are you okay? The children are scared. This whole situation is my fault. I convinced you we needed all of this stuff if the worst ever happened. Now look at what's happening. All my fault. When you come back... Oh, hold on. Looks like the little one's hungry. Shh. It's okay, baby girl. Don't cry. It's okay. Mommy's here. Listen, when you come back, let's get out of here. Let them have this place. We don't need it. I love you, honey. See you soon.
It's a good example of how status or class became non-existent in the post-world. The mayor couldn't handle the chaos and left his family to clean up his mess. The guard decided to lock his body away in hopes that he could spare them from the trauma. But in the end, the mob managed to storm the shelter, and whatever happened next probably didn't go well for anyone.
My name is Carrie Delaney. I teach 4th grade at the Early Dawn Elementary School in Washington, D.C. Yesterday, October 23rd, 2077, half the school went on a field trip to Lamplight Caverns. We were packing up to leave when everything went crazy. The cave started shaking, the lights went out, the kids started screaming. My God! Mr. Pollock went outside to see what was going on. When he came back in, he told us what he saw. Clouds. Mushroom clouds. It's finally happened. The end of the world.
Carrie Delaney's writing comes out of Early Dawn Elementary, where she worked as a 4th grade teacher in Washington, D.C. When the bombs fell on October 23, 2077, she was with her class on a field trip. The ground shook, lights went out, and she gathered the students to safety in the caves of where they were visiting. What she left behind are journal entries that record the terror of that day and what came after. Her first entry, as we heard, describes the moment it happened. The tunnel shook, the kids screamed, and she realized it was nuclear war. There were mushroom clouds in the distance and the end of the world. Food was scarce from the start. The school hadn't been designed as a fallout shelter, so once they were stuck inside, there was no rescue coming and very little to keep everyone alive. Imagine having all those kids and trying to be responsible and keep them alive and safe. The crying alone would be madness.
We're all okay. If you can call being stuck in a cave with 82 terrified kids okay. Alive, anyway. But I don't know what the hell we're going to do. It's been 4 days. Claudia went out this morning to look around and never came back. Then Mr. Cobb went out to look for her, and he never came back. So now there's only me, 2 other teachers, 2 of the parents who were chaperoning, and a few of the cavern staff. And all these poor kids. We've got enough food and water to last for a while, I guess. But after that, I just don't know. We can't stay in here forever. Can we?
These holotapes are pretty interesting. They record the day-to-day struggle of a teacher trying to protect her class in impossible conditions. She talked about calming the children. She described how rations kept running out. She also said she hopes that someone might eventually find them. In the end, her words leave a record of a group isolated in the dark with no real chance of surviving what the war had already taken from them. But here we see the beginnings of what would later be called Little Lamplight, a settlement run only by children.
In the days leading up to the Sierra Madre's grand opening, the people working inside had no idea they were living through the last normal moments before the bombs fell. One of the few records from that time comes from the casino's medical clinic. The doctor there kept notes on the people who came in, and those entries gave us a clear look at what was happening right before everything ended. The entries start with Vera Keyes, the same singer that Frederick Sinclair built the casino for. She came into the clinic without Sinclair, but she was with Dean Domino. He told the doctor that Vera had a throat infection and asked if the auto doc could help. The doctor, of course, thought that was strange because the Sierra Madre had its own auto doc. Domino brushed it off, saying he didn't want to alarm Sinclair, which already made things suspicious. The doctor ran tests and found that Miss Key's voice was fine. There was no infection at all. What was really happening was that she had become dependent on Med-X, a strong painkiller that was also addictive. Her, quote, loss of voice, quote, was really just exhaustion and the effects of long-term chem use. When the doctor tried to talk to Miss Keyes about it, Domino stepped in and shut it down immediately. He treated it like a joke, laughing when the doctor warned that too much Med-X could send someone into a coma. The doc lost his temper, and Domino ended the visit by saying they'd come back when he was in better spirits. The doctor wrote that he despised Domino, which gives you an idea of how tense that encounter really was. Not long after, Domino came back alone. He asked about Miss Keyes' test results and whether her voice would recover in time for the gala event, the big opening night performance. The doctor told him that if Miss Keyes was worried, she needed to come in herself. He refused to share private medical details with Domino. He also explained that if her voice ever truly got damaged, the auto doc could fix it, even through surgery if needed. That answer seemed to calm Domino down. He eventually apologized and tried to smooth things over by leaving the doctor a bottle of wine. The doctor said he found it inappropriate and tried to refuse. Now, this is where the entries stop. It's the last medical record before the casino locked down and the bomb started to fall. Miss Keyes, Domino, and Sinclair were all caught in their own plans, and no one realized they were hours away from the world ending. The clinic logs give us a rare look at that exact moment. A doctor just doing his job, caught between people hiding secrets, and a war about to erase everything. The police at the Sierra Madre Villa were just regular officers trying to do their jobs, but their terminal entries make it clear that things were getting stranger by the day before the bombs hit. Their boss, Frederick, had strict rules for everything coming in and going out of the villa. He didn't want anything radioactive or foreign entering the resort, claiming it was for safety reasons. The officers were told that an automated system would check visitors and confiscate anything dangerous, even small items, then mail them back to the person's address. When the police asked about the construction crews and whether those workers should be searched too, Sinclair brushed it off. He said that was a villa matter, meaning it was handled by somebody else, most likely Dean Domino, who seemed to have more influence than he should have. Sinclair's security ideas didn't make the officers' jobs easy. The chief complained that the list of banned items was nearly impossible to enforce. He even admitted that one of Sinclair's friends tried to pressure him about being more flexible with visitors. That same friend also hinted he could cut off supplies if the police weren't cooperative. It's clear from the chief's tone that he didn't trust any of these people, but he didn't have much of a choice. He had to balance Sinclair's paranoia about security with the fact that the villa's management didn't want to upset wealthy guests or slow down the casino's grand opening. The terminals also talk about Sinclair's hologram guards. The police thought the holograms made their jobs pointless since those glowing sentries could instantly kill intruders. One officer even said he didn't understand why Sinclair needed living guards at all. Still, the police stayed on duty and tried to manage security while preparing for the gala event, the big night meant to celebrate the casino's grand opening. The chief made absolutely sure the police station was stocked. They had shotguns, ammo, and mines in case of trouble, and Sinclair seemed convinced something big could happen, possibly a war or an attack. The dispensers around the villa, which most people thought were just fancy vending machines, could also unlock ammo and repair kits using special codes. Those codes were stored in the contraband room in case of emergency. The officers weren't happy about the vending machines though. They only worked using Sierra Madre casino chips, which the guards got as part of their paycheck. It meant they were basically forced to buy their food and supplies from Sinclair's machines. One of them even called it a company store, saying it felt like Sinclair wanted total control over everyone who lived or worked there. As the night of the gala got closer, the chief focused on the event more than the rules. He told his officers to go easy on the guests. One of the guards mentioned setting up a radio to listen to the performance and said he was going to stash drinks and food from the evidence room to celebrate after his shift. They still didn't realize how close they were to the end. The last entries mention how quiet the night was. The officer expected to listen to Vera Keyes sing from the casino over the radio, not knowing that the entire Sierra Madre was about to be sealed off forever. The police were thinking about enforcing rules, guarding doors, and finishing their shifts. But outside those walls, the bombs were about to fall. The resort that was supposed to be a safe escape turned into a locked tomb for everyone inside.
Tina, it's me. Your brother, Alex? Listen, Mom would kill me if she knew I was contacting you, but she's being an impossible bitch right now. You have to come home. Do you understand me? This thing with China, it's not going away. We're gonna try and get into one of those vaults. If that doesn't work, well, I have a backup plan. There's this secure bunker, another sort of vault, inside the National Guard depot, and look, no matter what it takes, the whole damn Keller family's gonna ride this storm out, but you've got to get your ass home, now.
The story of the Keller family is tied to the panic and confusion of October 23rd. The Kellers had something that most civilians didn't: direct ties and a connection to a government facility, the National Guard depot in the Capitol Wasteland. Alex Keller, who served in the Guard, had managed to get access to the Armory's security code. To keep it hidden, he split the digits into parts and passed them along to his relatives. It meant that only the family together could open the Armory's doors. But in reality, it left their chance of safety hanging on everyone surviving the war and being able to regroup.
Paul, it's me, Tina. I heard back from my sister Candace. We couldn't get into a vault. 101, 87, didn't matter. All full to capacity. But my brother Alex is a soldier and he sort of stole the passcode for a secure army bunker. He did it for the family, but they caught him. Before they took him into custody, Alex, he sent us each one number of the 4-digit code. That way we all have to be together to get in. He gave me number 5, the day of my birth. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm still leaving. It's been fun. Kind of. Oh, and I'm not pregnant, so no worries.
That code arrangement ended up working against them instead of offering protection.
Mom, it's Candace. Oh my God, it's really happening. I can see the cloud. It's so big. Mom, I'm so scared. I'm heading to the vault now. I'll do whatever I can to get inside. My number of the passcode was 7, right?
Ralphie, son, this is your father. We can't get into the goddamn vault without you. Get your ass over here now. My 4 is useless without you, boy.
The National Guard installation wasn't built as a civilian refuge at all. It was a fortified site meant to secure weapons, supplies, and communications gear for military use. The Keller family's access wasn't about their well-being. It was about keeping military equipment locked away until it could be reclaimed.
Candace, it's Ralph. Tell Dad there's no way in hell I'm spending nuclear Armageddon trapped with him in a fucking closet. You can have my number. It's 6. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a mushroom cloud to walk into. Have a happy Holocaust.
After the war, what's left of their history is found in the wasteland. The Keller family transcripts are spread across the Capitol Wasteland, and collecting them is the only way to open the depot's sealed bunker. Inside sits the Armory, along with the last trace of the family, Mr. Keller himself. And he's now a glowing one. Even with inside knowledge and a connection to the old world, survival was never certain, and ties to its bureaucracy could end up making things a lot worse. The Germantown police headquarters became a shelter when the bombs fell. It wasn't a vault, just an ordinary municipal building that the National Catastrophe Relief Auxiliary tried to convert into a relief and treatment station. The records left behind by presiding officer Nancy Croydon show the collapse of order as the weeks dragged on. There's a lot of entries, so I'll break down the story similar to Randall Clark. At first, her unit was mobilized like any other civil defense team. Their duty had been evacuating populations, but the strikes on DC changed everything. Survivors from the surrounding towns crowded into the police station, and when a National Guard detachment rolled in from Pennsylvania, Germantown turned into an improvised refugee site. Looting had already started in the area, and the Guard barely arrived in time to stop people from tearing each other apart. Resources were scarce from the start. Radiation sickness spread quickly, and the medical staff had almost nothing to fight with. The entries mentioned desperate searches for treatments like Prussian blue that might buy people time, but those supplies never came. The quarantine wing was set up not because patients were contagious, but because seeing the dying created panic. Croydon and her nurses tried to keep morale up, hiding the worst of it and easing pain with the painkillers and alcohol they had left. When those ran out, all they could offer was prayer. Desertions followed. Some survivors talked about trying to find a vault, convinced they could force their way inside. A few of the relief workers left with them. Croydon called them fools, but she admitted the station was barely holding together. The rations and water from the artesian well were locked up, but every day there were fewer hands to guard them. By the later entries, the writing reads like the words of someone preparing for the end. Croydon confessed she had started wearing a head wrap so the patients wouldn't see her own hair falling out. She felt more like a preacher than a nurse, keeping spirits alive when the medicine was gone. In her final note, she wrote a farewell, hoping one of her sisters might someday find it. She said she had tried, and that was all she could do. I suppose it seems only right to say goodbye. I ought to know it's hopeless, but maybe one of my sisters is still out there, and I couldn't go without leaving some kind of farewell. Just know that I did everything I could. I tried, and I only wish that I could be the last to go, so I could have helped all the others before they met their own end. Terminals elsewhere in the building contain 911 call records. They capture the chaos of the day the world ended. Routine emergencies like a house fire, nonsense calls from people already breaking down, and a domestic call where a woman begged for help before the line was taken over by a man threatening her. These transcripts show how the system itself was overwhelmed. Dispatchers were still answering, but the world outside was already falling apart. I'll read the last dispatch, which is the creepiest in my opinion. 911, do you have an emergency? Please help me. I think someone is outside. I heard a noise and it looks like someone is out there. Remain calm. I'm sending a squad car over. May I please have your name and address for confirmation? Sound of a glass breaking. I think he's in the house now. Please send help. Oh my God. I think I hear him. Ma'am, I've dispatched a squad car. It should arrive within minutes. Then there's a sound of a scuffle. Sorry for the scare. My wife just, and then there's a muffled scream. Forgot to take her pills this morning. Everything is okay. Then there's a long pause. No need for that squad car either. Have a nice day. They hang up. Call terminated. Caller. By the time the lone wanderer reaches the building in Fallout 3, the relief station is long gone. The super mutants have claimed the ruins, but the terminals still hold the words of the people who tried to make a safe place there, even if it was only for a short time.
This is a different group of people than the casino staff. These are soldiers and techs who ran a missile silo, specifically the Hopeville missile silo bunker. Their logs read like a station slowly going quiet while the world fell apart. First, the power went out. With the main power showing offline, emergency power was ready but only on standby. The automated systems that keep things locked and armed stopped working. Every security level says non-operational. That means doors, locks, and safety checks that used to run by themselves were now dead. The crew had to decide whether to trust the machines or take action by hand. Food and supplies were a mess. The commissary's machines locked down, and the pay memo they gave the crew were counterfeit proof on paper, but they turned out to be the same size as bottle caps, so the machines couldn't tell the difference. People got told to stop running between terminals because the whole system pulled from the same store. In plain language, there was no easy way to get more whiskey or snacks, and technicians were busy fixing the bigger problems. The entries show a lot of small human things: boredom, frustration, and trying to follow procedure while stuff stopped working. Technicians fixed what they could, and clerks reminded people not to waste time. If the comms and power stayed down, the silo would be a locked box with no way to resupply. The mainframe finally became reachable, and that's when the real choice showed up in the logs. The system only offered two options: leave the mainframe alone or open the bunker doors. Opening the doors meant exposing the silo to the outside. People could get in or out, but it also meant losing whatever safety the sealed bunker gave them. Leaving things alone meant staying shut in with limited supplies and systems offline. These were trained people used to following orders and checklists. Now they were making judgment calls that mattered for survival. The logs don't have long speeches or drama, but consisted of short notes, and the occasional joke about bottle caps or apples. The crew simply was trying to keep to routine while the world burned, counting power percentages, tracking supplies, and deciding if or when they should open a door that might be the difference between life and death. The Jamaica Plain janitor's logs are one of the clearest looks into what an ordinary person was doing right before the bombs dropped. He wasn't a soldier or a vault tech scientist. In fact, he was the furthest thing from someone with power or knowledge of what was to come. He was just a maintenance worker trying to keep an old building running while city officials wasted money on a project called the Treasures of Jamaica Plain. The first entries are fairly simple. In July, he's happy the council finally approved renovations for the basement, new pipes, better air conditioning. He's tired of fixing leaks and systems that break every summer. By September, things are looking better for him personally. The staff surprises him with a cake for his 25th work anniversary, and he's proud of how long he's been keeping the place together, even if he spends all his time in the basement. Then things start going wrong. as they tend to do in Fallout. A few days later, he finds out the mayor has taken all the renovation money and put it toward her Treasures exhibit. They're tearing up his workspace, laying down marble floors, and putting in fancy security systems instead of fixing the building's problems. In fact, he doesn't even know what's supposed to be in this new exhibit. He jokes that it might as well be gold bars. By the end of September, he's clearly frustrated. The city wants him to help with the exhibit, but the heating system is failing, and the pipes are barely holding. He gets complaints from staff when the weather turns cold, and he can already tell it's going to get worse once winter hits. He writes that the city council should have spent money on maintenance instead of the mayor's pet project. In early October, they install protectrons and a new laser security grid. He nearly gets himself killed setting it up because it's so sensitive. The security takes over half the basement, while the ceiling and plumbing above him are still falling apart. He doesn't understand why no one else sees how ridiculous it is. He even mentions how shocked he is that the city council approved this whole thing to begin with. By mid-October, the exhibit opens. Hardly anyone comes. 3 visitors in one day, if that. The mayor keeps pretending everything's fine, but the janitor can tell the project is a disaster. The money's gone, the equipment barely works, and now he's just trying to stop tourists from wandering into his office. Then comes October 23rd, 2077, the day the bombs fell. His last entry is of course short. He says that he heard it, that things are bad outside. He's calm, but he knows what's happening. He says there won't be any ceremony that night, meaning the city event is canceled because everyone's probably dead. He states he's going to lock up the Treasures exhibit before trying to leave, hoping maybe it'll mean something to someone in the future. And that's the end of it. One man sitting in a basement, hearing the world end. His final act was to close the exhibit that ruined his job, because even then, he wanted to leave something behind for whoever came next.
There's a lot of information coming out of the Charleston Capitol building in Fallout 76. Entries of responders during and a few years after the bombs fell. I'm telling you this now because this segment might feel a little chaotic, which the whole situation was. Anyways, hopefully I can help you see the bigger picture of what was going on here. The Capitol building became the center for a provisional council, and you can see the struggles in its entries. Messages to the missing governor are piling up.
Governor Evans, where the hell are you? The bombs have fallen. The government is in shambles.
Staff can't reach Washington. Different leaders are arguing over who's in charge, while responders are handling fires, food runs, and riots.
This provisional council is a farce.
It isn't one clear chain of command. It's a tug of war while the city falls apart around them. The crime record shows how fast order had already cracked. Responders handled major cases, handed down exile sentences, and tried to hold a line with too few people.
Christmas Eve, 7 responders dead. 24 injured.
A bank job turned into a shooting at dawn.
Opened fire on Goldman, killing him.
A chem dealer got hard labor.
Over 300 pounds of illegal chems, sentenced to 5 years hard labor.
And then there was a kidnapping case that ended with the family split up and the kids in foster care, because there wasn't any other system left to take them.
Both agreed to voluntary exile. Children left in foster care.
Then a Christmas Eve raid hit the city limits and responders died in bunches.
Subject Jane Doe is the sole living raider, tied to the raider leader.
Charleston was chaos incarnate, as you can see. I'm only reading bits and pieces, and the information is stacking up. Other files track bigger threats. Holbrook's scouts brought back a severed head that wasn't a ghoul and could talk. Well, could talk when it still had its head. Clearly early proof of super mutants in Appalachia.
Bigger, tougher, able to talk and use guns. Some kind of super mutant.
Reports mentioned paramilitary figures at a power plant, armored and unknown.
Some at the power plant had power armor, so she didn't try to approach.
Messages out of Harper's Ferry said the Free States left their bunkers with the food and gear while the Capitol scrambled to feed its own people.
The Free States have left their bunkers and retaken Harper's Ferry. Plenty of food and supplies.
One memo called the Mountain Winter a massacre and blamed the rich who locked themselves away when things got bad.
You don't want to know what they resorted to up there. Those rich outsiders. The real monsters.
More and more reports kept piling in, and these people had to keep trying to figure out what the hell was even happening. And this is all taking place in the few years after the bombs fell. The registrar's office laid out how the city tried to ration without tearing itself apart.
Christmas celebration. Do not allow anyone without a valid ID. No exceptions. Any overages will be deducted from your own rations.
Another entry suspended driving services and ordered staff to pivot to records for aid runs.
All vehicular registration and licensing services suspended. Staff provide record support for the first responders.
Put together, the Charleston Capitol entries are a record of people trying to be a state again with half of their tools missing. Clerks still stamp forms, responders drag the wounded in and the dead out, politicians argued in empty rooms, and somewhere in those halls, a robot at the DMV still tells you to take a number.
Please wait for your number to be called.
MedTech research reads like a bad day that never ended. The first alarms come in as a security alert alpha. Containment goes live, and guards are told to hold the site with deadly force being authorized. The order is fairly short and cold. Doors lock, the airlock refuses access, people inside hear the change in tone and know that this isn't a drill. Then, an executive override hits. The same terminal flips to alert cancelled, and deadly force is pulled back, but staff are told to stay on station and wait for more instructions. This constant back and forth order is everywhere. Reception, lab, security, even the cell block controls. So the floor staff sit with mixed messages while control upstairs keeps toggling the rules. On the admin terminal, you see why. A burst of system notes include a nuclear activity alert from head office, corporate comms online, emergency containment on, then executive evacuation procedures activated. The executives move to get out while telling everyone else to hold. The same screen also keeps old memos no one bothered to hide, like Mentat sales up 24% in school districts, Fixer up 12%, a new product called Prevent projected to explode in revenue the next 2 years. Down in the lab and cell blocks, security panels keep cycling. Lockdown engaged, lockdown lifted. Local guards can seal or open the doors in their hallway, but they don't control the big picture. Protectron pods are still on charge with personality modes sitting at default. Turret firmware says error and then all clear, which makes no sense, and diagnostics list 2 linked units at 0% flagged with errors and distant readouts. In plain terms, defensive hardware is half dead, half armed, and no one on the floor knows what the hell is going on. The airlock terminal keeps rejecting open doors while flashing the earlier order to hold containment. Somewhere above, admin cancels the alert again. The pattern looks like this. Lock down the building when the first nuclear alert lands, lift it so the executive route can proceed, then freeze everyone else in place until executive personnel say otherwise. The instructions to security never mention families, never mention outside conditions. They're about site integrity and nothing else. What people in the building were dealing with minute to minute is easy to picture from these screens. A receptionist watching her terminal flip from red to green and back. A guard staring at use of deadly force authorized, then minutes later rescinded and still not allowed to leave. A lab tech looking at turret panels that say both error and all clear, trying to decide if walking past the node will get himself killed. Someone at the cell block door hitting open, then close, just to prove the panel still listens to them. All the while, the big doors stay under someone else's key. It's basically one big mindfuck. The executive terminal gives the only timeline that feels honest. Nuclear alert was received, comms with corporate established, containment triggered, then the evacuation order for leadership. No pep talk or comfort, just a process. The floor sees different screens like mandatory hold, remain on station, and nothing about extraction. Those sales and research blurbs matter because they tell you what the company valued the day before this happened, like mentats in schools. In the same breath, the prevent experiments are hurting people and the cost to acquire more bodies is rising. It sets the tone for why the orders read the way they do when the city starts to burn. Keep the facility locked, protect the asset, and get the right people out. By the end of the log trail, there's no heartfelt sign-off. There's just this canceled alert stamped across multiple rooms, dead turrets that might wake up, and a single airlock that never grants passage to the folks on the floor. Security is told to wait, and labs can open a few inner doors, but the big exit stays tied to the same executive switch that already ran its play. So the real story at MedTech isn't a battle. It's a staff trapped inside this dystopian type of policy. Guards holding posts because a screen simply told them to. Researchers watching defense panels flicker. Receptionists stuck behind desks because they're simply told to do so. And above them, an admin terminal that made 2 choices back to back. Lock the building to keep it secure, then clear the way for the people at the top. After that, the entries stop. Not because things were resolved, but because the last people with access were gone, and everyone left was still waiting for a green light that never came. The logs from Satellite Station Olivia describe one of the last calm mornings before the bombs fell. It's just another workday, routine check-ins, maintenance, and orders from higher up. But you can see how quickly everything stops once the world changes. At first, the check-in sheet for October 22nd, 2077 lists everyone who came in that morning. Officers and sergeants signed on one after another between 5:50 a.m. and 11 a.m. Nothing strange there, just a regular duty shift at a satellite relay site in Massachusetts. These people were used to dealing with communications, signal intercepts, and classified data. The daily briefing message on the terminal is completely ordinary. It talks about new equipment upgrades coming soon, pest fumigation in the lower levels, and intel officers coming in daily because of a spike in intercepted transmissions. The only hints of growing tension is that last note: more signal traffic and more people checking classified comms. When the bomb started dropping, everything shut down pretty quickly. The satellite dish went offline, data streams failed, and the base network disconnected. Each system message lists system error and offline. That means that they lost contact with the outside world almost immediately. The military chain of command likely fell apart in seconds once the first detonations hit. The people stationed there would have been staring at dead screens, realizing they had no way to contact command. No direct messages describe panic, but the missing follow-ups say plenty. The intel room had a strict access warning, only officers and analysts were allowed in, and anyone else caught inside would face a court-martial. When everything went offline, that rule would have suddenly meant nothing. Without command orders or working comms, those soldiers were probably trapped in place, unsure whether to follow the manual or break it. From the logs, you can tell that this base wasn't a launch site, but was a communication node. Its purpose was to monitor and relay data from orbiting satellites. That meant they were among the first to detect what was happening when nuclear signals started lighting up across the network. Data stream offline isn't just a tech note, it means the satellite stopped sending back data, likely destroyed or jammed by the electromagnetic pulses that came with the detonations. So the story of Olivia is about soldiers stuck in their station, following orders that no longer made sense. They had instructions to maintain the site and protect classified systems, even after those systems were already dead. By the time the comms collapsed completely, there was no more orders to follow. Their last recorded actions were trying to connect to an offline database and opening restricted rooms that no longer mattered. In the end, the soldiers at Satellite Station Olivia would have been isolated, unable to reach anyone. They weren't killed instantly by a blast, they were cut off, watching as every system they relied on went dark, waiting for orders that never came.
Cannibalism has existed in every part of the wasteland since the bombs fell, and maybe even before. It isn't just hunger, it's what happens when everything collapses and people have nothing left but survival. The old world's farms, factories, and trade routes were wiped out in a single day. Radiation poisoned what little food remained, animals died off, and the few edible things left became too rare to share. In that kind of world, the human mind starts to bend. When starvation lasts long enough, the difference between food and flesh starts to fade, and that's how cannibalism keeps coming back, no matter the year or the place. Every major region has its own story about it. Some groups see it as survival, others made it part of who they are. The family in the capital wasteland believes certain people are born craving human flesh, almost like a mutation. They live underground, feeding on the living but claiming they only take what they need. In the Mojave, the White Glove Society tried to bury its past as a cannibal cult by putting on manners and tuxedos, but even they couldn't escape what they really were. The residents of Andale treat it like a tradition. Family dinners passed down for generations, pretending the world outside them is wrong. These are cultures built around eating people because they think the world never gave them another way to survive. Sometimes it's a last resort that becomes permanent. Raiders and settlers trapped during storms or shortages eat the dead to live another day. And afterward, something in them might change. It becomes a habit. In Appalachia, the result is worse than the madness. People who eat human flesh long enough start to change into Wendigos, thin and fast creatures that never stop being hungry. Morris Stevens and the Gourmands were one of the first, and his followers turned into monsters just like him. Not every cannibal looks like one though. In the hub, Iguana Bob made a living selling iguana bits, all made from human meat, buying bodies from the local morgue. In Freeside, shopkeepers sold strange meat to travelers without telling them what it was. Most people in the wasteland never even realize they've eaten human flesh before. It isn't always a choice. Across every Fallout game, cannibalism isn't just a horror story. People fall apart when food, safety, and hope disappear. Some eat to survive, others because they can't stop. Either way, hunger doesn't just kill people, it changes what they become.
Got the hunger. No. You help me. Go.
Malcolm went to Echo Lake Lumber to get away from the fog that spread across the island, but it followed him in a different way. The longer he stayed, the more it changed him. He stopped being scared of it and started thinking that it needed to be fed. He ended up making offerings to it, people. When new settlers tried to move in, he planned to ambush them and eat them. He even offered caps to anyone willing to help him do it. The fog did more than make his body sick. It also made his mind sick, insane and hungry for human flesh. Before all of that, Malcolm was just a regular islander. The trappers he belongs to were once fishermen, hunters, and families who stayed after the bombs. Isolation, starvation, and the fog's radiation destroyed their minds. When food ran out, they stopped hunting animals and started hunting people. They build traps across the island and guard their old homes, killing anyone who enters. Most of them work alone or in small groups, and they don't care about each other or who they eat. The fog took away their reason and left them driven by hunger. Malcolm lived alone after feral ghouls forced him out of Echo Lake, but when they were gone, he came back and warned everyone to leave. He called the place his and said others were just meat. He's just one of the many trappers that all became deranged and cannibalistic. Iguana Bob ran a small food stand in the hub selling his famous iguana bits. To everyone walking by, it looked like normal wasteland food, cheap and filling. What most didn't know was that Bob's stock came from Doc Morbid in Junktown, who provided him with human corpses. The two had a quiet deal. Morbid handled the supply, and Bob turned it into something customers wouldn't question. His slogan called it the family eating place, but no one realized just how literal that was. If the Vault Dweller looked into it, they could find evidence of the partnership and confront Bob. But either way, the food people ate every day came from the dead. And now it's like a running joke whenever you come across those iguana bits or sticks in the later games. Is it actually iguana? Or is it good old Bob's famous recipe? In Fallout 2, Bob's son Mikey still runs the Son of Bob's Iguana Bits in the New California Republic. The stall kept running, meaning the secret never spread, and the NCR grew into a nation where people still bought from a brand built on cannibalism, one bite at a time. In Fallout 3, some of the hunters wandering the capital wasteland are far from ordinary. In-game, these cannibal hunters are labeled simply as hunters. They just look like regular scavengers, armed with hunting rifles and knives. But the real hunt isn't for the animals, it's for people. They kill travelers and sell the food as meat. What they call strange meat shows up in their packs and on their makeshift menus. If you meet them while they're drinking Nuka-Cola beside a fresh corpse, they'll act friendly for a short time, even offer you something to eat. Once they finish drinking and get moving, they'll turn on you, probably planning to eat you as well. The group travels in small parties of 3, usually one shooter and 2 scavengers hauling the meat, and they can be heard yelling things like "save me a drumstick" as they chase the wastelanders. They joke about their next meal and claim their product is the best kind around, even handing out samples without saying what's in it. If you have the Lawbringer perk, you might be able to take some fingers off them, which gives us a good idea as to who these people really are, proving what kind of hunting they're really doing. There are other kinds of hunters too, actual wastelanders who hunt animals for food. They sell meat from creatures like mole rats or Yao Guai, and they won't attack you unless they're provoked. They're just trying to live off the land. A clear difference from the human predators that share the same name. Both types show up as random encounters and they're pretty tough to run across. But in the wasteland, you never really know where your next meal comes from. The Jackals started as one of the raider groups that walked out of Vault 15 after the war. From day one, their rule was simple: survive. Over the years, that turned into raiding anyone weaker than them. By the time of Fallout New Vegas, every mention is how they're scarred, tattooed, and ready to take what they need from travelers in small camps. But Van Buren, the cancelled Fallout game, wanted to expand on them: cannibalism. Now obviously Van Buren doesn't exist, so we do have to take this with a massive handful of salt, but I wanted to include it because I think it's a cool concept. Van Buren said that after a bad winter storm, the Jackals were forced to eat their own, and they decided to keep up that tradition. They don't build towns or farms. They set up in shacks and old patrol stations, then watch the roads. If a target looks defenseless, they rush it as a gang. If the fight turns bad, they pull back and wait for a better shot. The goal is to live through the day and keep the crew fed. To them, bodies and enemies are both just meat. At least that's how they look at the wasteland. By 2281, the NCR has crushed what little strength they had left in California, and then pushed them to the edges of the Mojave. What used to be a tribe is now a few bands with cheap guns and no long-term plan. The guide calls them reprobates, living off anything weaker. Put all of that together and you get the Jackals as the courier finds them. Small gangs around places like the Nevada Highway Patrol Station, just hitting travelers and backing off when a real force arrives. It would make sense to me that they're still considered cannibals even in New Vegas, even if we don't really see it, because this is definitely not a gang out for caps. They look like they're barely surviving. How can you do Cannibals in Fallout without including the family? Vance runs a group under Moresty Metro that calls itself the Family. He gathered people who couldn't stop craving human flesh and taught them a different way. Drink blood instead of eating flesh. He says this keeps them alive and makes them fit inside the group. To him, it's practical training and not magic. Members learn to hold back the urge, to take what they need and leave the body alone. Don't feast on the flesh, but take only the lifeblood. They raid for supplies and donated blood so they don't have to hunt openly. Arfu's villagers eventually know this and can work with them when they have to. Vance can bargain. The family will protect the village or leave it alone in exchange for blood packs. That's how he keeps his followers fed without having them attack people. He also brought Ian West into the tunnels when he lost control. Vance claims he saved him from killing more and tried to teach him restraint instead. Inside the tunnels, the family follows a strict code to hold people together. They preach no hunting for sport or killing within the group, and new members are told to think it over alone before they join. Some believe Vance. Some follow because they have no other home. People above ground call them monsters. Vance answers that everyone who kills to survive looks the same to him. The family doesn't have supernatural powers. Drinking blood is a habit and a rule that keeps the dangerous craving from getting worse. For the family, that code decides who lives and who dies. Just like the family, of course we have to include the society. The White Glove Society started as a vault tribe that was given a chance to reinvent itself. Mr. House brought them to the Strip and made them promise to give up their old ways, especially cannibalism, all in exchange for control of the Ultralux. Their contract forbids any to return to those dietary practices, and even their tribe's original name was erased to keep their past buried. Outwardly, they became the picture of class and manners, dressing in masks and fine clothes and running the Strip's most elite casino, the Ultralux, along with its restaurant, the Gourmand. But not everyone could forget the past. Mortimer, one of the group's leaders, wanted to bring those practices back. He believed it was part of who they were and that hiding from it made them weak. Working behind Marjorie's back, he organized kidnappings from the lower levels of the Strip, taking people who wouldn't be missed. That secrecy fell apart when one abduction went wrong. Ted Gunderson, the son of a wealthy Brahmin baron, he was taken instead, and his father Heck Gunderson stormed into the casino demanding answers, threatening the clean image they worked so hard to keep. The courier could expose Mortimer, help cover it up, or even aid in his plan. The rest of the organization claimed they'd changed, that the days of the tribe that ate people were long gone. But behind their masks and guarded doors, the truth was still there. Inside the Ultralux, old habits die hard, and in some corners, they never died at all. Swamp folk in Point Lookout are people who changed over time and built their own harsh rules. Outsiders are targets. Locals who trade inside their territory are marsh folk, and even they keep some distance. Their faith comes from Constance Blackhall and a text called the Krivbekne. It sits at the center of their rites. The group keeps a hidden site where victims are bound and left as offerings. You can find human remains arranged on an altar with the punga fruit nearby, and a ritual knife close at hand. Some of the swamp folk carry human flesh, and a strange meat pie can be found in the trapper's shack. You can't really speak to them, so this is about all the evidence we have that they're cannibals. But it seems like some pretty compelling evidence to me. And just look at them. Trespassers get warned by totems made from roots and bones. Dolls hang from branches and the posts they build, not as toys but as signs. A missionary named Marcella compares their symbols to Caribbean folk religions, but even she says the meaning is lost. Near their camps, they stalk anyone who steps too close. Their bodies are scarred and swollen, and they fight with axes or rifles. But if those weapons break, they'll swing with their bare hands. I can't imagine anything worse than running into the Swamps Have Eyes people, then being abducted, and who knows what. Point Lookout is scary, man. Morris Stevens was once the leader of the Gourmands, a raider gang in Appalachia known for eating people. He ran the group with his wife, Eddie. The Gourmands had one rule: never eat your own. But when food ran short, Morris broke that rule. He and Eddie killed one of their gang members and left what remained of him in their room at the Bolton Greens. The others found out and voted to exile them both. They took shelter inside Wendigo Cave, where Morris's hunger started taking over. It didn't happen all at once. The change came slowly. The longer he starved, the worse it got, until he couldn't fight the craving anymore. He killed and ate Eddie, the last person still loyal to him. That act pushed him over the edge, turning him into a Wendigo, the first known of its kind in Appalachia. As the creature he became, Morse hunted anyone near the cave, even his old crew. Raiders put a bounty on his head, but no one survived long enough to claim it. When the Vault 76 dwellers tracked him down for the Gormon's key fragment, they ended him and took it back. Inside his den, you can find his final holotape. His voice shifts between guilt and hunger as he talks about eating Eddie, her taste and her blood, before realizing what he'd done. The recording ends in a panic and growls. Morse truly became the embodiment of what the Gormons were, a gang that ate other people. Except now, you can actually see the monster on the outside. Jack Smith greets you like a proud dad from a postcard. Best little town in Virginia, he says, smiling about elections and meat pies. He calls himself a good American, a good Christian person, and he means it. He runs the family business with his brother Bill Wilson, while his wife Linda keeps the house and bakes those famous pies. Visitors feel welcome, and that's the point. Andale's secret sits in two places, the Smith's basement and the Wilsons' shed. Jack and Bill hunt travelers, store the bodies, and feed their relatives. Linda serves strange meat pies with a warm hello. Jack defends it as survival and family first. He repeats that Andale began with 4 families and have stayed that way. No one new moves in. Kids are expected to marry the closest in age. That's why Junior Smith is told he'll marry his cousin Jenny Wilson. Junior hates the idea, and Jenny thinks it's sweet. Neither fully understands what their parents do. One man does though, Old Man Harris, and he warns you to leave. He says to check the basements if you don't believe him. He's the only one who understands what Andale has done for generations and how many people never walked back out. You'll find bodies chopped up and stored in fridges, traps that are filled with skeletons and people that could never escape. Andale's the pinnacle of what cannibalism has become in the wasteland. It's rampant, and these people have found a way to make it as efficient as possible. A whole town feeding on strangers and visitors. Frank the Butcher runs the Blood Eagle's kitchen like a slaughterhouse. He's their head chef at Bloody Frank's, and everything about his work lives up to the name. Jesse the Hook works alongside him as one of the main cooks, though co-workers might be too generous of a word. They spend as much time trying to poison each other as they do preparing food. Frank claims Jesse poisoned him one night to take credit for a dish that they'd made together. She denied it completely, but then later decided to use that tactic on him herself. He doesn't just fight for control of the kitchen. The cook also steals from his own crew. When a new recruit named Dishwasher Steve joined the Blood Eagles, Frank took the man's recipes, promised to train him, and then never followed through. Steve caught on and started plotting to kill him, knowing that the betrayal in the gang always ends with blood. He carries grenades and a spiked or sharpened rolling pin, still wearing the old chef's hat. And when you're fighting with him, he'll call out things like fresh meat, and I just found my next secret ingredient, which makes it pretty clear as to what kind of cook he really is. For him, cooking and killing are just two sides of the same job.
My loving son trapped me here in the year of our Lord 1898, so, almost 400 years.
Across the wasteland, people age, mutate, or die. But a rare few don't. These are the ones who outlast centuries, surviving every bomb, plague, and disaster that the world throws at them. Some were changed by science. Others were kept alive through technology or accidents that nobody could repeat. They've seen empires rise and fall, and they remember a world that everyone else only hears about in old holotapes. In Fallout, immortality doesn't always mean power or peace. For most of these people, it's a curse that keeps them trapped while everything and everyone they've ever known disappears. Some have used their long lives to build new civilizations, or at least protect what's left of humanity. Others turn bitter, watching the wasteland destroy itself again and again. From ghouls who've survived since the bombs fell, to scientists who found ways to live far past their time. These are the immortals of Fallout, the ones who can't die from age, no matter how much time passes. Well, as far as we know. I will say that we didn't place all the immortals or long-living people in this video. That would basically be every ghoul or mutant in the series that still has their mind. But we wanted to showcase some of the more interesting ones. So if someone isn't here, that's probably why. The Cabot family doesn't look like anyone else in the Commonwealth. They live in a pre-war mansion in Boston called Cabot House, hidden behind secure walls and old technology. When the sole survivor meets them, it's easy to think that they're just another group of eccentric upper-class survivors. But they've been alive for over 400 years, kept young by a secret that started with an archaeological dig in the 1800s, and they're probably the people you thought of when first clicking this video. Jack Cabot was born in the 19th century. He studied medicine and eventually became the superintendent of Parsons State Insane Asylum. His father, Lorenzo Cabot, was an archaeologist obsessed with ancient civilizations. In 1894, Lorenzo led an expedition in the desert of Arabia to find a lost city called Ubar. He came back with a strange crown fused to his head, and it gave him superhuman strength, telekinetic powers, and it halted his aging. It also drove him insane. He turned violent and paranoid, attacking anyone who tried to remove it. For everyone's safety, Jack had a special containment chamber built beneath Parsons, and he committed his father there permanently. Jack spent decades studying the artifact and his father's altered blood. He discovered that Lorenzo's cells had changed, filled with the compounds that stopped aging. From this, Jack created a serum that could grant temporary regeneration and youth. As long as the doses continued, aging would stop completely. Jack, his sister Imogene, and his mother Wilhelmina began taking the serum. They used it to stay young while keeping Lorenzo imprisoned. To hide their immortality, Jack staged fake deaths over the years, inheriting his own fortune by posing as a new relative every few generations. While Lorenzo's mind broke under the crown's influence, Jack's obsession became with curing him. Every century brought new tests, new failures, and deeper isolation. When the Great War hit in 2077, Jack and his assistant Edward Deegan rushed to Parsons to reinforce Lorenzo's containment. The radiation exposure turned Edward into a ghoul, but Jack saw that as an advantage, one loyal helper who would never die. Over 200 years later, Jack still runs Cabot House like time never passed. Inside, his work hasn't changed, studying his father's blood, guarding the secret of the serum, and sending Edward to handle his business outside. Jack is convinced the relic originated from an ancient civilization beyond Earth that may have influenced early humanity. To him, understanding those precursors is the key to restoring the world. He genuinely believes science and discipline can rebuild civilization, but his family doesn't all agree. He's even built weapons based on the relic's energy, like Lorenzo's artifact gun that he gives the sole survivor if they help end his father's life. Wilhelmina Cabot, Jack's mother, spends her days inside the mansion. She's polite, refined, and completely detached from the wasteland around her. It was Wilhelmina who convinced Jack to use the serum on the family in the first place, hoping to preserve them until Lorenzo could be cured. She still loves her husband, but she fears what he's become. She knows that if he ever escapes, his anger towards them will destroy what's left of the family. Her life continues to revolve around the routine she kept before the war. Tea, conversation, and worrying about appearances. A woman preserved in time, refusing to accept how much the world has changed. Imogene Cabot handles immortality differently. She resents being trapped in the Cabot house and leaves whenever she can. She's tired of Jack's control and their mother's denial. While Jack focuses on science and Wilhelmina clings to the past, Imogene tries to live like a normal person, even getting involved with people outside of the family. She's also begun to believe that Jack isn't trying to cure their father anymore, that the serum's power has become his real obsession. Jack has to constantly send Edward to find her when she disappears, turning their relationship into a loop of rebellion and rescue that's lasted for centuries. Then of course we have Lorenzo Cabot, still locked away in Parsons State Insane Asylum. His mind is sharp but twisted, and the crown amplifies his psychic powers. He claims the artifact connects him to a civilization that existed before humanity, a race that left behind knowledge too advanced for modern science to understand. Even from inside his cell, he can reach out and influence others. Through the years, he's gathered followers, raiders and mercenaries who act under his mental control, trying to free him. He believes his family betrayed him and fed off him like vampires, to just stay alive through his blood. If released, he hunts them down without hesitation, using bursts of telekinetic energy to kill. The sole survivor can choose how this story ends. Siding with Jack and killing Lorenzo ends the family's long secret. The serum supply runs out and Jack begins to age rapidly. Wilhelmina dies soon after, unable to survive without it. Imogene also starts to show her true age. Jack admits that he'll try to continue his work, but he knows that time is finally catching up to them. If the player frees Lorenzo instead, he kills his family, proving that Jack's fear was justified. But in return, he rewards the sole survivor with an endless supply of his serum, the same substance that kept the Cabots alive for centuries. Jack Cabot is still out there after the events of the quest. sometimes traveling the Commonwealth with Edward. He talks about organizing a new expedition to search for more precursor sites, including ones he suspects exists in the Mojave. Even after everything, his focus hasn't changed. He keeps pursuing the same idea that ruined his family, a belief that knowledge can conquer anything, even death. The Cabot's immortality is a lot different from the rest of the people left on this list. It's possibly the byproduct of alien science, a discovery that turned a brilliant family into prisoners of their own creation. The serum stopped their bodies from aging, but it froze their lives in place. Each of them, the mother clinging to old manners, the sister trying to feel alive, and the father raging in his cell. They're all trapped in the same century-long experiment, unable to escape what they became. They might have conquered time, but they couldn't escape themselves.
I'm just looking for the mayonnaise. Maybe you could grab it for me. Second shelf, right next to the pudding.
That's not funny. That's not funny at all. What kind of horrible person would say that to a kid stuck in a refrigerator? Besides, I ate the pudding a long time ago.
Billy Peabody was just a normal kid before the bombs fell. He lived in Quincy with his parents Carol and Matt Peabody. His life was fairly simple. He collected baseball cards, played with his dog, and had a friend named Cindy who lived nearby. On the day the sirens went off, Billy wasn't home, but he did hear the noise, saw the chaos, and did what any scared kid would do. He GTFO'd and hid. The closest place he could find was an old refrigerator. He shut himself inside and waited for it all to be over. The bombs fell, the world outside burned, and then everything went quiet, but Billy never came out. The fridge had no inside handle, and he was trapped there.
How did you end up in there?
I hid in here to get away from the bombs, but there isn't a handle on the inside, and it's really dark in here.
The bombs were over 200 years ago. You're that old?
I don't know how long I've been in here.
That's how he stayed for over 200 years. When the sole survivor finds him in Fallout 4, he's still that same kid. Not as an adult or a skeleton or even a feral ghoul. Just Billy, still alive, still talking, and still waiting to see his parents again. Billy's story breaks almost every rule we understand about ghouls. He didn't eat and he didn't drink. Bro didn't even breathe fresh air. He also clearly didn't age. Every other ghoul in the series shows signs of needing at least some kind of sustenance, even if it's just radiation. Harlan from New Vegas said he had to eat rad roaches and drink condensation to survive. Kent from Fallout 4 still eats and drinks. Even Initiate Clark from the Brotherhood was stealing food to feed feral ghouls because he believed they could get hungry. Yet Billy didn't need any of that because he's the David Goggins of his time. He is simply him.
I'm just being a bitch. Stay hard.
He just stayed alive as a living contradiction sealed in metal. When you finally free him, Billy doesn't act like a traumatized survivor either. He's cheerful, friendly, and excited to see the world again. Also, this is random, but where did he take shits? It breaks real life canon. He talks about baseball cards and asks if Dogmeat likes him. He wants to go home and find his parents like any kid would want to. And that's when Fallout kicks up the heat and you realize his parents are actually still alive too. They too are ghouls, however, they're living quietly in the ruins of Quincy, never knowing their son survived the day shit went south. When Billy wakes up to them after 2 centuries, it's one of the strangest reunions in the series. Mostly because it still doesn't make sense to me. The Peabodys are a family of ghouls frozen in time, literally. Ghouls are supposed to lose their minds after long exposure to radiation too. Billy appears to have stayed sane, even if his natural behavior to everything feels a little too natural to be natural. He was locked in a fridge for generations and still speaks clearly, still thinks like a child, still remembers everything from before the war, so it's one of those weird Fallout moments that feels both heartwarming and disturbing at the same time. I love that the devs do those types of moments though. It makes Fallout unique. Even the world around him treats him like an anomaly. A raider named Bullet tries to buy him, calling him a ghoul kid worth money because ghouls don't age and don't need to eat.
Oh my god, they want Billy!
Bullet's actually right about that. At least in Billy's case. It's as if Billy is proof that some ghouls are immortal in the truest sense. Not just ageless, but almost beyond biology. This kid has been sitting there since the world ended while civilizations rose and fell around him. Billy's story also raises questions about the ghoulification and what it really is. If it can stop aging, stop hunger, stop breathing, where does life end and undeath begin? It's easy to see why fans argue about how he could have survived that long. Some point to radiation keeping him in a state of suspended animation. Others think the fridge somehow shielded him while still giving him trace radiation to sustain his mutation. Fallout never explains it, and maybe it's better that way. Sometimes it's not about the science, but it's about what the story represents. Billy Peabody is the first person you meet in Fallout who's been alive since the day the world ended. Not through cryogenic sleep exactly, but through pure survival. He's living proof that Fallout's world isn't just about who died, but those who couldn't. And people or things like him are the reason we made this video.
I am Jason Bright, the prophet of the Great Journey. All the ghouls you see here are members of my flock.
Jason Bright is one of the strangest ghouls in Fallout history. And that's saying something because we literally just talked about a kid living in a fridge who didn't eat nor shit. Jason is a glowing one, which usually means brain dead, violent, and radioactive, but Jason isn't like that at all. Jason is the GOAT. He's calm and smart for a glowing one, and bro even has manners.
Please forgive us our humble surroundings. Our true home awaits us in the far beyond.
He even talks with a clear voice that has this soft echo, almost robotic but not damaged or raspy like other ghouls.
An auspicious name, don't you think? It was mine before I became as I am now. Before the Great War even. Truly does the Creator author a destiny for each and every one of us.
Before the Great War, Jason says his last name really was Bright. He took it as a sign that he was chosen for something greater. After surviving the bombs, he started having what he called visions. He said a being called the Creator spoke to him and showed him a sacred place called the Far Beyond. In his mind, that was where ghouls would finally be free with no more humans judging them, no more pain, and just peace and in bliss. Over time, he built a following around that belief. They called themselves the Bright Brotherhood, and they treated Jason like a prophet. Their home wasn't anything fancy, but was the old RepCon test site, a pre-war rocket facility. The Bright Brotherhood's goal was to use the rockets to fly to the far beyond. In reality, it meant blasting themselves into space or maybe into the side of a mountain. Nobody really knew for sure, but Jason believed it was destiny. He said the Creator wanted it this way, so he wasn't going to change the plan. Even when things went bad, like when demons, which were really Nightkin, invaded the lower levels and killed several of his followers, he still refused to give up. Jason's calm attitude makes him stand out. Most cult leaders in Fallout are controlling or violent, but this guy isn't. He understands that his beliefs sound crazy to outsiders and he doesn't attack anyone for not sharing them. He's more like a preacher who truly thinks he's helping his people. Whether he's delusional is up for you to decide. When the courier meets him, he's not asking for blind loyalty, but is simply asking for help so his followers can finish what they started. He even sees the courier as a redeemer sent by the Creator to guide them. Go you! One of the key people in Jason's group is Chris, a human who believes he's a ghoul.
God, but are you ugly.
Chris helps repair the rockets and is actually the reason they work again. Jason knows Chris isn't really a ghoul and that the radiation from the trip would kill him, but he keeps that secret. He tells himself it's the Creator's will and plans to name Chris the Saint of the Great Journey once it's over to ease his pain. It's one of those moments that makes Jason's character complex. He's lying, but not really out of cruelty. He genuinely wants Chris to feel like he served a purpose. Jason's faith also changes how he views humans. At first, he keeps his distance because ghouls have been hunted, hated, and killed by humans for years. But after the courier and Chris help him, he starts to believe there's hope for mankind again. He even thinks their kindness is the Creator's way of redeeming humanity. Still, the guilt of lying to Chris never really leaves him. And you can tell that even for someone as devoted as Jason, the idea of eternal purpose doesn't make every decision easier. When the courier clears out the Nightkin and helps with the rocket preparations, Jason and his followers finally finish their work. They gather inside the rocket bay, surrounded by the light coming in from the ceiling, and Jason delivers one last speech about faith, destiny, and the Creator's love for all ghouls. Then the rockets launch, taking Jason and his people toward the unknown. Fallout never confirms what happens to them, whether they reach some faraway planet or die seconds later, but in Jason's mind, they made it. They completed the Great Journey. Jason Bright in Fallout shows the devs turn monsters into philosophers. He's a glowing ghoul, yet one of the most peaceful characters in New Vegas. He believes in something impossible, but his faith gives him meaning when everything else in the world is broken. Whether or not the Great Journey worked isn't really the point. What matters is that he believed he could.
The think tank started out as the Big Mountain Executive Research Council, a team of the most advanced scientists in the United States before the Great War. They worked inside Big Mountain, or Big MT, a massive research facility that handled everything from weapons to robotics to biology. There was nothing stopping their work, no rules to slow them down. When the bombs fell, they didn't even stop then. They saw it as a chance to start over. Using the auto dock in their lab, they removed their brains, spines, and hearts and placed them into robotic shells so that they could live and work forever. They also stripped out emotions and pieces of their memories to stay focused, and it worked. They became functionally immortal, but the process slowly took away what made them human. Their brains are now sealed inside metal life support units that never age or decay. The machines let them move and speak, but centuries of isolation have broken their minds. They argue over pointless details and repeat the same conversations for decades. Dr. Mobius, one of their own, saw what they were turning into. He left and moved to the Forbidden Zone Dome, which used to be the X-42 robo-warfare facility. The group's leader is Dr. Klein, who still believes he's running a top-secret government project. He talks about the United States as if it's still out there, waiting for his reports. Klein is brilliant but paranoid, constantly issuing commands and forgetting his own instructions. His memory has decayed from centuries of brain damage, and his authority loop keeps him stuck repeating the same orders. He doesn't even realize the war ended 200 years ago. Every day for him is another classified experiment. Dr. Dalla is the think tank's head researcher in mineralogy and medical science. She's fascinated by the human body, mostly because she doesn't have one anymore. She studies organs, skin, and even emotions as if they're strange alien materials. When she speaks, she seems curious but also confused, forgetting she once had those same parts. Sometimes she tries to connect with the courier. Of course, she's clumsy and awkward in this, as if she's trying to remember what attraction felt like. Her immortality keeps her mind alive, but it also cut her off from everything she used to be. Dr. Zero, also called Dr. O, handles robotics and cybernetics. He's proud of his work and believes he's the smartest in the group. He designs several of Big MT's core systems, and he argues constantly with the others over who should control them. The Zero versus O name issues drive him crazy, and the others use it to mess with him. He's a genius trapped in his own machinery, and he depends on the network to keep him alive. Dr. 8 focuses on the communications and data systems. His voice module was destroyed years ago during an encounter with Father Elijah, so he can only speak through electronic tones. The others understand him though anyway. He's calmer and more patient than the rest, and he expresses emotion through pitch and rhythm instead of words. He's polite to the courier and still curious about people, showing more humanity than most of the think tank. Dr. Boros once led animal research at Big MT. The Night Stalkers and Cazadors was his work in genetic splicing. He calls his creations masterpieces. His favorite subject was a cyber dog named Gabe, who he accidentally killed through his own testing. That memory still breaks through his programming from time to time. Instead of facing it, he keeps trying to fix his work, running the same genetic tests again and again. Immortality lets him survive, but it also traps him inside his failures. Dr. Mobius was once part of the think tank before he separated from them. He worked on the same projects that led to their immortality and helped design the systems that keep their brains alive. When he realized what they had become, machines that had forgotten humanity, he chose to remove his own brain and leave. He moved to the Forbidden Zone Dome, an old military robotics facility once called X-42, and then he made it his base. From there, he built an army of robo-scorpions and began sending messages back to the think tank filled with threats and warnings. He pretends to be their enemy, but really he's their warden. Mobius knows that if the think tank ever left Big MT, they could destroy what's left of the world. So he keeps them under control using fear and misinformation. Over the years, his mind started to fade too. His speech drifts between clarity and confusion, and he forgets what he's doing halfway through his own plans. Still, deep down, he remembers why he stayed behind. He's protecting the wasteland from the only people smart enough and careless enough to destroy it again. Each of these scientists is functionally immortal. Their brains don't age, and their containment units are powered by technology that can run forever. They can't die unless their systems are destroyed, but their version of life isn't freedom. It's an endless existence without purpose. Big MT became both their lab and their prison, filled with the machines they built centuries ago. The Sync's AIs still run their tasks, cleaning, repairing, and chatting like it's all still the pre-war era. Mobius watches over them from the Forbidden Zone, sending his robotic patrols and fake warnings to keep them contained. The think tank can't die, and they can't leave. Their own experiments are what stole their humanity, and now it's what keeps them alive. Imagine they got out. These insane scientists running experiments for the rest of time, and the horrors that it could cause. Kinda reminds me of the I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream book. All the living creatures in the wasteland would be their playthings. Valerie Barstow was meant to be the overseer of Vault 88, a Vault-Tec facility that was still under construction when the bombs fell. She was already at the site when the alarm sounded and never got out. The unfinished vault sealed around her, trapping her underground for more than 200 years. In that time, the radiation turned her into a ghoul, but she never went feral. Her loyalty to Vault-Tec and its mission kept her mind intact when everything else decayed. Barstow's entire existence after the war revolved around finishing Vault 88's experiments. The vault was designed to test prototype devices that Vault-Tec wanted to roll out elsewhere, and she sticks to that plan. She sets up the machines, gathers data, and keeps the program moving. When the sole survivor finds her, Barstow still acts like the old directives matter. She talks about test groups and procedures like the war never happened. Her view never shifted. She believes the experiments will help future generations inherit the Earth, even when the tests are cruel. If the sole survivor runs the experiments the hard way, she approves and praises the detachment. If they take the kinder options, Barstow gets angry and calls it a failure of discipline. If her faith in the project breaks, she'll walk out of Vault 88. But with the right push, it's possible to convince her to stay as overseer, but only if at least one experiment follows the original harsh parameters. Even then, the sole survivor is still the one truly in charge. Valerie Barstow is obviously immortal because she's a ghoul. Well, if ghouls are immortal, that's a whole thing. We still don't know if they really do have an ending age or go feral, but for now, we'll just assume so. She no longer ages and keeps going for centuries, unless something finally stops her. The same thing that keeps her steady is what trapped her there. Vault-Tec's purpose. Everything about her is built around that mission. Even after 200 years, she's still the overseer she was meant to be, serving a company that couldn't care less about what she's been up to.
John Hancock didn't get turned into a ghoul by accident. This MFer chose it. That's what makes him one of the most interesting characters in Fallout 4. Before all the drugs, the rebellion, and the long speeches from the balcony of Good Neighbor, Hancock was just John, the younger brother of the mayor of Diamond City, and his brother was a piece of work. McDonough ran a campaign built around hate, anti-ghoul, anti-outsider, basically anything that made people afraid. And yet it worked, because people don't like what they don't understand. He won, and the city cheered him on while ghouls were beaten and exiled from what used to be their home. Hancock saw it all happen and couldn't stomach it. He confronted his brother, expecting at least a hint of guilt, but got arrogance instead. McDonough simply didn't care. He just smiled and bragged about his victory. And that's when John walked out of Diamond City for good. He tried to do something about it, so he gathered up as many ghouls as he could find and led them to Good Neighbor, which at the time was run by a guy named Vic, who's basically a mob boss with goons running around the streets. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. The problem was a lot of the ghouls couldn't handle it. They left and wandered back into the wasteland and then died. Hancock blamed himself because he thought he failed them. That's when he started using chems, jet, buff out, whatever he could find, just to drown it all out. He spiraled until one day he took a new drug, some kind of experimental radioactive compound that gave him a crazy high.
Any chems I could find, the more exotic the better. Finally found this experimental radiation drug. Only one of its kind left, and only one hit. Oh man, the high was so worth it. Yeah, I'm living with the side effects, but hey, what's not to love about immortality?
It also completely burned his skin, killed his hair, and turned him into a ghoul. But instead of freaking out, this guy just accepted it. He looked in the mirror and said, fine, this is who I am now. And this makes sense because it fits his mindset. He'd rather live as a ghoul than look like the kind of human his brother had become. But even after that, Hancock kept falling. The lowest point came when he saw a drifter get murdered by Vic's men right in front of him. He did nothing to stop it, and that moment broke him. He realized he was no different from the man he hated, standing by while someone innocent died. Now, as a drug user, this is where he went on another drug bender so heavy that he blacked out for days. And when he woke up, he was lying on the floor of the old state house right next to a set of clothes that once belonged to the original John Hancock. You know, the revolutionary guy who signed the Declaration of Independence? Yeah, that one. That's when something clicked in his head. He smashed open the display case, put on the coat, and decided to take the name as his own. If the real John Hancock stood up against tyranny, then this new one could too. He rounded up a group of drifters, convinced the synth gun dealer Cleo to arm them, and trained them in secret until the time was right. When Vic's crew threw one of their late night parties, Hancock and his people struck. They stormed the town, wiped out the gang, and dragged Vic out onto the balcony. Then Hancock sealed his legendariness and said, "Of the people, for the people," and shouted it out before hanging him right there.
And which town in the Commonwealth should the Institute not fuck with?
Good Neighbor.
Good Neighbor. And who's in charge of Good Neighbor?
Hancock. Of the people, for the people.
From that night on, John Hancock wasn't just a name, it was a movement. The guy was a legend amongst men. He turned Good Neighbor into a place where anyone could belong. Ghouls and junkies and synths and even drifters. Everyone here had a spot. So yes, while he may have ruled as mayor, he wasn't anything like his brother. He kept things relatively loose. He didn't micromanage or play politics. His motto was pretty simple. Do whatever you want, just don't hurt Good Neighbor. If someone got out of line, he handled it fast and personally. You can see it in the moment you walk into the city. When Finn tries to shake you down, Hancock stabs him in the gut without a second thought, then apologizes like it's just business.
This is me we're talking about. Let me tell you something. Now why'd you have to go and say that, huh? Breaking my heart over here. You alright, brother?
That's how he keeps control. Be nice, but remind everyone what happens if they cross the line. Even as mayor, he never saw himself as better than anyone else. He'd walk the streets, hand out chems, and talk to people by name. And yes, while he may be addicted and sarcastic and a little bit loose, he's still grounded. He's the kind of guy who'll take a hit of Mentats because he wants to sound smarter during a conversation. That's the kind of personality that makes him fun to be around. Reckless, but honest. Deep down, Hancock's fear is becoming soft.
You soft, Hancock.
He worries that sitting behind a desk has turned him into the same kind of pampered leader his brother became. That's why he sometimes leaves Good Neighbor to travel with the sole survivor. He calls it honing the razor, trying to stay sharp and prove to himself that he's still the guy who fought for the people.
What's your story, Hancock?
His backstory is full of contradictions. He's ruthless but moral, and violent but kind, addicted but self-aware. He's the rare kind of Fallout character who doesn't hide his flaws but just owns up to them. To him, being a ghoul isn't a curse because it actually represents freedom. It means he doesn't have to pretend to be anything he's not. What makes Hancock fit the idea of people who never died is that his transformation wasn't about survival, it was about choice. He didn't run from decay, but in fact, he embraced it. He became the thing everyone else feared and turned it into power. 2 centuries after the bombs, he's still wearing the red coat and still running Good Neighbor. And more importantly, he's still living by one rule. Everyone deserves a place to belong.
You stay cool, and you'll be part of the neighborhood. So long as you remember who's in charge.
Super mutants don't age like humans, because the forced evolutionary virus rewrites their DNA to continuously repair itself. The virus replaces natural cell death with constant regeneration, making their bodies resistant to disease, decay, and the normal passage of time. Some strains, like those from Mariposa and Vault 87, show this more strongly than others, with mutants who can live for centuries without their bodies breaking down. But their minds don't share that same resilience. Over time, a lot of them lose reason, memories, and language, becoming more instinct than person. The body endures, but the mind fades, leaving mutants like Marcus and Fox as rare exceptions. Ancient survivors in a world where time no longer claims them, but their sanity still might. Fox is a rare case of intelligence and restraint in a species built to destroy. He was a human from Vault 87, where Vault-Tec ran FEV tests. The scientists there lost control, and the mutants turned the remaining people into experiments. Fox was one of them, but instead of losing his mind, he stayed aware enough to speak clearly. The other mutants called him a failure and locked him inside an isolation cell. Years passed in that cell with only one comfort: a working terminal still tied to the Vault network. He read everything he could: history, science, literature, and he took the name Fox from a historical entry he'd found. It gave him something to live for. Later, his captors smashed the terminal to hurt him, but he held on to what he learned. In 2277, the Lone Wanderer found him while searching for the Gek. Fox offered a deal: let him out and he'd walk into the deadly chamber to bring the device back. And he kept his word and proved that not every mutant was a monster. After that, he shows up at Raven Rock and helps the Wanderer escape, cutting down Enclave soldiers with a Gatling laser. If the Wanderer had good karma, Fox could become a companion, but those without it, or anyone who dismissed him, would find him later in Underworld in the Museum of History. When it came time to activate Project Purity, Fox could enter the chamber safely, but only if you had the Broken Steel add-on installed. If the Wanderer chose to go in themselves, Fox mourned them and carried on their legacy afterward, guarding the project area. The FEV that changed him also gave him a long life. Based on his memories and dialogue, he's one of the oldest Vault 87 mutants who isn't a behemoth, and he still remembers the Vault's early period before everything collapsed. For a creature born from pain and mutation, Fox showed that intelligence and kindness could still survive. Conrad Kellogg was born on the West Coast in 2179, long after the bombs, in one of the small settlements that later became part of the new California Republic. His childhood was rough. His father was abusive and alcoholic, while his mother tried to protect him but made him believe that relying on others was weak. She taught him that in the wasteland, the only thing you could depend on was yourself and your gun, and that belief would shape his entire life. He ran away as a teenager. He wanted a better life, but what he really did was run from the guilt of not being able to protect his mother. He joined raider gangs to survive and learned to fight and steal. Those early years hardened him, and he grew into a man who believes kindness got you killed. He became a mercenary for hire, taking any contract, no matter what it involved. One of those jobs, the killing of a man named Valdez, made his name known across the West. The job brought him to San Francisco, where the Shi hired him as muscle. In the hub, he met a woman named Sarah. He married her and they had a daughter named Mary. For the first time, he had something like peace. But the wasteland doesn't let peace last. His enemies found him, killed Sarah and Mary, and left him alive to suffer. His family was gone, and so was the last bit of good left in him. After that, he headed east. He left everything behind, the NCR and the Shi. He became colder and stopped caring who got hurt as long as he survived. By the time he reached the Commonwealth, people already feared him. He never failed a job. While working in the area, he started hearing about a secret organization underground that could make people disappear. He began crossing paths with them during his work, interfering in their operations without realizing who he was dealing with. Eventually, they sent someone to kill him. He won that fight and tracked the agent back and demanded a meeting with their leaders. When the first scientist he met refused to work with him, he killed her escort Synths in front of her, and that changed her mind. He then became their top surface agent, the one they sent when they needed something done that their Synths couldn't handle. He handled their dirtiest work, leading Synth squads to wipe out settlements like University Point, and keeping contact with Mayor McDonough to feed reports about life in Diamond City. He also became one of the most wanted men in the Railroad's list. He was just a weapon. In 2227, he was sent on one of the most important jobs in the group's history. Its scientists had found Vault 111, where pre-war people were frozen in cryogenic pods. They needed pure human DNA for their new generation of synths, and they found a perfect candidate, a baby named Sean. Kellogg led the team into the vault, opened the pod, and when one of the parents refused to give up the baby, he shot them. He ordered the surviving parent to be refrozen, and the scientists later cut life support to the rest of the vault. He took Sean back underground, and the boy's DNA became the base for the Gen 3 synths, the first synths with real human cells. Not long after, the organization began upgrading Kellogg with cybernetic implants. His body became part machine. His brain and limbs were replaced or reinforced. These implants slowed his aging almost completely, letting him live over a century while still looking like a man in his 40s. The cybernetics also improved his reflexes and included a brain implant, the cybernetic brain augmenter. This is what Dr. Amari later used to extract his memories. Over time, he became more machine than man, but he didn't care. Survival was all he ever cared about. By 2287, he was over 100 years old. He was given another mission, to find and kill Dr. Brian Virgil, a scientist who had escaped the glowing sea. And then he set up a base at Fort Hagen while recovering from wounds he'd taken on the way there. That's where the sole survivor finally found him. Using Nick Valentine and Dogmeat, they tracked him to his hideout. When confronted, he tried to explain himself. He said he regretted killing their spouse and cared for Sean. He said, the thing about happiness is that you only know you had it when it's gone. Then he drew his gun, knowing that it would end there. He was killed in that fight. His cybernetic brain left behind for the sole survivor to use. Through his memories, they saw everything. His childhood, his family, his work for the scientists underground, and the choices that turned him into what he was. Conrad Kellogg was one of the oldest non-ghoul humans in the Fallout timeline, living 108 years because of the Institute's technology. His body outlasted almost everyone he knew, but it didn't make him immortal in the ways that mattered. His implants preserved his life, but not his humanity. He survived every war and betrayal until the day he faced someone who had lost just as much as he had. If he never faced the sole survivor, Kellogg may have basically lived forever with his implants, as long as someone kept replacing his parts, but who knows what kind of monster he would have become then.
Ah, my knight in shining armor. Question is, why does he come all this way, risk life and limb for an old private eye?
Nick Valentine just hits different. He is one of the only characters in Fallout who blurs the line between being alive and being a memory. Valentine is a synth detective living in Diamond City, but what makes him unique isn't his job, even though that too is unique, but it's that he's carrying the memories of a man who died over 200 years ago. In a dystopian type of way, Nick is two people. He's a prototype machine built by the Institute, but he thinks and acts like a pre-war Boston cop. That's because the Institute literally loaded a dead man's memories into his head. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the 2001 movie called Artificial Intelligence, AI, where Jude Law is basically a male prostitute synth, but Nick always reminded me of that guy.
You're afraid of letting go, and this is starting to excite me.
He's got this unique appearance and runs on a clockwork of a mind that seems to belong elsewhere. But back to the lore at hand. Nick started as one of the first real tests of what would later become second-gen synths. The scientists wanted to see if artificial people could handle human memories and personalities, so they built two of them, Nick and another synth named Dima. They were brothers in a sense, the only two of their kind, experimenting with thought and emotion while the rest of the Institute treated them like machines. For years, scientists used Nick for personality experiments. They'd erase him, reprogram him, and load new human memories into his mind to see what stuck. Dima eventually got sick of watching it happen and decided to break them both out. But before they could escape, the scientists uploaded one last set of memories into Nick, the full mind of pre-war police officer named Nick Valentine. That upload completely took over. When he woke up, Nick didn't even recognize Dima anymore. He thought he was the real Nick Valentine, and Dima had no choice but to knock him out and flee without him. When Nick finally came to, he was lying in a pile of garbage in a world that didn't make sense to him. The bombs had fallen 2 centuries ago, but in his head, it was still the 2070s. Just imagine waking up as a robot thinking you're a man and the entire city you knew is gone. Well, that's Nick's first day in Fallout. He wandered for weeks trying to figure out what was real and what wasn't. Over time, his mind began mixing the memories of the human Nick with his own new ones. The older memories, like Dima and the Institute, slowly faded away. All that was left was a synth detective with a dead man's soul. Eventually, Nick stumbled into a small settlement. The people there didn't attack him or scream Institute spy, but they fixed him up and treated him like a person. He even made friends with a kid named Jim, who was his first real connection in this new world. For Nick, it was probably the first time anyone saw him as more than a machine. When he came back years later, that town was gone since raiders wiped it out. That moment really stuck with him. It's part of what made him decide to protect people instead of hide from them. Nick finally settled in Diamond City, which is ironic considering it's the same city that hates synths the most. They had every reason to fear him after the broken mask incident, where a synth went rogue and killed people inside the walls. But Nick accidentally became a hero. One day, he saved the mayor's daughter from kidnappers by pretending to be a bomb. He literally said beep out loud over and over and over again just to scare them off, which ironically worked. The mayor gave him a house, and that's where he started the Valentine Detective Agency. From then on, Nick became the Wastelanders detective, finding lost people, solving murders, and fixing things that the city's guard wouldn't touch. Oh, and let's not forget acting as a vigilante his inner calling promoted. His secretary Perkins helps keep the cases organized, but Nick's the one everyone calls when things get bad. Sure, he's not loved by everyone. Plenty of people still whisper about him being an Institute spy and look at him with disdain, but he earned enough street cred and respect that Diamond City lets him stay. When the sole survivor meets Nick, he's locked in Vault 114 after trying to track down a missing woman.
Turns out the runaway daughter I came here to find wasn't kidnapped. She's Skinny Malone's new flame.
He's surrounded by triggermen and a mob boss named Skinny Malone.
You're right! What am I doing? I've gotten all mixed up.
Darla, where are you going?
Home, Skinny, where I should have been all this time. This is goodbye for us.
Oh, come on, Nikki. You cost me my men, now you and your friend cost me my girl?
It's a mess, but once you free him, he jumps right back into detective mode. He helps you track Kellogg, the mercenary who kidnapped your son, and together you break into Kellogg's house, find his cigar brand, and use dog meat to follow the trail into our favorite fort. It's one of the few moments in Fallout where a synth and a human actually work together like partners, and it's cool to see what humans and synths can accomplish when working together. In terms of Nick's personality, well, it comes straight from the cop whose memories he carries. He's moral and sharp, the kind of guy who jokes his way through danger but still cares about doing the right thing. He'll help strangers when needed, and our man literally hunts down killers and takes bullets for people he just met. But under all of that, he's constantly questioning himself. He knows his mind isn't his own. Everything he remembers, the fiancé who was murdered, the old cases, the moral code, none of it truly belongs to him. That's what makes him feel like a ghost wearing someone else's skin. He admits that he hates himself sometimes. He defines himself as a separate from the original Nick Valentine, saying he owes that man his identity. Still, he can't seem to escape the emotions that came with those memories, especially the anger over Eddie Winter, the mobster who killed the human Nick's fiancé. That's why later in Fallout 4, he asks you to help him finish that case. Even after 200 years, he's still chasing closure for someone else's life. In the Far Harbor DLC, Nick meets Dima again, the brother he forgot. That scene is wild because Dima instantly recognizes him, but Nick doesn't feel the same. He kind of acts like a kid who's meeting a long-lost uncle for the first time, where he's polite but cold, trying to process the fact that he used to be someone else entirely. It's another badass detail in Fallout's crazy lore that shows Nick's biggest struggle isn't surviving the wasteland, it's figuring out who he really is. Nick Valentine represents a different kind of immortality in Fallout. He's not alive because of radiation, and he's not human because of flesh. Nick is simply in a constant state of limbo. He's only alive because someone else's memories refuse to die. He's literally walking proof that identity can outlive the body. His reality is nonetheless a reality, even if it's somewhat recreated. Nick is a man who was killed before the bombs fell and is still solving crimes 2 centuries later through the machine that remembers him. If ghouls are people who can't die physically, then Nick Valentine is a person who can't die mentally. He's a collection of memories that refuse to fade, still fighting for justice long after his own time ended. That's what makes him one of the most human characters in Fallout, and he's not even human. Cog lives up in Acadia, the synth refuge hidden in the mountains of Far Harbor. He's not a fighter, nor a preacher, and isn't part of a faction or someone with a hidden agenda, and definitely not a leader, just a guy trying to exist in peace. He runs a small shop there selling odds and ends, including some solid gear like recon marine armor and adhesive shipments. What makes Cog interesting isn't what he sells by any means, but what he represents. He's simple.
You are simple Jack.
He's one of the many synths who broke free from the Institute but doesn't really know what that freedom means. His memories were wiped, so he doesn't remember who he was before. He's just Cog now, a blank slate trying to build a life from scratch. The only person he really connects with in Acadia is Jewel, another synth who also had her mind erased. They understand each other in a way that others can't. 2 people with no past trying to create a future of whatever's left. Cog doesn't talk much about deep things, but you can tell he values stability. After everything he's been through, running a quiet shop probably feels like a luxury.
Marcus is one of the oldest and most well-known super mutants in Fallout's history. We don't know basically anything from his human life, but what we do know is he was one of the first transformed at the Mariposa military base during the Master's experiments with the forced evolutionary virus. He never regretted what happened to him. He saw being a super mutant as an improvement, stronger and immune to disease, no longer weighed down by the pettiness that usually caused people to destroy themselves. Under the Master's unity, he served with purpose. He believed in the Master's vision of ending human conflict through forced evolution. To him, it was a chance to create peace in a world that couldn't find it alone. When the Vault Dweller destroyed the cathedral and ended the Master's life in 2161, everything he believed in fell apart. At first, Marcus hated the Vault Dweller for taking away his leader, but over time that hatred turned into respect. He realized that if more people fought for what they believed in the same way the Vault Dweller had, maybe the Master's plan wouldn't have been needed. Without the unity, he had no direction. Wandering the wasteland, he eventually met Jacob, a Brotherhood of Steel knight. The 2 fought for days without stopping, neither willing to give up. Once they were too tired to continue, they started laughing at how pointless it was. Instead of enemies, they became allies. Marcus saw something in Jacob, a human who didn't see him as a monster. They traveled together and spent their days trading stories, learning from each other as they crossed New California. As they traveled, wanderers began following them for protection. Seeing an opportunity to help, Marcus led the group to an abandoned uranium mining town he knew from old maps. There, they founded Broken Hills in 2185. Jacob stayed through the first winter. Then he said his goodbyes, and the 2 never met again. The mutant stayed on as mayor and sheriff. Broken Hills became one of the few towns where humans and ghouls lived alongside his kind. He kept order and managed trade with places like Vault City, doing everything he could to build something that would last. Even with all his work, old grudges came back. Jealousy and fear crept in over time. It reminded him of the Master's dream, but now he questioned if it ever could have worked. Holding on to Jacob's idea of coexistence grew harder each year. By 2241, rumors of an anti-mutant group spread through the town, and with no proof to act on, he asked a wandering tribal for help, the Chosen One. Together, they uncovered the plot and stopped it, saving Broken Hills. After that, he decided he was done staying put. He joined the Chosen One as a companion and fought beside them against the Enclave, later helping in the final assault on Control Station Enclave, which destroyed the oil rig and ended their threat to Arroyo and New California. When the fight was over, he left again. The uranium mine had dried up and Broken Hills no longer had a future. He began heading east, looking for other mutants who had lost their homes. His goal was to build a new place where they could live in peace. Along the way, more of his people joined him. When he reached the Mojave Wasteland, he gathered followers and came across the ruins of Black Mountain, a pre-war communications base that had been struck during the Great War. Radiation kept humans away, but for his kind, it was a safe place to start over. He hoped to use the working radio there to call out to other mutants across the region. But Black Mountain didn't turn out the way he imagined. A group of Nightkin led by Tabitha arrived not long after. She was suffering from severe Stealth Boy-induced schizophrenia, made worse when her robot companion Rhonda stopped working. Marcus tried to keep her calm, even encouraged her to write her thoughts down to help focus her mind. Once she repaired the radio, she began broadcasting under the name The Voice of the Black Mountain, declaring herself the leader of all mutant kind. Tension followed. Her Nightkin clashed with the first-generation mutants who still supported Marcus. Instead of starting another war, he gathered those loyal to him and left. Before leaving, he destroyed the radio transmitter to stop her broadcasts. But not long after, Raul Tejada, who is also on this list, arrived and repaired it, only to then be enslaved by Tabitha to keep her broadcast station running. Marcus kept his group moving until they found an old ski lodge near Mount Charleston. He named it Jacobstown in honor of his friend. It became a peaceful home for mutants and Nightkin who wanted to live away from violence. He became mayor again, trying to prove that people and mutants could live side by side through trade and cooperation. The town raised crops and herded bighorners while avoiding the wars surrounding New Vegas. In time, he invited Dr. Henry, a former Enclave scientist, to set up a lab in Jacobstown. Henry worked on finding a cure for the Nightkin's schizophrenia, with help from his assistant Calamity. His research drew other Nightkin to the town, including Keen, who grew more frustrated each day waiting for results. By 2281, that tension was rising again, and Marcus had to hold the community together before it fell apart. He went from fighting for the Master to leading towns across 2 wastelands. For more than a century, he's tried to build places where people and mutants could live without fear. Even after everything, he continues to prove that patience and understanding still have a place in the wasteland. Harold was born in 2072, 5 years before the bombs. When the siren started, he was one of the children sent into Vault 29. The vault was overcrowded and short on supplies, leaving him to grow up in constant scarcity. When he was 18, he left the vault looking for a future outside. He became a trader in early New California, and he built a name as a reliable caravan master. As the years passed, he earned the friendship of Richard Gray, a doctor with a sharp mind and big ideas. In 2102, Harold joined Gray's expedition to track down the source of a growing mutant threat. The team followed signs of mutant activity north and discovered Mariposa military base. The base was heavily defended, and only Harold and Gray survived long enough to reach the vats of strange green liquid inside. When a crane malfunctioned and crashed into the tanks, Gray was thrown into the fluid, and Harold was badly injured. Days later, he woke up outside, already mutating. His skin hardened and his hair fell out, as strange growth spread across his body. Traders found him and brought him back to the hub. He waited for Gray to return, but as time passed, his mutations worsened and his business failed. Eventually, he lost everything and moved to Old Town, surviving by selling stories to anyone who would listen. By the time the Vault Dweller met him in 2161, the old mutant was messed up, but he was kind and known for his humor and long memory. He talked about the Master and the early wasteland, always keeping the mood light with a joke or two. After the Vault Dweller's time, he moved on again. A small sapling began growing from his head, and he named it Bob. At first, Bob was harmless, but eventually it kept growing, slowly changing his body even more. By 2238, he settled in Gecko, a small ghoul town built around an old nuclear power plant. The ghouls there welcomed him, and he helped them run the reactor and keep peace with the nearby Vault City, which hated ghouls. He became Gecko's foreman, and with help from the Chosen One, he kept the town safe. When the Chosen One repaired the plant, Harold gained the town's gratitude and a new sense of pride. Years later, he set out once more. Bob's roots were spreading deeper into him, and he hoped to find someone who could help him. His search eventually took him all the way across the country to the capital wasteland. By then, Bob had grown massive, and Harold could barely move. When he stopped to rest, Bob's roots dug into the ground and held him there. He was part of a tree now, and around him, the barren land began to bloom, creating a small green paradise, and it was called Oasis. Travelers eventually found him. The first, a man named Birch, believed Harold was divine, and he formed a group called the Tree Minders to protect him. They built their lives around caring for Harold and the Great One, as they called him. To them, he was a god. To the old mutant, it was a curse. He was alive, but unable to move or die, held between man and nature. By 2277, he'd been part of the tree for over 2 decades, alive, but unable to move. When the lone wanderer found Oasis, he greeted them the same way he'd greeted everyone for years, with that same humor and wariness. He asked them to end his life. The Tree Minders were divided on what to do. Birch wanted to limit Bob's growth to protect Oasis, while Laurel wanted to spread his seeds across the wasteland. Harold didn't care about sides anymore. He said he was tired of being held in place, feeling each root dig deeper while he stayed alive. The Wanderer could grant him peace or convince him to keep living, either by containing Bob or letting him spread freely. Whatever choice they made, that moment closed his story, one that had started before the Great War and lasted over 2 centuries. In the end, the man who had seen the rise and fall of civilizations was no longer just human. He'd lived through the bombs and everything that came after, surviving in every way except the one that mattered most, being free.
Sure, boss. I'd be happy to prolong my captivity and psychological abuse to tighten some lug nuts for you.
Raul Tejada is one of the oldest living people in Fallout, and his story is what happens when survival stops feeling like a blessing. And sure, you can make an argument that anyone living in the Fallout world is more of a curse than a blessing, but just ride with me for a sec. Raul was born in 2047 just outside Mexico City on his family's ranch. Before the bombs, life was simple. He worked with machines, fixed things, practiced with his guns, and sometimes got in trouble for it. But his family always kept him grounded. And Raul, well, he wasn't a killer, at least not yet. He was just a mechanic who liked working with his hands and reading brain rot magazines. Then the Great War hit and Mexico City was bombed. But Raul's ranch survived because it was just far enough away. The real problem came after, when waves of refugees started pouring in from the city. The Tejada family tried to help at first, giving out food, water, shelter, but there were too many. When they started turning people away, things got ugly, which makes sense since desperate people will behave desperately. One night, a mob came back for revenge after being turned away. They barred the doors and set the house on fire while everyone slept. Raul and his little sister Rafaela were the only ones who made it out alive. Everyone else, his parents, siblings, and grandmother, died inside. After that, Raul and his sister were on the run with little time to mourn. The people who attacked them wanted revenge for the ones Raul had shot defending their home. They even went so far as to put a bounty on his head. He promised Rafaela he'd take her to Mexico City to see the vaqueros, cowboys, but when they got there, the city was a radioactive ruin. They scavenged what they could, living like animals, and that's when Raul started getting sick from radiation and noticed the early stages of ghoulification. While scavenging one day, he found an old costume shop and grabbed a vaquero outfit to use for bandages. But when he came back, Rafaela loved it. She laughed for the first time since her family died, and that was enough reason for him to keep wearing it. Over time, his reputation spread and people started calling him the Ghost of Mexico City. A gunslinger in a cowboy hat who never missed and couldn't die. The legend kept trouble away, but it also brought challengers looking to test him. For a while, it seemed like Raul and his sister might actually make it, but the radiation sickness kept getting worse and he couldn't scavenge anymore. Rafaela went out one day to find food and never came back. Raul found her body later, killed and mutilated by raiders, and that was the breaking point. He hunted every one of them down and killed them all. After that, he stopped wearing the vaquero outfit. It was a reminder of everything he'd lost, but he couldn't throw it away either. Raul wandered for decades after that. He took up work fixing machines and changing his name to Miguel after finding an old jumpsuit with that name on it.
Probably because it used to be Miguel's. Whoever he was. How about if you let me go, huh, boss?
He lived through everything, radiation, famine, warlords, until he eventually settled in a place called Tucson. What used to be Tucson. For the first time, he tried to live quietly, abstaining from guns and killing and focusing on things that mattered, like fixing things. He even looked out for a woman named Claudia who reminded him of his sister. But does peace ever last in Fallout? Of course not. A raider gang called Dirty Dave and his brothers came to town and they killed several women and took Claudia with them. Raul went after them just like before, and when he found her, she was already dead. He killed every last one of them, got shot multiple times in the process, and yet somehow lived. And that's kind of his thing. This legend keeps on living, even when life strips him away of all meaning and when he doesn't want to live anymore. Years later, Raul made his way north into the Mojave. He built himself a shack and tried to stay out of trouble, spending his time listening to the radio at Black Mountain. When the signal went dead, he went up to fix it and ended up getting captured by Tabitha, the Nightkin who ruled the place. She called him her prisoner and made him repair junk for her and her mutant army. That's where the courier eventually finds him. He's tired and sarcastic and kind of done with everything. I mean, listen to his voice. Danny Trejo crushes and captures the attitude of Raul perfectly.
Alrighty then. I'll just head out, alone, by myself, into the dangerous waste.
Underneath all his dry humor, Raul's story is one of long stretch of loss. He's seen his family die, his sister murdered, Claudia taken from him, and every home he's tried to build eventually destroyed. He has been held captive and looks like he's seen some absolute crazy shit, and yet he persists. He's witty, intelligent, and still kind to people, but he carries that guilt everywhere he goes, and you hear that in his voice as well as see that in his appearance. Or maybe that's just the dated graphics. Even still, when you travel with him in New Vegas, you realize he's not afraid of dying, but is afraid of wasting what's left of his time. By the time you meet him, he's over 230 years old. He jokes about his knees, about arthritis, and about being a walking corpse, but there's a lot of truth underneath that humor. He's a man who's outlived everyone and everything he ever cared about. And the worst part is, he didn't ask for it. His survival is just something that keeps happening. Raul was the definition of someone who never died. He's lived through generations of horror, watched humanity repeat the same mistakes over and over again, and still finds reasons to keep going even when being captured by this thing. He's not a hero or a monster. This MF is just tired, a ghost of the old world who can't seem to stop walking.
Before the bombs, Lou was an engineer living in Pittsburgh. He was born around 2007 and was about 70 when the Great War hit. People say an atomic bomb landed right in his living room, but it was a dud that never went off. And that story gave him his nickname, Lucky Lou. After that, he became known for getting out of disasters that should have killed him. When the radiation spread across the city, it changed him into a ghoul. Once the bomb stopped falling, Lou kept moving through the ruins of Pittsburgh, later known as the Pit. He eventually made his way south into Appalachia, where he joined the Crater Raiders, a tough but loyal crew led by Meg. Lou's skill with explosives made him valuable. Meg and Caleb Fisher trusted him completely, even if the others couldn't get past what he looked like. Lou became part of their small circle, and even the youngest raider, Rara, saw him as a real friend. He lived underground in the crater core, in a room that looked more like a bunker than a home. Still, he stayed involved with the group and helped plan raids and repairs. Over time, he started to fear what might happen if he went feral. Those thoughts began eating away at him. Lou had seen ghouls lose their minds before, and he didn't want to end up like them. His depression deepened after Lev, another raider, turned people against him. Lev hated ghouls and saw Lou as weak. He used every chance to remind others that Lou was dangerous and would eventually turn on them. Those lies made Lou withdraw from the group until he decided it'd be safer for everyone if he ended his own life. He left a goodbye note for Fisher, asking him to take care of his things, and then he disappeared into Carlton Mine, the same place he later filled with traps meant to end him. Lou tried different ways to die. He built a shotgun rig to fire on command, and then he set up turrets scavenged from the Atlas Observatory. He even tried collapsing part of the mine on himself. But none of it worked. Every attempt failed, and he began to joke that he couldn't die, even if he wanted to. So he made one last plan, to blow up the mine. If the blast didn't kill him, it would at least bury him where he couldn't hurt anyone. When the Vault 76 Dweller came looking for him during cheating death, Lou was still in that mine. The Dweller needed him for a job, a heist on Vault 79, one that required his demolition skills. Lou agreed, but only if the Dweller promised to help him die afterward. After everything was said and done, the Dweller found him back at the crater. Lou admitted that maybe dying wasn't the answer after all. What he really feared wasn't turning feral. It was being alone. Talking with the Dweller gave him a reason to keep living. He decided to stay with the Raiders and started handing out random explosives, joking that maybe he should finally start living up to the name. Lou somehow just couldn't seem to die, and he might never. Some might say he's unlucky, others that he is. Regardless, he's still here with us, and probably will be for a long time.
I am Father Clifford of St. Monica's Church.
Father Clifford is what happens when someone refuses to give up on belief, even when the world around them already has, hence the Father in his name. He was born long after the bombs fell in 2237 and grew up in the floating ruins of what used to be an aircraft carrier, Rivet City. By the time we meet him, he's the priest of St. Monica's Church, preaching to a handful of survivors who still think faith matters in a world full of mutants and raiders and radiation and a bunch of hellacious things like this. He loves his routine and he spends every day doing the same thing, waking up early, eating at the Weatherly Hotel, and then walking to the church to give sermons. Most days nobody shows up. It's a bit sparse in the church considering what's happened outside the walls. Sometimes Diego, his acolyte, is there, and sometimes a few locals even drift in. But Clifford keeps talking anyway because he believes that even if nobody's listening, God still is. That's his kind of faith. Unshakable and really the only reason the church still exists at all. Clifford doesn't just stay inside preaching though. He actually walks around Rivet City trying to talk to people. He checks in at the clinic with Diego to pray for patients, even though Dr. Preston doesn't believe in faith healing and just tolerates it as long as they don't get in the way. Clifford also spends time trying to calm down tensions between the rich folks on the upper deck and the poor ones in the hangar. He's basically the city's moral referee, trying to keep people from tearing each other apart. It's quite the undertaking. Most people like him, or at least respect him. Farrah Weatherly gives him free meals because she believes in what he's doing. Some like Wong and Mr. Lopez come to him for comfort. Lopez is depressed and talks about offing himself, and Clifford's talks are one of the few things keeping him from giving up entirely. But not everyone is a fan. The crowd at the Muddy Rudder Bar hates when he comes by to lecture them about sin. Belbani has literally thrown him out before. People like Ted Strayer just tell him straight up that Faith never did anything for them, and Clifford keeps showing up anyway, just like the Lord he serves. The most interesting part of Father Clifford's story is that he's secretly part of the Railroad. Long before Fallout 4 made that faction a big deal, Clifford was already helping synths escape the Institute. When an android showed up looking for freedom, Clifford didn't hesitate. He believed that if God made humans and humans made synths, then synths are still a part of creation, which is hard to argue and is a valid point. To him, they're just as worthy of life and forgiveness as anyone else. He helped the synth disappear and start over, which tells you a lot about Clifford's version of faith. It's not about preaching or punishment, but is about doing what's right. His closest relationship is with Diego, a young man he raised after his father abandoned him. Clifford treats him like a son, and Diego looks up to him even if he finds the sermons a bit boring. Diego wants to follow in Clifford's footsteps and become a priest himself, but there's one problem: Angela Staley, who happens to be very much into him. Clifford tells Diego that Angela is his trial of temptation, basically a test before he can prove he's ready for priesthood. Clifford's whole hope for the future of the church depends solely on Diego. If he leaves, the church might die with him. Now you might be asking, how is Clifford someone who never died? Well, what makes Clifford fit the idea of people who never died isn't just his age, although yes, he's older, but his immortality metaphor is based on what he represents. He's the last flicker of old world religion still standing in the wasteland, like a small beacon of light surrounded by darkness. The bombs wiped out damn near everything from governments, families, and cities, but they didn't impact his belief. Every morning, he wakes up and preaches to an empty church. Every night, he prays for people who barely care he exists. He's surrounded by cynicism, addiction, despair, but he keeps talking about forgiveness and purpose, and he never gives up. Keyword being never. Even his flaws make him human. There's a whiskey bottle and a syringe of Med-X hidden in his podium, which means he's not perfect and obviously battles inner demons. He's a man carrying faith in one hand and addiction in the other. So yeah, even the most righteous people in Fallout are still products of their broken world. If you think about it, Father Clifford isn't much different from a ghoul or a synth. He's another person who just keeps going along after his time should have ended. He's preaching to ghosts in a rusted ship, trying to keep humanity alive through words no one listens to anymore.
The wasteland has water, but it's not the kind you should drink. Sometimes these puddles, rivers, and reservoirs in Fallout hide something wrong. Some are filled with radiation that eats through skin and bone. Others are worse, poisoned by chemicals, decay, or what people left behind before the bombs fell. Radiation isn't the only reason the water kills. Sometimes it's the byproduct of industry, or experiments gone wrong, or maybe even something that was never meant to mix with nature. The world before the war poured waste into its rivers and lakes, and the blasts didn't erase that. They trapped it. When the shock waves faded, what was left in the soil bled into the streams. This was sludge, chemicals, toxins, and broken systems still running centuries later. In Fallout, the most dangerous waters aren't always glowing green or buzzing with rads. Some are just quiet pools that look normal until you get too close. Some bubble from deep reactors, some still run through old factories, and others sit inside craters where the land itself collapsed. These waters aren't just contaminated, they're changed. Across the series, you can find rivers turned to syrup, ponds that dissolve metal, and coolant pools so radioactive that a single sip means death. Every one of them has a story, and every one of them was probably touched by some part of humanity. The towering structure of the mass fusion building, built before the war by the company that promised clean, endless power. Under that promise, the engineers installed a huge reactor chamber deep below, and then the bombs fell. The world changed, but that reactor, it's still there underneath the building. You descend into the bowels of the old plant. The lift drops you into a massive chamber, and the walls glow with a blue light. That light comes from the reactor's coolant pool, fed by liquid coursing around the core. The coolant was meant as a heat sink, part of the system that controlled the energy. But after decades of abandonment, radiation seeped in. the technology aged and safety failed. The pool sat there, absorbing neutrons, gammas, stray particles, and when you arrive, you're told the liquid is deadly. But I think deadly is underselling it a bit. Drinking from this source will deliver 100,000 rads and instant death. This might be the most poisonous substance in all of Fallout. The story behind it feels like a cautionary tale. The company built a beryllium agitator to jumpstart the reactor, a device to trigger serious power output. That power source never got a proper shutdown. The coolant around the reactor kept absorbing radiation for years. The containment cracked and the loop corroded. The liquid wasn't just dirty or deadly in the usual way. It really did become poison. This place was made to power the future. The company's motto spoke of keeping Boston running, but the future ended, and the coolant ended up as the most extreme consequence of that failure. Its radiation came from active high-flux fields, neutron bombardment, from a machine built a punch above its weight and never got cleaned up. The coolant is the leftover threat. If someone drank from the beryllium reactor's pool, they'd be destroyed from the inside. That coolant has been sitting in direct contact with an active nuclear core, full of radioactive isotopes and particles. The moment it's swallowed, it delivers a dose of radiation so extreme that the cells lining the throat, stomach, and intestines would start breaking apart almost instantly. The body's internal organs would stop working within seconds. Blood vessels would rupture, DNA would shred, and the radiation would burn tissue faster than it could react. The heart and brain wouldn't even have time to shut down properly. It would be instant systematic failure. In Fallout terms, it's instant death. But in real terms, it's like drinking a concentrated nuclear reaction. The body would be overwhelmed by the sheer energy trapped inside that coolant. You hike into Toxic Valley, a place where the ground is coated in gray dust and the air has a bitter taste. Before the war, factories and foundries filled this stretch of Appalachia with smoke and runoff. When the bombs hit, everything poisonous in the soil and air sank deeper, sealing the valley in its own pollution. This is what happens when decades of industry meets atomic fire. Every stream, puddle, and patch of mud here tells the same story, the history of what was done to the land. The Grafton steel plant bled toxins into the rivers, and the fallout later fused with those wastes. The valley became a basin of contamination, and the wildlife that still lives here has adapted to survive in it. But the cost is clear in the way they look. Here, you'll find a pond beside a ruined house. This place is called the Toxic Pond. Runoff from the steel mills drained into it, coating the bottom with waste and heavy metals. When radiation flooded the region, those chemicals reacted again and turned the pool chemically active. The wrecked house looks like it's sinking into the pond. The windows are gone, the roof slants toward the water, and the wood has been eaten through by rust-colored mold. The pond doesn't even reflect a light anymore, it just absorbs it. Anything that falls in, metal, bone, or glass, just disappears into the murk. Toxic Valley was already dying before the bombs. The factories that powered Grafton and the surrounding towns dumped waste into every creek and marsh. The result is liquid that's more than irradiated. This valley's runoff is distinct because its contamination wasn't born from the same disaster that a lot of the other sites were. This is the result of years of neglect, made worse by nuclear war. Every puddle and pond is part of the same chain of decay. You arrive at a lake in the Commonwealth. It was once a tourist spot, boats and families on the shore, a place to relax and have fun. But many people didn't realize the true nature of this lake and the secrets going on behind the scenes. This water was being polluted by radioactive particles and heavy metals, thanks to nearby factories and the dumping that went unchecked. All of this before the bombs ever dropped. Now, in the apocalypse, you'll peer across the surface and notice barrels and debris at the center. There's a sunken rowboat, and the place is crawling with mirelurks and other creatures. Rusting drums sit under the waterline, feeding contamination that still spreads through the lake. You can learn that this lake was different from anything else in the region. The terminal in the monitoring station by the shore records that the water is highly irradiated, and has been that way since before the bombs. You wade in or hover near the edge, and your Geiger counter will start to tick fast. Drinking or swimming in it will dump radiation into you. The worst part about this lake is that it was once safe. It was once welcome. Then the factories moved in and filled the shoreline with waste, and that poison spread slowly. It seems like industry across America treated its rivers and lakes like trash bins. Companies like Grafton Steel, Poseidon Energy, and countless smaller plants dumped runoff filled with metals, oils, and chemical sludge straight into the water. Regulations existed on paper, but by the time the bombs fell, most of these safeguards were gone. The lake was already poisoned, carrying decades of waste that ate through the soil and stained the groundwater. When the nuclear blast came, all that pollution reacted with fallout, turning the contamination into something even deadlier. Radiation didn't just add to the poison, it bonded with it. Chemicals that were once slow killers became unstable compounds, releasing radioactive gases and mutating the wildlife that drank from them. What was once industrial pollution turned into radioactive sludge, seeping into every pond, pipe, and waterway left behind. If you know anything about the corporations in Fallout, you know that by the time the bombs fell, any morality or safeguards clearly didn't exist. In the Mojave Wasteland, there's a crater known as the Devil's Throat. At its base sits pools of radioactive liquid surrounded by barrels of toxic waste. There's also a wrecked truck and the body of a super mutant. And then there's even a centaur crawling around the sludge, a product of the same contamination that changed the pit. Before the bombs, this depression collected runoff from the nearby valley. It was a low point where groundwater and drainage gathered naturally. Once the bombs fell, the ground gave way and formed a sinkhole. The collapse swallowed a truck loaded with hazardous material, trapping the cargo at the bottom. Over time, the barrels leaked into the standing liquid, turning it into one of the most dangerous bodies of water in the region. Drinking from the pools delivers around 11 rads, and even standing near the barrels exposes anyone nearby up to 8 rads per second. The contamination comes from a blend of industrial waste and radioactive residue from the Great War. The liquid is stagnant, dense, and thick with sediment. The crater acts like a container. There is no outlet for the liquid to drain or escape, so every drop of radiation that enters stays trapped. Each rainfall and a bit of runoff feeds into the same pit, deepening that contamination. The result is a toxic cycle where nothing grows, and the liquid becomes a concentrated source of radiation. Mutated creatures like centaurs are drawn to that heat and radiation, using the pools as their territory. The waste is fused with the soil and metal, and the liquid has become a mix of heavy metals, irradiated minerals, and decaying organic matter. The crater's pit feeds its own poison, an endless cycle of corruption and radiation. You reach Point Lookout by ferry, the mist hanging low over the water. It's the Potomac's runoff, but by the time it reaches these swamps, it's already carrying radiation from the capital wasteland. The river has actually brought the waste of DC all the way here, and it doesn't stop at the shore. It seeps into the mud and fills the bogs until everything turns into a slow, toxic stew. Down in the marsh, the air clings to you and the ground moves like it's breathing. Gas bubbles rise from the muck where old graves and drowned roots decay under the surface. The contamination trapped methane in thick patches of sludge. Sometimes the earth smokes or catches fire when the gas meets a spark. The wetlands here are rich in natural gas, and it breaks the surface as explosive methane bubbles. That surface film will stick to your skin, heavy and oily. The smell burns your throat, and mirelurks and swamplurks thrive here. Their shells stain dark from whatever leaks through the swamp. The deeper you go, the thicker it gets, until the swamp almost moves like syrup. Every step stirs up more poison from below. There's even a beached research ship, the USS Ozymandias. It came here to sample those gas-rich swamps. In some parts of the marsh, the ground shakes where methane builds up below the surface. Locals talk about spots that hiss before they ignite, where the swamp flares blue in the dark. Centuries of rot and radiation have turned Point Lookout's wetlands into something between a grave and a reactor. The swamp folk that live here drink from it, wash in it, and breathe in its fumes. They're a good example of what this place does to a body over generations. The ghouls and feral creatures drawn to it don't leave because they can't. The swamp feeds them, keeps them mutated and alive in its own way. This isn't a river you can ever clean or a lake you can drain. It's a chemical pit that's been cooking since the Great War, still hot underneath it all. You walk into the bottling plant at Nuka World. The river inside looks bright blue, glowing under the lights. It isn't paint or lighting anymore. The water here is actually made of Nuka-Cola Quantum itself, an actual flow of the drink running through a ruined ride. It was once meant to impress visitors, part of a tour that showed how Nuka-Cola was bottled and shipped. Before the war, the river was filled with tinted liquid that looked like Quantum, but later, they used the real formula. The same glowing mix that once sat in bottles now moves through a stream that never stops. That glow comes from the strontium-90 isotope in Quantum's formula. It's the same chemical energy that made the drink famous, and it's strong enough to set off a Geiger counter across the room. In the past, the factory swapped the tinted water for real Quantum, turning the attraction's flow into a continuous current of the drink. When the world ended, the machinery kept running, pumping a channel of radioactive soda through the bottling plant. Step too close and your Geiger counter clicks fast from the river's light. Equipment left by the bank is crusted with sugary residue from the irradiated mixture. The plant's lines still move the drink through the Tor and bottling channels, but nobody's maintaining it. The flow still runs after 2 centuries, and there's no one here to control it. Over time, the current changed everything it touched. The radiation mixed with the soda's chemicals, turning it into a bath that changes anything that lives inside it. The creatures that live here, the Nuka-Lurks, they've adapted to the quantum-soaked liquid. Their shells carry the same blue shine. They swarm the banks, and they give us a good idea as to what can happen to living creatures that mix with the quantum. If someone tried to drink it, they'd be swallowing a concentrated irradiated syrup. Enough exposure to be dangerous fast. This is what happens when marketing collides with nuclear science. A river that's bright blue and might look inviting, but would you really trust it? The old mass fusion disposal site. A stretch of land that once handled the company's waste. Before the war, this is where the coolants and sludge were dumped. Everything the reactors couldn't burn off or recycle. The company sealed barrels in the dirt and left them to sink under their own weight. Decades later, the buried drums broke open underground. What leaked out turned the ground into something that breathes gas. 2 small ponds sit where the earth finally gave way. The water there glows faint green under the light, bubbling where pressure pushes through the mud. The smell of chemicals is sharp, the air buzzing with radiation. If you stand too long near the edge, your Geiger counter screams. The lake behind the camp still looks clean, but the ponds up front are poison, deadly enough to cook anything that drinks from them. Gas builds beneath the surface and slips out through cracks in the mud. The pools vent bursts of steam, and the gas can flash if a spark hits it. The barrels that remain on land don't leak yet, but you can see the corrosion creeping across their metal. A truck sits between the ponds, its cargo of waste locked in place, waiting for the same fate as the rest. Now the site is home to super mutants, who move through the radiation like it's nothing. They build shacks on the edge of the hot zone. The camp itself is simple, wooden walls leaning over toxic liquid, tarps and scrap covering barrels that never stop leaking. At this site, the ponds are the center of it all. They don't move, they don't flow, and they don't clean themselves. Each one is a sealed pocket of everything that mass fusion threw away. Beneath the surface, pressure just keeps building. Gases mixed with radiation. It's not just industrial runoff anymore. It's a reaction that's been active underground for 200 years, trapped and building pressure. Vim Pop once sold itself as the taste of the coast. The company promised energy and state pride in its own soda brand. Its headquarters and main factory stood on a small island off the coast of Far Harbor, a place that hummed with machines, mixing tags, and the smell of sugar and chemicals in the air. But when the bombs fell, all that energy collapsed into rot. The factory still stands, but the water around it tells a different story. Around the island, dark tides move slow and thick. After the war, broken tanks and ruptured lines turned parts of the shoreline sour as syrup, coolant, and toxic runoff that bled into the harbor. Below the plant, the liquid isn't even clear anymore. Inside, it's worse. The sublevel of the plant is flooded. Pools of sticky, irradiated liquid filling the lowest spaces where the structure drops below grade. Mole rats live in the floodwater now. Their hides are crusted with residue from 2 centuries of corrosion. What used to be fresh water mixed with the sugar tanks and coolant lines formed into something thick enough to stain the floor. It's water, but it moves more like oil. Over time, intrusion turned the sublevel into a trap, where chemicals and standing liquid fused into one poisonous layer. Rust streaks every wall, and the pipes groan from trapped pressure. When you listen close, it sounds like the place is still bottling something. But what's left inside those vats isn't soda. Run, a mutant the size of a small building, was sealed inside one of the heavy storage rooms below the factory. His footsteps shake the flooded floor, and the sound rolls through the halls like a heartbeat. Nearby sits the dock terminal that works the big red doors to the heavy storage. Around him are barrels and machines that sit half submerged, leaking a film that floats in the standing water. The super mutants here wade through it like they couldn't even be bothered. Their camp built above a lake of toxins. The factory never stopped feeding the water around it. Every tide and leak keeps pushing tainted runoff through the lowest passages, carrying sugar rot, radiation, and metal flakes out into the bay. A sweet drink turns sour, still seeping from the walls of a dead brand.